to 9 years. Venue, new. Match, IPL 2025 Qualifier 1. Result, Royal Challengers RCB beat Kings PBKs by 8 wickets. RCB into final, PBKs gets another chance through the eliminators. A ruthless RCB display powered by ballers and blistering salt. In a spectacular display of seam, spin, and salt-powered savagery, Royal Challengers dismantled Kings to charge into their first IPL final since 2016, ending a 9-year wait. A disciplined, ferocious bowling attack backed up by an explosive knock from Phil Salt-insured RCB made light work of PBK's modest total of 101, sealing victory by 8 wickets with a whopping 60 balls to spare. RCB bowlers wreak havoc on a tricky pitch. The win was built on a relentless display of fast bowling precision and deceptive spin. Hazelwood, returning with quite authority, was simply unplayable. On a pitch with bounds and seam, he found perfect lengths to challenge the horizontal bat shots of PBKS's batters. Dismissing and wingless, Hazelwood extracted steep bounds and just enough deviation to keep edges flying and batters guessing. His control set the tone early. Who has grown in confidence this season, backed him up with well-directed pace at the body, mixing short balls with skiddy-length deliveries. His tight spells helped strangle the lower middle order, leaving no room for recovery. And then came the surprise package. With his whippy action and unreadable googlies, dismantled PBKS's illusions of fight back. Marcus Stoinis and debutant Mushir all misread his wrongins, committing to premeditated slog sweeps on a pitch that demanded reading of the pitch. His 3-wicket haul wasn't just statistical, it was surgical. Phil Salt, the calm within the storm. As the ball nipped and bounced under the lights, many expected a nervy chase, but Phil Salt took the game by the scruff of the neck and demolished that narrative. He began fluently, showing intent from the outset, and then launched a full assault in the power play. He smashed a 23-ball 50, his fastest in IPL, with stunning balance and impeccable timing. His ability to punish width and loft over extra cover will made him nearly unplayable. What stood out wasn't just the strike rate, but the clarity of execution. Even as Kaya Jamieson and Sam Curran probed with decent movement, Salt latched onto the first poor delivery and dispatched it. 1 over from Jamieson went for 21, including a ferocious cut, a pull, and a regal cover drive. Salt's assault rendered the conditions irrelevant. It became a mere formality after he was done. Strategic depth and execution. RCB's bowling strategy, fast, short, into the body, mixed with sharp wrist spin, was perfect for the surface. The batters didn't need to be heroes, just sensible. Salt went above and beyond. It was also telling how RCB read the pitch better than PBKs, adapted quicker, and didn't allow scoreboard pressure to change their plans. PBKs, on the other hand, stuck blindly to their aggressive playbook, even when it was clearly leading them to a cliff. Verdict: a team reborn. This was not a one-man show. It was a cohesive, balanced, and composed team performance, exactly the kind RCB were missing in previous years. Hazelwood's control, said deception, aggression, and Salt's decisiveness have given this side a new character, one that's more method than madness. RCB now march into the final with confidence and cohesion. And for the first time in years, you get the feeling they're not just hoping to win the IPL, they're expecting to.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Day 3, Test cricket at its best. Manchester Magic. Root's milestone. India's misery under golden skies in Manchester. Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel, it was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tuck to leg, every dab past point, every silky drive through the covers radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Callis, and Ponting to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar. The chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ali Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasprit Bumrah seemed to step behind, wicketless until his 24th over. It was Washington's Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope and then Harry Brook in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption, not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring coliseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson. And England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle, and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team, as England batted on deep into the evening, with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty. But England looked at ease, while India looked out of answers. From 358 all out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered. 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford. Second, only to Sachin. And yet, he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic.
Fully narrated match report, Kuldeep's magic, India's ruthless chase. UAE crushed in record-breaking Asia Cup clash. The defending champions India have made their intentions clear domination right from the start. In Dubai, under the desert sun, the world's best T20 side took just 17.4 overs in total to dismantle UAE, securing a 9-wicket win that was as emphatic as it was clinical. UAE, coming off a promising tri-series against Afghanistan and Pakistan, found themselves up against an Indian team in ruthless form. And once Kuldeep Yadav started weaving his magic, there was no escape. The collapse. UAE's promise meets Kuldeep's wizardry. It all began brightly for UAE. Openers Mohammad Wasim and Alishan Sherifu showed intent, striking 6 boundaries and a 6 in the power play. They raced to 41 for 2 after 6 overs, plenty of energy, plenty of hope. But this was India. And this was Kuldeep. The left-arm wrist spinner entered in the 9th over, and what followed was pure artistry. Fully narrated match report, Kuldeep's magic, India's ruthless chase. UAE crushed in record-breaking Asia Cup clash. The defending champions India have made their intentions clear domination right from the start. In Dubai, under the desert sun, the world's best T20 side took just 17.4 overs in total to dismantle UAE, securing a 9-wicket win that was as emphatic as it was clinical. UAE, coming off a promising tri-series against Afghanistan and Pakistan, found themselves up against an Indian team in ruthless form. And once Kuldeep Yadav started weaving his magic, there was no escape. The collapse. UAE's promise meets Kuldeep's wizardry. It all began brightly for UAE. Openers Mohammad Wasim and Alishan Sherifu showed intent, striking 6 boundaries and a 6 in the power play. They raced to 41 for 2 after 6 overs, plenty of energy, plenty of hope. But this was India. And this was Kuldeep. The left-arm wrist spinner entered in the 9th over, and what followed was pure artistry. First, Rahul Chopra holed out to longer. Then, Wasim missed a sweep, and Kuldeep, stump to stump, as ever, trapped him. LBD. 3 balls later, a deceptive wrong-in ripped through Harshit Kaushik's defenses. 3 wickets in 1 over. UAE, once lively, were suddenly 5 down and staring at disaster. Kuldeep finished with 4 for 7, his best T20I figures, reminding everyone why he remains one of the most dangerous spin bowlers in world cricket. Doob's redemption. India's bowling was a collective master. Jasprit Bumrah bowling 3 overs in the power play for the first time since 2019, dismissed Sherifu with a sizzling Yorker. Aksa Patel and Varun Chakravarthy chipped in with a wicket each, but the real surprise was Shivam Dube, playing ahead of a second frontline quick to lengthen India's batting. Dube showed he's no longer a part-time option. His medium pace was smart and well-directed, earning 344 in 2.4 overs. That's 5 wickets in his last 2. T20 is silencing critics who doubted his bowling credentials. And in one bizarre moment, after a direct hit caught Junaid Sadiq wandering out of his crease, Captain Sergio Kumar Yadav withdrew the appeal in a classy gesture only for Sadiq to fall the very next ball, skying one to sky himself. From 41-4-2, UAE crumbled to 57 all out in 13.1 overs, their lowest T20I score against India. India's batting blitz, then came the fun part. India's new opening pair of childhood friends Abhishek Sharma and Shubman Gill turned the chase into a highlights reel. Abhishek launched a breathtaking slap over long off and a daring flick for 6, while Gill's timing was silk as ever, whipping and punching boundaries with ease. They added 48 runs in just 22 balls. Abhishek eventually holed out for 30, but by then, the result was beyond doubt. Suryakumar Yadav walked in and flicked his first ball for 6, sealing the chase in 4.3 overs, India's fastest ever T20I run chase. Gill remained unbeaten on 20, while India's confidence soared. Key stats and records: UAE's 57. Lowest T20I score against India. India's chase in 4.3 overs. Fastest in their T20I history. Kuldeep Yadav, 4 sevens. A masterclass in spin bowling. Shivam Dube, 3/4. Emerging as a genuine bowling option. The verdict: India didn't just beat UAE. They crushed them. This was a statement of intent from the reigning champions. No complacency, no rust from their month-long break. Their bowling was ruthless, their batting was fearless, and their standards remained. For UAE, this was a sobering reminder of the gulf between associate teams and cricket's elite. But they will take lessons from this defeat as they continue their journey of growth. For India, it's the perfect start to their Asia Cup campaign, with Gill back at the top, Kuldeep in peak form, and depth across every department. This team looks every bit like a cricketing powerhouse ready to defend their crown.
Brevis Blitz, Dhoni calm. CSK shatter KKR dreams in a spin-laced thriller. At Eden Gardens, where spin spun stories and nerves unraveled under pressure, Chennai Super Kings CSK pulled off a stunning 2-wicket victory that all but knocked Kolkata Knight Riders KKR out of IPL 2025 playoff contention. In a match that veered from explosive to chaotic, it was DeWald Brevis' counterpunching half-century and MS Dhoni's vintage calm that scripted CSK's great escape from a 62-4-5 abyss. This wasn't just a match, it was a resurrection, a redemption arc, and perhaps the final nail in KKR's fading campaign. KKR starts strong, Rane, Nareen turn back time. Choosing to bat first on a pitch that offered significant grip, KKR came out blazing, knowing this was a must-win match. Ramanella Gurbaz fell early, but Ajinkya Rane and Sunil Nareen rolled back the years, putting on a fearless display of power play hitting. They took KKR to a robust 67 for 1 after 6 overs, setting up a total that could challenge even the best chasers. Nareen went after our Ashvin with disdain, and Rane mixed timing with aggression. But once the field spread and the pitch took over, KKR's tempo wilted. Noor Ahmed's spell, for wickets, one turning point. The game turned in the middle overs, as it often does on spinning tracks, thanks to Noor Ahmed, CSK's mystery spinner who delivered a magical 4-wicket burst. He snapped up Nareen and Ankush Raghavanshi in the same over before cleaning up Andre Russell and Rinku Singh at the death. That double strike not only derailed KKR's momentum but left them finishing with 179 for 6, a total that once looked like 200+ in the making. Given CSK's abysmal record chasing such targets in recent years, they'd lost their last 12 such pursuits. It seemed KKR had done enough. But destiny had other plans. Ervil's fiery debut ignites CSK's chase. CSK's response began with a stutter. Ayush Matre fell for a duck, but debutant Ervil Patel walked in like a man possessed. With flicked sixes, back foot slaps, and clean hitting, he gave CSK a much-needed jolt of energy. His 31 off 11 balls, laced with 4 sixes, was audacious and promising. But as wickets tumbled around him, Conway bowled by Moeen, Jadeja and Ashvin departing cheaply, CSK found themselves reeling at 62 for 5 by the end of the power play. What followed was pure theatre. Brevis breakout, the over that flipped the game. Enter Dewald Brevis. At 93 for 5 after 10 overs, the game tilted KKR's way. Then came the over, the 11th, where Brevis unloaded hellfire on Vaibhav Arora 6-4 for 6-6-4, 30 runs. A complete psychological inversion. KKR, once 78% favorites, suddenly plummeted. Brevis reached his maiden IPL 50 in just 22 balls, turning the tide in breathtaking fashion. A drop chance by Raghavanshi earlier in that over now looked fatal. Dubey and Dhoni calculated calm in the climax. Just when CSK looked home, Varun Chakravarthi, bowling with cold-blooded precision, dismissed Brevis. The game rebalanced yet again. But Shivam Dubey and MS Dhoni handled the chase like chess masters. Dubey, powerful yet patient, struck 3 crucial sixes, including one monster hit off Aurora that seemed to deflate KKR's spirits. With 10 needed off 9, Dubey fell. Then Noor holed out. But Dhoni, always the cool in chaos, launched the first ball of the final over for a towering 6. He refused 2 easy singles, backed himself, and set it up for Anshul Kamboj to deliver the final blow. A chipped 2-over mid-on, and CSK erupted. KKR's collapse so near, yet so far. KKR had done everything right until they didn't. They maximized the power play, exploited spin-friendly conditions, reduced CSK to 62 for 5. But a mix of one poor over, fielding lapses, and lack of composure at the death cost them a must-win game. They now sit precariously on the edge of elimination, relying on other results and net run rate to stay alive. What this means? CSK break a 12-game chasing curse for targets above 180, last successful attempt, IPL 2020. KKR's playoff hopes hang by a thread, needing back-to-back wins and some serious luck. Brevis announces himself, not just with flair, but with impact. Noor Ahmed's spell cements his value on turning tracks. Player of the match, Dewald Brevis. For his 52 off 26 balls, including a game-defining assault on Aurora, Brevis turned a one-sided contest into a heartstopper. He held his nerve, unleashed his talent, and left the crowd breathless.
Manchester magic and mayhem, Pan's bravery stoke strike, and England's ruthless reply. It was a day where courage danced with calamity, where history walked out wearing a moon boot, and where India's grip on the 4 Test loosened under relentless pressure of England's opening salvo. Day 2 of the Manchester Test will be remembered not only for the scoreboard swings, but for the sheer audacity of Rishabh Pant and the calculated aggression of Ben Duckett and Zach Crowley. Pant's brave heart act, Morning at Old Trafford began quietly, overcast, cool and unsuspecting. But before long, Rishabh Pant seized the day's narrative, limping down the stairs, bat in hand, striding out with a fractured foot that should have kept him out for weeks. The roar from the Manchester crowd wasn't just noise, it was recognition of grit, of guts, of a cricketer who redefined commitment. Pant's 54 off 75 wasn't a cameo, it was a warrior's charge. He hit his 90th six in Test cricket, equaling Sehwag's Indian record, and surpassed Alex Stewart to notch the most Test runs by a wicketkeeper in a series in England. It was cricket theatre at its purest, a limping hero, an expectant crowd, and a series on the edge. Stokes finds his magic, but Pant's bravery could only drag India to 358. A total that looked robust but not imposing. That's largely because Ben Stokes turned back the years with the ball, aggressive, inventive, relentless. His 5-wicket haul, 5 for 72, was his first in 8 years. Whether it was trapping combos with a ball that kissed the outside edge or pitching it up with sharp movement, Stokes showed why he's more than captain. He's an instigator. The supporting act came from Jofra Archer 3 for 73, but it was Stokes who held the script. His 16 wickets in the series so far mark his most prolific Test series with the ball, surpassing even his Ashes debut heroics. Duckett and Crawley, demolition men. Then came England's counterpunch. A brutal, clinical, boundary-laced partnership from Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley that drained every ounce of energy from the Indian attack. In just 46 overs, the pair added 166 runs, flattening any plans India might have had for taking control. Duckett was merciless. He scored 94 runs, finding the boundary behind the square leg with surgical precision. Not one of his first 50 runs came through the offside, an oddity that underlined his control of line. One flick through mid-wicket from a good-length delivery had the crowd chanting before the ball crossed the rope. Crawley, more circumspect, endured early discomfort, including a rising snort from Boomer that struck his bottom hand. But once settled, his 84-run effort was filled with glorious drives and firm resolve. The ease with which he punished anything remotely full made India's bowlers look out of sorts. Indian bowlers misfire. It was India's bowling truly let the side down. Tactics were muddled, lengths inconsistent. The Duke's ball, notorious for getting dangerous after the 15th of October overs, was not exploited. Unsure combos, the debutant, was expensive early on, and while Siraj and Boomer tried, the discipline wasn't there. England raced along at nearly 5 runs per over, and even when Jadeja removed Crawley and combos got Duckett late in the day, the damage had been done. By stumps, England had racked up 225 for 2, trailing by just 133 runs with 2 fresh batters, Ollie Pope and Joe Root, ready to resume. Looking ahead, Day 2 closed with a poignant sense of what if for India. Pant gave them heart. Stokes showed them how. But Duckett and Crawley exposed a bowling unit needs rethinking and recalibration. Day 3 will now be pivotal. If India can't strike early and often, England could run away with the match in the series. They bowled to the left, they bowled to the right. The chant in the party stand said it all. India need to respond, and fast.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Filled with blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
King Kohli commands another chasers RCBN home drought ATM Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru, the 20th of April, 2025. Punjab Kings 158-470 OFF 20 overs. Royal Challengers Bengaluru 161-43 OFF 18.5 overs. RCB won by 7 wickets. There's something majestic about watching Virat Kohli chasing red and gold. At a ground that's seen heartbreak and heavy scores, Kohli brought his characteristic calm to guide Royal Challengers Bengaluru RCB to their first home win of the season, ending a hat-trick of defeats at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in IPL 2025. Chasing modest yet tricky 159 on a sticky pitch, RCB crossed the finish line with 7 balls to spare, thanks to a masterful 75 OFF 54 balls from their talisman, ably supported by Devdutt Padikkal's blazing 61. Kohli reclaims the chase throne. The target wasn't massive, but on a 2-pace surface where even timing was a luxury, the chase required poise. Kohli provided that, like he's done so many times before. He paced his innings perfectly, soaking up pressure and pouncing when it mattered most. His 50 came in 43 balls, with delicate dabs, elegant flicks, and a few fiery whips to boundary, including a ramp over third and a lofted 6-off chole that was vintage Kohli. The fact that he was there at the end, calmly watching Jitesh Sharma seal the match with a 6, spoke volumes. RCB needed 36 off 30 when Kohli took the reins fully. By the time the match ended, he had orchestrated a finish that was fluent, measured, and filled with intent. Padikkal's poise sets the platform. If Kohli was a finisher, Devdutt Padikkal was the igniter. After the early wicket of Phil Salt 4-1, Padikkal came in as the impact player and looked a class above. His 35-ball 61 was a beautiful blend of composure and aggression, highlighted by 4 fours and as many 6s, including a cracking pull-off Bartlett and a classy loft over mid-on. He raised his 50 off 31 balls, ensuring RCB never felt scoreboard pressure. The 88-run partnership between him and Kohli laid the perfect foundation. Just as he was looking to finish the job, he mistimed a slog off Harpreet Brar and fell to a smart catch at the boundary. But the damage was done. PBKS bowlers offer resistance. To their credit, Punjab Kings didn't go down without a fight. On a pitch that offered some grip but little tone, Harpreet Brar 1-4-27 and Yuzvendra Chahal 1-4-36 slowed things down for the middle overs, picking up Padikkal and Rajat Patidar respectively. Arshdeep Singh, despite not being at his menacing best, kept things tight early in return for a disciplined spell. But defending 158 was always going to need a near-perfect effort, and PBKS lacked a bite at the death. Word hurrah, Jansen shined with bat for PBKS. Earlier, PBKS's innings was a study in momentum lost. After Prabsimran Singh 33 off 17 and Priyansh Arya 22 off 15 gave them a quick start, the middle order caved under RCB's disciplined bowling. Josh Inglis 29 off 17 tried to rebuild, but his dismissal to Suyo Sharma triggered a slowdown. It took a gritty 31 from Shashank Singh and a handy cameo from Marco Jansen 25 to push PBKS to 158, a total that looked competitive at halfway, especially given the pitch. Hazelwood and Arshdeep start the fireworks. RCB's bowlers, especially Josh Hazelwood 3 for 14, were the stars of the first innings. His nagging length and subtle seam movement broke the PBKS top order. He was supported by Bhuvneshwar Kumar 2-4-26, who used the pitch smartly to restrict runs at the death. This was a platform that gave Kohli and Padikkal the breathing space to play with authority. Turning points. Padikkal's counterattack after Salt's early wicket, shifting momentum early in the chase. Hazelwood's 3-wicket burst, which prevented PBKS from even dreaming of 170+. Kohli's calm finish, including a ramp and a straight 6 that crushed PBKS's final hopes. Final word. RCB, once labeled vulnerable at home, have finally reversed that narrative. Kohli's composure, Padikkal's intent, and a solid bowling performance mean they now move up the IPL 2025 table with belief. For PBKS, it's another so close, yet so far tale. Their batting lacked the killer blow, and their bowlers, despite effort, couldn't contain King Kohli. Player of the match, Virat Kohli, 75 off 54 balls. In Darwin's sticky heat, history was made under the floodlights as Dewald Brevis, the young maverick of South African cricket, carved his name into the record books with a knock that will echo for years to come. Only 9 T20 internationals into his career, Brevis delivered an innings of breathtaking brilliance, an unbeaten 125 from just 62 deliveries. The highest score ever by a South African in T20 is the second fastest 100 for his country in the format, and all achieved with the kind of composure and audacity that defines great players. South Africa, wounded from their defeat in the opening match, came into the second T20I knowing they had to win to keep the series alive. But when they slipped to 57 for 3 in the 7th over, Australia had their tails up, sensing another kill. That's when Brevis, alongside Tristan Stubbs, began his masterclass. It wasn't a reckless assault. It was calculated surgical destruction. He scored 66 of his runs in the V, punishing anything over pitch, dismantling length balls with those clean, fluent drives, and savage lofty blows. By the 12th over, Glenn Maxwell, who had just picked up a wicket, became the victim of Brevis' ferocious intent. 3 sixties rained down the over, 1 over long, 1 over cow corner, and 1 straight back past the bowler transformed the mood in the ground. In just 16 balls, Brevis went from 50 to 100, reaching the landmark with a pull for 4 off-bend horseshoes. With each stroke, the Australian bowlers' plans unraveled. When South Africa reached 179 for 3 after 16 overs, a score beyond 220 looked inevitable, but Australia clawed back briefly. Wickets fell. Stubbs caught in the deep Van der Dussen holding out, Bosch bowled by Hazelwood full toss, and the visitors briefly wobbled. Yet Brevis remained anchoring the innings, farming the strike, and guiding South Africa to 218 for 7, their highest T20I total against Australia. Australia's chase began with intent, but the pressure of the scoreboard was relentless. Quinton Maffeker, the teenage left-arm quick, mixed raw pace with nerveless aggression, while Corbin Bosch found crucial breakthroughs. The Australians' hopes rested heavily on Tim David, who, even with an injured shoulder, produced another explosive half-century, including a monster 6 that cleared the stadium roof. At 104 for 3 in the 10th over, the chase was alive, but Kageza Rabada's dismissal of David for 50 changed everything. From there, South Africa's bowlers closed in, Bosch finishing with 3 for 20, Maffeker with 3 for 57. Australia were dismissed for 165, 53 runs short. Their first lost batting second in 9 matches, and their first defeat to South Africa in 7 encounters. It was a statement victory. The biggest margin South Africa have ever managed against Australia in T20 is, and a night that belonged entirely to the World Brevis. At just 22, he showed not only raw talent but match-winning temperament, turning a must-win game into a personal coronation. For Australia, it was a reminder that even their formidable chasing record can crumble when genius takes center stage. For South Africa, it was proof that a new generation is ready to lead and that the future is already here.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's great escape at Old Trafford, a test of character, grit, and unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The fourth test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story, a masterclass in mental fortitude, and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-4-2 in the second innings, 300 runs still to climb, just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned KL Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum, frustrating the bowlers and tilting the psychological scales back towards the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one. But Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience, wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings. Together, they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had, Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series. Fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined. And when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes, and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched, wounded and weary, as India celebrated from the balcony. Not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field, their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper-batter Pant had exited the stage, injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate, but determined to right their own. From Root's record-breaking 152 Stokes heroics. From Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of Jadeja and Washington, this test had everything, except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1, but in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket. Let's break down the key learning points from the enthralling England versus India Test Series 2025, focusing on tactical, technical, and leadership lessons for both teams. The series ended 2-2, but beneath the scoreboard lied deep lessons, especially for two sides headed in different directions. Key learnings for India result: series drawn to 2-2, but performance, a breakout campaign. Gill's captaincy blossomed, and is here to stay from reactive to proactive. Shubman Gill began the series cautiously, but finished boldly. Strategic fielding changes, aggressive declarations, and bowler rotation decisions in the final two tests showed real maturity. Most importantly, he built a team culture where youth thrived, and no senior was sorely missed. Learning, trust in instinctive leadership, and back the new captain fully through future campaigns, including WTC and overseas tours. 2. India's bench strength is now world-class. No Bumrah, no Shami, no Pant, fifth test, and still India matched England blow for blow. Prasid Krishna, Akashdeep Hurrell, Sudharsan, and Jaiswal showed that India's second string is good enough to win tests anywhere. Learning. Continue investing in new talent through rotation. This is the dawn of India's second test super era. 3 batting collapses still hurt. India's 2 losses came when middle-order collapses followed strong starts. The Lord's Test lost by 22 runs, and the first Test failure to defend. 370 both stemmed from letting go of momentum. Learning. Improved temperament and partnerships in pressure chases and second innings. Rebuilds, especially under overcast skies. 4. Siraj is now India's lead fast bowler. His 5-4 in the final test sealed the win in the series draw. Mixed aggression with control, especially on unhelpful pitches. Learning. Build the bowling attack around Siraj while managing his workload and pairing him with consistent partners. 5. India can win without senior giants. No Rohit, no Kohli, no Pujara, no Ashwin. And nobody noticed. Learning. The team isn't in transition. It's already transitioned. Time to stop looking back. Key learnings for England result: 2-2 feels like survival, not success. 1. Bazball is not bulletproof. Bazball brought moments of brilliance, but it failed in high-pressure final innings. Aggression at all costs backfired. Notably, Jamie Smith's dismissal in the 5th test. Learning. Bazball needs balance, controlled aggression, not reckless abandon, especially against quality bowling attacks. 2. England's tail wags. But for how long? Over-reliance on lower-order contributions was obvious. In almost every test, top 3 collapses put pressure on Root, Brook, and the tail. Learning. Top-order stability must be prioritized. Duckett, Crawley, and Pope must convert starts or face competition. 3. Root and Brook are still the backbone. Both batters rescued England repeatedly. Roots 105 and Brooks 111 in the fifth test were textbook examples of temperament, learning. Build the team around them, but give them better support and batting rhythm at the top. 4. Bowling strategy faltered without Anderson Tongue. Overton and Atkinson had moments, but lacked consistency.
Ow!
No true swing leader meant pressure often leaked at both ends. Learning, develop new swing leaders urgently. Overton and Tongue need guidance, not just exposure. 5. Woke's grit is inspirational, but risky. His walkout in the fifth test with one arm in a sling was a heroic sight. But it exposed England's lack of finishing power. Learning, depth is not the same as durability. Find fit, match-winning lower-order all-rounders who can bat and bowl full strength. Shared lessons for both teams. Momentum matters more than reputation. England had reputations. India had momentum. The final test proved that narrative can shift in a single session when a team believes. Captaincy can change a series. Gill out-captained Stokes in the latter tests, especially with bold calls under pressure. Instinct beat formula. And belief beat branding. Close games define series, not big wins. England's 2 wins, by 5 wickets and 22 runs. India's 2 wins, by 336 runs and 6 runs. Ironically, the biggest win, 336 runs, mattered less than the tightest one, 6 runs. Why? Because close games build belief and break opposition. Final takeaway. India leave this series stronger, clearer, and future-ready. England leave it lucky to escape, and urgently in need of a rethink. 2-2-2 on the board. But in the dressing rooms, India are already 1-0 ahead.
PSL 2025 kicks off in style. Holders fire. Munro's fantasy power Ailbat to commanding win. The Pakistan Super League 2025 roared into action under the Rawalpindi lights, and it was defending champions Islamabad United who laid down a mighty marker with an emphatic 8-wicket win over Lahore Qalandars. The stage was set for a dramatic opening night, and it delivered with Jason Holder and Colin Munro stealing the spotlight. Holder, making his PSL debut, unleashed a 4-wicket spell of carnage 4 for 26 that broke the Qalandars' backbone, while Munro 59 not out of 40 to play the role of the finisher with cool-headed assurance, guiding United to victory with 14 balls to spare. Jason Holder, big debut, big impact. Islamabad's decision to ball first proved golden, as their attack clicked early. After Rail Merdid removed Fakhrizman, it was Holder who turned the screws. With clever variations, crisp lengths, and killer instinct, he triggered a 3-wicket collapse for just 2 runs. Balled David Reeves with a beauty, ended Shaheen Afdi's cameo ambitions, and captured the key moment, dismissing the dangerous Jahandad Khan. It was a PSL debut to remember for the West Indian giant, whose control and calm set the tone for the rest of the game. Shafiq shines alone for Lahore. Amidst the wreckage of Lahore's innings, Abdullah Shafiq stood tall. Timing the ball sweetly and attacking both pace and spin, he scored a classy 66 off 38. His footwork against the spinners and flicks against seamers lit up the evening briefly, but with little support from the other end, the Qalandars crumbled to 139 all out. Even a decent mid-innings partnership with Sikandar Razak couldn't steady the ship, as wickets kept tumbling, thanks largely to Shadab Khan for 25 and Holder's havoc. Munro, Agha sealed the deal. In reply, Islamabad didn't need fireworks, they needed maturity, and Colin Munro delivered. After a cautious start, he shifted gears with clean hits down the ground and intelligent placement. Supported by Salman 41 of 31, the pair stitched a match-winning partnership that turned the chase into a formality. When Munro smoked Shaheen for a 6-over extra cover and Agha carved Jahandad for 4 more, United's dominance was crystal clear. They crossed the finish line at 143 for 2, looking every bit like champions in control of their campaign. What it means: Islamabad United start strong in their title defense. Lower Calanders need answers, especially with their middle-order fragility exposed. Jason Holder is PSL's new X-Factor, and Munro's class remains evergreen. Stay plugged in. PSL Fever is here. Want exclusive access, deals, and PSL 2025 perks? See video description. Squared versus Islamabad United versus Multan Sultan's Wednesday Showdown. Get your jerseys, grab your popcorn, and don't forget, this PSL isn't just a tournament. It's Upna X. IPL 2025 thriller in Delhi. Mitchell Stark. Stubbs steal the spotlight in DC Super Over victory against RR. Result: Delhi Capitals 188 for 5 Poro 49. Rao 38, Stubbs 34 not out. Tied with Rajasthan Royals 188 for 4 Jaiswal 51. Rana 51. Stark 1 for 36. Axer 1 for 23. DC won the Super Over. In what could go down as one of the most heart-racing matches of IPL 2025, Delhi Capitals DC pulled off a breathtaking Super Over win against the informed Rajasthan Royals RR in their own backyard at the Arun Jaitley Stadium. The night was packed with drama, redemption, dropped catches, a stunning comeback from Mitchell Stark, and the composure of Tristan Stubbs under pressure. The ice-cold Super Over showdown. After RR needed just 9 runs off the final over with 6 wickets in hand, it looked like a routine finish. But Mitchell Stark, battered earlier in the innings, bounced back with a kind of dead bowling only he can produce, 5 crushing Yorkers, eyes in his veins, and just 8 runs conceded. Then came the Super Over, and RR, completely shaken, lasted just 5 balls, losing both Riyan Parag and Jaiswal to panicked run-outs. In reply, DC took just 4 balls to hunt down 12, with Stubbs and KL Rao sealing it in style. Tactical chess and emotional highs. DC's first innings, Poro's punch and Stubbs steal. The Capitals stumbled early, losing Fraser McGurk and Karun Nair inside the first 3 overs. But then Abhishek Porel ignited the innings, plundering 23 runs off Tushar Deshpande in 1 over. Though he slowed down later, his 49 gave DC a platform to reach a competitive total. Enter Axar Patel and Tristan Stubbs, the heroes of the death overs. While Axar smashed 34 off 14, Stubbs, after being dropped on 12, unleashed a furious 18-ball 34 not out, smashing Archer and Sharma to lift DC to 188. DZ scored 42 runs off the final 18 balls, with RR bowlers unraveling under pressure. RR's reply: bright start, brutal finish. Jaiswal and Samson came out blazing, putting 61 runs on the board in just 5.3 overs, with Jaiswal brutalizing Stark 14 in 3 balls. But just as the Royals were looking dominant, Samson pulled up injured, disrupting their rhythm. RR looked in control at 150 for 2 with 24 balls left, especially after Nitish Rana's 51 off 25 lifted the chase. But then came the pivot point, Mitchell Stark's third over. With RR needing 28 off 14, he produced a wishes in swinging Yorker to dismiss Rana and to wrench into RR's momentum. Final over equation, 9 off 6. Stark gave away just 3 singles and 1 leg by. With 2 required of the final ball, Dhruv Jurel missed the winning shot, forcing a super over. Match changers. Mitchell Stark, the redemption arc. Conceded 14 in his first over. Came back with that over wizardry, finishing with 1 for 36. Final over, 8 runs defended, 2 runouts in super over. Tristan Stubbs, the finisher. 34 not out of 18 with 3 sixes. Electric direct hit in the 19th over. Hit the winning 6 in the super over. Abhishek Porul, the silent storm. Top scored for DZ with 49. His early assault rescued DZ after early wickets. Moments that defined a classic. Jaiswal smashes Stark for 14 in 3 balls, setting the tone. Samson retires hurt, disrupting RR's charge. Rian Parag drops Stubbs on 12, costs RR the game. Stubbs' laser throw in the 19th over prevents a double, saves 1 run. Stark's Yorkers in the 20th, unplayable under pressure. Super over implosion by RR, stunned by their own nerves. Match summary in stats. Category Delhi Capitals Rajasthan Royals. Top scorer Porul 49 Jaiswal and Rana 51 each. Best bowler Stark 1 for 36 and super over, Archer 2 for 32. Turning point Stark's 20th over Samson's injury. Impact player Tristan Stubbs Nitish Rana. What's next? Delhi climbed to the top of the points table with 5 wins from 6 and a newfound reputation for pulling off miracles. Rajasthan, still strong contenders, with their lapses in concentration and drop chances. This wasn't just a game. This was IPL at its finest, a thrilling roller coaster of skill, drama, chaos, and sheer brilliance. DC won the match, but IPL 2025 was the real winner. Stay tuned for more madness, because this season is delivering banger after banger. Shubman Guild, A New Dawn, a double masterpiece at Edgbaston. In a land where cricket is religion, Shubman Gill has just read a pair of Gospels. A double century in the first innings, a majestic 100 in the second, 430 runs in 1 test match. At Edgbaston, in the Lion's Den, he roared not once but twice. What Gill has done this week is not merely bad. He has etched his name in the halls of immortality, summoned the greats for comparison, and made every blade of grass on that ground whisper we just witnessed something historic. Bradman-esque brilliance. Let's say it boldly, this isn't just talent, it's genius. Bradman scored 974 runs in 5 tests in 1930. Gill, on track to threaten 1,000 in just this series. He's the first man in the entire history of Test cricket to score 200 and 150 in the same match. He has scored 3 centuries in 4 innings. He owns the highest Test score by an Indian in England, 269. And now, a second innings 161, fluent, fearless, and frightening. Numbers aside, it's the manner that stuns. Where Bradman danced with stats, Gill composes sonatas with the bat. There is rhythm in his wrists, poetry in his cover drives, vengeance in his pulls. He makes time feel slow, even frozen when it's at the crease. The bowler becomes a bystander, the crowd awestruck. He's not just batting. He's conducting a symphony. In the footsteps of legends and then some. Tendulkar had the technique. Dravid had the discipline. Sehwag had the audacity. Kohli had the intensity. But Gill, he might be the fusion of all, a perfect synthesis upgraded for this era. And now, as India eyes greatness in the World Test Championship and beyond, Shubman Gill may well be the face of a dynasty, not just a team. What records might he shatter? 100 international hundreds? Possible. Most test runs in a calendar year? Doable. Best all-format player ever? Already in the conversation? The man to take India to WTC glory, multiple ICC trophies, and maybe an era of world domination not seen since West Indies of the 80s or Australia in the 2000s. Don't bet against it. From Punjab to Planet Cricket, Gill has arrived. And the world watches spellbound. This isn't just another young prodigy. This is the dawn of the digital age. This is the captain of the new empire. This is Shubman Gill, and we are all just fortunate to be living in his batting era.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Potential weaknesses of India's Champions Trophy 2025 squad. While the squad for the Champions Trophy 2025 is strong on paper, a few potential weaknesses and areas of concern could affect India's campaign. Here's a detailed assessment of these vulnerabilities. 1. Fitness concerns of key players. Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah's fitness remains a significant concern. Returning from a stress-related injury, his workload management will be critical. If he isn't fully fit or has to be rested in crucial games, the bowling attack could lose its cutting edge. Kuldeep Yadav. Though Kuldeep has been training at the NCA, He hasn't played competitive cricket since November 2024. His ability to immediately regain match rhythm under high-pressure tournament conditions remains untested. Hardik Pandya. Hardik's recurring injury issues could limit his ability to contribute fully as an all-rounder. If he's unable to bowl his full quota, it could disrupt the team balance. 2. Lack of depth in specialist pacers. Limited options beyond Bumrah and Shami. With only 3 specialist fast bowlers, Bumrah, Shami, and Arshdeep, in the squad, there's minimal depth in the pace department. If Bumrah or Shami are unavailable, the reliance on Arshdeep or part-time seamers like Hardik could prove risky. Exclusion of Mohammad Siraj. Siraj's omission, despite his stellar recent performances, reduces India's ability to exploit conditions favoring swing and seam. His absence could be felt, especially if Shami or Bumrah struggle with fitness or form. 3. Over-reliance on spin all-rounders. 4 spin options in the squad. While the inclusion of Ravindra Jadeja, Axar Patel, Washington Sundar, and Kuldeep Yadav provides variety, relying on spinners to make up the bulk of overs could backfire in matches where pitches don't offer significant turn. Potential lack of penetration. If opposition teams successfully negotiate the spinners, India might struggle to take wickets in the middle overs, especially on flat tracks or under due conditions. 4. Dependence on top-order batting. Fragility in the middle order. While the top order, Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, and Virat Kohli, is world-class, there's heavy dependence on them to provide runs. If the top order collapses, the middle order comprising KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, and Hardik Pandya may lack the firepower or experience to consistently rescue the innings. Unproven left-hand options. Yashasvi Jaiswal, as the reserve left-handed batter, is talented but untested in high-pressure ICC games. If called upon, he'll need to step up quickly. 5. Lack of genuine lower-order power hitters. Tail-end batting depth. The lower-order batting, while composed of capable all-rounders like Jadeja and Axar, lacks the explosive power to accelerate in the final overs. This could hurt India in close games or while setting large totals. Dependence on Hardik Pandya. Hardik remains India's primary finisher in the lower middle order. If he fails or isn't fully fit, the team might struggle to finish innings strongly. 6. Limited match practice for some players. Long gaps between ODIs. India hasn't played 50-over cricket since August 2024. Players like Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, and Kuldeep Yadav are coming back after injury layoffs and might need time to regain match sharpness. 7. Potential issues with adaptability in Dubai conditions. Challenges with dew. Matches played under lights in Dubai are often affected by dew, making it difficult for spinners to grip the ball. With a spin-heavy attack, this could tilt the balance in favor of opposition teams during second innings. High temperatures and fatigue. The combination of intense heat and back-to-back games could test the physical fitness of the squad, especially players returning from injuries. Conclusion. While India's squad is robust and balanced overall, fitness concerns, lack of depth in specialist pacers, and over-reliance on specific players, especially in the top order and lower middle order, are areas of potential vulnerability. Addressing these challenges through effective rotation, workload management, and adaptability to conditions will be critical to India's success in the Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, Victory shines on every face. Shout India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With that involved, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's 4-1 series win, a statement of T20 dominance. India have not just beaten England in this series, they have completely outclassed them, dismantling one of the world's most powerful T20I teams with ruthless aggression and fearless cricket. This 150-run demolition in Mumbai is not just another win. It is a declaration of India's evolution in T20 cricket, a team that is no longer just strong, but truly unstoppable. This was not just a series win, but a statement of intent. India have redefined how T20 cricket is played: fearless, aggressive, and relentlessly attacking. Abhishek Sharma, the future of India's T20 dominance. This game was about one man's audacity to dream big and execute bigger. Abhishek Sharma did not just score 135 off 54 balls, he dismantled England's attack with a level of dominance rarely seen in international T20 cricket. What made Abhishek's innings special? It was not just the sheer weight of runs, it was how he scored them. His approach is a perfect example of how the modern T20 batter thinks. No fear of failure. He was willing to go for shots from ball one, without hesitation. 360-degree game. Unlike a traditional slogger, he hit classical cover drives, elegant flicks, and brutal power shots. Adapting to bowlers, not just conditions, he did not wait for bad balls. He created scoring opportunities even against good deliveries. His battle against Jofra Archer and Mark Wood was a highlight. These are 150 km/h plus bowlers, and yet Abhishek treated them like club-level pacers, stepping out to loft them over extra cover, an area traditionally risky against high pace. That's confidence. That's evolution. But what stood out the most? His composure after reaching his century. Unlike many young players who throw their wickets away in excitement, Abhishek was still looking for boundaries, still building his innings. This was not just a flash-in-the-pan knock. This was a young player announcing that he belongs at the top level. India's evolution. T20 cricket redefined. This Indian team is not just winning, it is revolutionizing how T20 cricket is played. Controlled aggression over reckless hitting. Many teams, including England, play aggressive cricket, but India's approach is calculated aggression, not mindless hitting. They don't slow down after early wickets. Look at Shivam Dube and Hardik Pandya. Even when wickets fell, they kept the run rate high, never allowing England to regain control. They play to their strengths. They don't just copy England's ultra-attacking approach. They build their own brand of high-risk, high-reward cricket. England, on the other hand, played reckless cricket in the chase. They never assessed the situation, never adapted. Their mindset was hit or get out, which cost them heavily. The bowling masterclass, targeting England's weaknesses. This wasn't just batting dominance. India's bowlers completely exposed England's biggest weakness, their middle order. England's batting unit is built for power hitting, not rebuilding. Once they lose early wickets, they collapse, and India took full advantage of that. Mohammad Shami knew exactly what lengths to bowl, fuller to challenge their big shots, short to force miscued pulls. Varun Chakravarthi and Ravi Bishnoi understood England's struggle against spin under pressure. Even Abhishek Sharma, who is not even a specialist bowler, took 2 wickets. That speaks volumes about England's poor tactical awareness. England never showed adaptability. They kept swinging for the fences when they needed a more mature chase strategy. This is where India have surpassed England. They can attack without being reckless. The Jos Buttler problem. England's tactical flaws. England's T20I approach is exciting but flawed. Over-reliance on the power play. England's entire T20 strategy revolves around getting off to a flying start. Phil Salt's explosive 55 off 23 balls proved that England can be dangerous, but the moment he got out, the entire team collapsed. Where was the anchor? Where was the player who could absorb pressure? India, on the other hand, don't rely on just one player to attack. They have a deep lineup that can maintain aggressive intent throughout. No adaptability in the middle order. When Buttler, Brooke, and Livingstone failed, England had no plan B. There was no attempt to rotate strike, rebuild, or find a different approach. India's middle order, in contrast, has players like Tilak Verma, Rinku Singh, and Shivam Dube who can switch gears based on the situation. Bowling execution. Too predictable. England's pace attack has raw speed, but India neutralized them by using their pace against them. Archer and Wood were too one-dimensional. They kept bowling fast, but India was prepared for that. Are not just the best T20 team in the world. They are redefining how the game is played. 3 wickets. They have the perfect balance of fearless youth. What this one means for India. Leadership. T20 they don't rely supremacy. On just one player. This 4-to-1 system that keeps producing match winners. So, what makes India the best T20 side in the world? Key cap: 1. They attack with intelligence, not recklessness. Keycap 2, they have depth in every department. Keycap 3, their bowling isn't just defensive, it wins matches. Keycap 4, they have a strong middle order that adapts to situations. Keycap 5, they keep finding new stars. Abhishek Sharma today, someone else tomorrow. England, despite their aggressive approach, are still playing 2019-style T20 cricket. India, on the other hand, are playing the future. Final verdict, a new era for India. This is not just a team in form. This is a dynasty in the making. With young superstars emerging, India is building a T20 legacy that could dominate for years. If they keep up this fearless, adaptable, and intelligent brand of cricket, they won't just win matches, they will change the way T20 cricket is played. This is the new India. This is the best T20 team in the world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL intensity. Punjab Kings script a historic heist against Kolkata Knight Riders in Mullanpur thriller. Result: Punjab Kings 111 Prabhavan 30, Arya 22, Rana 3 for 25, Nareen 2 for 14. Kolkata Knight Riders 95, Ravunshi 37, Chahal 4 for 28, Johnson 3 for 17. PBKs won by 16 runs. In a plot twist fit for a cricketing screenplay, Punjab Kings PBK staged a sensational comeback on Monday night, defending the lowest total ever in IPL history, a modest 111, and stunning the power-packed Kolkata Knight Riders KKR by 16 runs in front of a shell-shocked Mullanpur crowd. After suffering heartbreak in their previous match, where they failed to defend to 145, PBKs turned the tables in a jaw-dropping reversal of fortunes. Just when it seemed KKR would coast home at 62 for 2, veteran Nugi Ujinja flipped the script with 4 magical wickets, supported by aggressive spells from Marco Johnson and Arshdeep Singh that carved to the Kolkata lineup like hot knives through butter. First innings, PBK's meager meal. PBK's innings began with a short-lived bang. Prabsimran Singh and Priyansh Arya looked sharp early, racing to 39 in just 19 balls. But just as dreams of another 200-plus total were being whispered, Harshit Rana and Ramandeep Singh unleashed a flurry of short balls that rattled PBK's young top order. Within minutes, PBKs collapsed from 39 for 0 to 54 for 4. Spinners Varun Chakravarti and Sunil Narine then spun a web tighter than a drum. Glenn Maxwell and Josh Inglis were deceived by Varun's guile, and Narine's classic variations accounted for the dangerous Suyan Shej and Marco Johnson. A run-out mix-up between Arshdeep and debutant Xavier Bartlett added to the comedy of errors. PBKs ultimately crawled to 111, which seemed 50 runs too few. Second innings, the collapse hurt around the league. KKR started shakily, losing Sunil Narine and Quinton de Kock inside 2 overs. But Ajinkya Rahane and Angri Raghuvanshi steadied the ship, adding 55 with calculated aggression. At 62 for 2, it was almost a formality, 98% win probability in KKR's favor. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. Enter Jal, the leg-spinning wizard, under scrutiny after a lean patch, responded like a champion. He got Rahane LBW with a quicker one. Fox Ronshi with drift and dip lured Rinku Singh out of his crease for a stumping and snatched Ramandeep Singh's top edge on the very next ball. The scorecard suddenly read 76 for 7, the Russell tease. With KKR's hopes crumbling, Andre Russell strutted in. His season so far had been forgettable, but tonight he had other plans. He blasted Jal for 16 runs in an over, including 2 colossal sixes. A flicker of fear gripped PBKs, but Arshdeep turned executioner. Targeting Vaibhav Arora, he delivered a brutal over of short-pitch hostility, breaking bones and confidence. The final blow came as Russell bottomed his Johnson onto the stumps, triggering wild PBK's celebrations. Heroes of the night, Yuzvendra Chahal, 4 for 28, turned the match with one of the most impactful spells of the season. Marco Johnson, 3 for 17, bounds out KKR's hopes. Prabsimran Singh and Arya laid the early platform. Arshdeep Singh showed nerves of steel under pressure. Inside, a tactical masterclass in bowling. This wasn't just an upset, it was tactical genius. PBKs used pitch reports, due data, and matchups masterfully. Seamers were unrelenting with their short ball barrage while Joe slowed it down and played with KKR's minds. It's not every day you see a team lose 8 wickets for 33 runs chasing 112. Match that Nuggets. Lowest total ever defended in IPL history. PBK's 111. Chahal's 4-wicket haul brings him closer to 200 IPL wickets. Andre Russell's 16-run blitz was the highest in a single over this match. KKR lost 6 wickets in 31 balls. What next? PBK's rocket into the top 4, restoring belief in their title credentials. KKR, meanwhile, will need to regroup fast. This isn't just a loss, it's a bruising psychological blow. Punjab Kings showed that grit, guile, and game awareness can trump star power and brute strength. And in a season dominated by high scores and six-hitting carnivals, this thriller was a timely reminder that old-school bowling brilliance still wins matches. Dare to dream, PBKs. You just might be title contenders.
The rise of Shubman Gill, forged in fire, tempered by trials. When Shubman Gill was thrust into the crucible of test, leadership during one of India's most volatile overseas series in recent memory, many questioned if the gifted young stroke-maker was ready to bear the burden of captaincy. With injuries mounting, Jasprit Bumrah ruled out, Rishabh Pant still recovering, and KL Rahul in and out. Gill's transition from India's next batting superstar to Test captain felt both urgent and inevitable. But what has unfolded over the last 5 tests, culminating in a potentially historic comeback at the Oval, is the story of a player maturing in real time. 1. The flawed beginnings, missteps, and missed chances. Every good captaincy arc begins with adversity, and Gill's was no exception. Critics were quick to point out questionable field placements, an overly passive approach in Manchester, and an inability to break partnerships when England accelerated. He looked isolated at times, visibly weighed down by the sheer intensity of expectation. On day 4 at Headingley, when England chased down 371, Gill seemed out of options, the bowling plan unraveling and his fielders out of rhythm. But here's the crucial thing. He watched, he learned, and he adjusted. 2 bold changes at the Oval, a captain recast at the Oval, a new Gill emerged. Tactical patience with aggression. Instead of knee-jerk reactions, Gill trusted his bowlers. He delayed Siraj's introduction in the second innings, holding him back as a trump card, and Siraj repaid that faith with the decisive wicket of Zach Crawley at stumps on day 3. Masterful use of resources, with no Bumrah or Pant. Gill reinvented India's core, gave extended spells to Akashdeep, Jadeja, and Washington, each delivering in kind. The faith in Akashdeep as night watchman not only saved wickets, it demoralized England when he slammed 66. Crisis management. When 6 catches went down and England clawed back, Gill didn't implode. He reset field placements. He used the pitch creatively, funneling balls into awkward zones, allowing Sundar and Jadeja to probe. He didn't emulate Kohli or Dhoni. He authored his own manual quiet resilience, youthful nerve, and vision. 3. Team culture shift. Building the best test unit without Bumrah. India's historic test side's Kohli's pace quartet era. Dhoni's fortress at-home years thrived on big personalities and fierce leadership. Gill, in contrast, has crafted a team that's calm under fire, capable of collective resilience. Empowering the fringe. Karun Nair, Akash Deep, Hurrell names that once hovered outside the playing she, were given defined roles and belief. The result. Match-winning contributions when it mattered most. Adaptive strategies. Gill's India can go hard Jaiswal's, Sehwag like blitz, or grind it out. Hope like holding patterns when needed. Without Pant and Bumrah, Gill adjusted India's blueprint to make them multidimensional, not dependent on one superstar. Field presence and demeanor, Gill is rarely animated. But his intensity is internal. He patrols mid-off like a hawk, consults bowlers, and allows autonomy, especially crucial in a long series. 4. Statistical and situational brilliance, highest run scorer in the series. Over 750 runs with centuries on green tops and Seamers Havens, leading from the front. Win-draw ratio, from 2-1 down and morale battered. He steered India to a 2-2 standing with 1 day to go. This isn't just recovery. It's renaissance. Series turnaround at the Oval. The key is that mix of aggressive declarations, strategic bowling changes, and momentum control on flat day 3 and day 4 pitches. Gill never allowed the game to drift. 5. The Gill Doctrine, leadership redefined. If Kohli's leadership was a lioness roar and Dhoni's a chess master of silence, Gill's brand is an evolving symphony. Its note careful, deliberate, and daring. Approach is less about overwhelming the opposition and more about outthinking them. It's about letting Jaiswal explode. Jadeja grind and Siraj hunt, but always on his cue. He isn't perfect, but that's his greatest strength. Learns, he listens. He evolves. And in doing so, he is quietly assembling India's next test. Dynasty 1, not dependent on single stars, but built on depth, adaptability, and belief. Final thought. The Oval as a turning point. Should India win the 5th test at the Oval? It won't merely be a series draw knit, will mark the official ascension of Shubman Gill as a generational leader. To win without Bumrah Pant, Shami, or Stokes on the opposition side, while juggling form, fragile confidence, and debutante contributors, is not mere captaincy. It is alchemy. It's right now. Shubman Gill is pure gold.
Hazelwood's ruthless spell powers Australia to Barbados Test victory in just 3 days. Barbados, June 27, 2025. Josh Hazelwood roared back into the spotlight with a vintage 5-wicket haul as Australia demolished West Indies by 159 runs in a dramatic final session at Kensington Oval, sealing a crushing win inside 3 days. Having been set a challenging target of 301 on a deteriorating pitch, West Indies crumbled for 141, losing all 10 wickets in the final session of the day. Hazelwood's 5 for 43 tore through the host's brittle lineup, while Nathan Leon cleaned up the final 2 wickets in back-to-back balls to complete the rout just minutes before stumps. Australia's old guard prevails in fiery finale. Despite question marks around Australia's top order and an uneven start in the first innings, it was their reliable middle-order trio of Travers Head 61, Ball Webster 63, and Alex Carey 65 that turned the tide in their second innings. The trio added valuable runs on a pitch full of venom, lifting Australia from a precarious position to a dominant 310 all-out, giving their bowlers plenty to work with. Head, who also scored 59 in the first innings, was later named player of the match for his twin 50s. Webster and Carey combined for crucial partnerships that drove Australia's lead to just beyond 300, a psychologically daunting figure on this spicy Barbados track. Carey's elegant stroke play and fearless footwork shone as he launched a blistering assault on the second new ball, notably striking a glorious 6 straight over the sight screen, a defining moment that showcased his class and Australia's intent. West Indies collapsed in a session of chaos. West Indies entered their chase with hope, needing 301 to script a memorable victory. But in true Test cricket fashion, those hopes were shattered under the lights and pressure of day 3. Mitchell Starc made the first incision early, dismissing Craig Brathwaite for a duck. Then Hazelwood unleashed havoc, scalping Campbell, King, Chase, and Carty in quick succession, breaking the spine of the innings. Pat Cummins joined the party with a lethal delivery that skidded under Shy Hope's bat. From 49 for 1, West Indies plummeted to 85 for 7. Shamar Joseph tried to delay the inevitable with 2 monstrous sixes, but it was too little. Too late. In a fitting climax, Leon removed Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals in consecutive deliveries to wrap up the innings in the final over of the day, ensuring Australia wouldn't have to bat again or return on day 4. Tactical brilliance and ruthless execution. Captain Pat Cummins praised the middle order, stating, "Those 3 were brilliant. On a surface like that, you need players who can adapt quickly. Head, Carey, and Webster show what Test temperament is all about." Hazelwood's relentless discipline earned him his 11th 5-wicket haul in Test and cemented Australia's strength in fast bowling resources. Match summary. Innings team score. First innings, Australia won 80, had 59, Seals 5 for 60. First innings, West Indies won 90, S. Joseph 44, won 4 for 49. Second innings, Australia 310, Carey 65, Webster 63, S. Joseph 5 for 87. Second innings, West Indies 141, Hazelwood 5 for 43, Lee on 2 for 12. Result, Australia won by 159 runs. Player of the match, Travis had 59 and 61. Key takeaways. Hazelwood's rhythm and relentlessness made him virtually unplayable on this surface. Shamar Joseph's effort 9 wickets in the match continues to show promise despite West Indies' collapse. Fielding errors proved costly for West Indies. 7 drops over the match, including key chances. Australia's middle-order strength compensated for another shaky top-order showing. A thrilling encounter in the Caribbean sun, and with the series now in Australia's favour, the pressure mounts on West Indies to find answers before the second test.
South Africa dominate Afghanistan in Champions Trophy clash. Karachi, 21st February 2025. South Africa began their ICC Champions Trophy campaign with a commanding 107-run victory over Afghanistan, fueled by Ryan Rickelton's maiden ODI century and a disciplined bowling performance. The Proteas posted an imposing 315 for 6, while Afghanistan faltered in their chase, folding for 208 in 43.3 overs. Rickelton's maiden tone sets the platform. Ryan Rickelton, fresh off a successful SA20 campaign, continued his rich vein of form with a fluent 103 off 106 balls. His innings was a masterclass in controlled aggression, blending crisp stroke play with smart strike rotation. From the outset, Rickelton looked assured, dispatching boundaries whenever bowlers strayed. Partnering with Temba Bavuma, Rickelton stitched together a crucial 129-run stand for the second wicket after Tony D'Souza fell early. Bavuma, steady at first, accelerated to a well-made 58, only his second 50 away from home, before holing out to deep mid-wicket off Mohammad Nabi. Rickelton's innings was defined by his dominance against spin. His familiarity with Rashid Khan, gained during their SA20 stint with MI Cape Town, was evident as he swept, cut, and drove with precision. Noor Nahmad's inconsistent lengths further aided Rickelton's scores, while Afghanistan's sloppy fielding compounded their troubles. Rickelton reached his century with a gentle push to long off, becoming the first South African to register a tone on Champions Trophy debut. His dismissal, a bizarre run-out where his bat bounced above the crease despite being over the line, ended an otherwise flawless knock. Middle-order support and late surge. Rasi van Deerdassen, 1952, and Adin Markaram, 52*, ensured South Africa didn't lose momentum after Rickelton's departure. Both batters rotated the strike efficiently while punishing wayward deliveries. The final 5 overs yielded 51 runs, propelling South Africa past the 300-run mark, a total that always seemed beyond Afghanistan's reach. Afghanistan stumbled in the chase. Chasing 316, Afghanistan needed a strong start, but Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Angidi ensured the opposite. Rahmanullah Gurbaj fell early, top-edging an Angidi short ball to short fine leg. Sadiqullah Atal's 32-ball struggle, beaten 10 times and playing 14 false shots, ended with a run-out, while Ibrahim Jadran had his middle stump uprooted by a 148 km/h Rabada thunderbolt. At 51 for 4 after 15 overs, Afghanistan's hopes rested solely on Rahmat Shah. He fought valiantly, scoring 90 off 92 balls, but lacked support from the other end. Rashid Khan's brief cameo of 18 off 13, including 3 boundaries and a 6, offered a flicker of hope but was extinguished swiftly. Rabada finished with 3 for 36, while Vian Mulder and Angidi chipped in with 2 wickets each. Nathan Ellis, though wicketless, maintained control, conceding just 4.8 runs per over. Key takeaways. Ricalton's rise. The left-hander's century underscored South Africa's batting depth and his adaptability across formats. Pace dominance. Rabada and Angidi's relentless hard lengths stifled Afghanistan, while Mulder provided crucial breakthroughs. Afghanistan's fragility. Aside from Rahmat, Afghanistan's top and middle order struggled, exposing their reliance on a few key players. Looking ahead. South Africa's clinical win boosts their net run rate and confidence heading into tougher group stage encounters. Afghanistan, while spirited, must regroup quickly, refine their batting strategy, and sharpen their fielding to stay alive in the tournament. Ultimately, this match belonged to Ryan Ricalton, a player who seized his moment and propelled South Africa to an emphatic opening win.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind, they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
CSK crashed to fifth straight defeat as ruthless KKR humiliate hosts at Chapoik. Chapoik is no longer a fortress. On a balmy Friday night in Chennai, the Kolkata Knight Riders KKR stormed into MS Dhoni's backyard and handed Chennai Super Kings CSK their worst ever total at home, chasing down a paltry target of 104 in just 10.1 overs to win by 8 wickets. The victory was not only emphatic but symbolic. A powerhouse like CSK, 5-time champions, were dismantled in their own conditions by a side that hadn't looked as assured all season. It was CSK's 5th consecutive loss, a new and unwanted record for a team long associated with consistency and control. Nareen leads the spin assault. KKR's revival was built on a classic spin strangle, executed to perfection by Sunny Nareen, Varun Chakravarti, and Harshit Rana. Nareen in particular rolled back the years with a dazzling spell of 3 for 13, including a rare feat of bowling 4 overs without conceding a boundary, the 16th time he's done that in the IPL, the most by any bowler. Introduced early to target CSK's 2 left-handed openers, Nareen struck immediately. He dismissed Devon Conway with a wicket maiden and exposed the brittle CSK middle order within the power play. Mean Ali, returning to the 11, set the tone with a tight spell that prevented any momentum. Rachin Ravinder followed Conway soon after, and by the end of 6 overs, CSK were 31 for 2, a crawl by T20 standards and the second worst power play performance this season. CSK's middle order falters again. The cracks in CSK's lineup are now deep and obvious. Their much-wanted middle order ones again fell apart. Rahul Tripathi, brought in for the out-of-form Raj Gaikwad, played a muddled knock of 16 of 22 balls. Vijay Shankar received 2 lifelines through dropped catches but could only muster 29 of 27, struggling to find timing or confidence. And then came the collapse. From 59 for 3, CSK nosedived to 75 for 8. In a 20-over game, that is nothing short of catastrophic. The most damning phase was a 63-ball stretch without a boundary, a statistic that underlines the helplessness of CSK's batters against relentless KKR bowling. In that stretch, the only joy came via a toppage 4. MS Dhoni, brought back into the captaincy hot seat, walked into deafening cheers, but left under a cloud of uncertainty. He was trapped LBW by Nareen for a duck, and the replays showed a faint edge that stirred debate. The on-field decision stood. A tankless defense. With just 103 to defend and Madhishapana unable to bowl, CSK were down a bowler even before the first over was completed. They took the gamble of using Deep Huda as their impact player to bolster the batting, but he fell for a duck, compounding their woes. The new ball bowlers went hard searching for wickets, but in doing so, only bled runs. KKR ransacked 71 runs in the power play, effectively putting the result beyond doubt in the first 6 overs. Nareen wasn't done with just a ball. He returned with the bat to smash a 20-ball 44, snatching the chase away from CSK before they could even entertain thoughts of a miracle. A statement win for KKR. KKR finished the job in style, reached ING 107 for 2 in just 10.1 overs, led by Nareen and a calm finish from Ankrish Rwanshi and Ramla Gurbaz. The win was not just about the points. It was a statement that KKR are figuring out their combinations and, when conditions suit their ballers, they are as dangerous as any side in the IPL. CSK in crisis mode. For CSK, this is now 5 straight defeats, a run that leaves them 9th on the points table. Their batting depth has been exposed, their bowling plans haven't worked, and their star players are out of rhythm. They've now failed to chase totals above 180 in 11 consecutive attempts, and even defending middling totals has become a nightmare. Captain MS Dhoni summed it up bluntly. We need to look deep down inside. And they must, quickly. Because from here, every game could be the difference between a playoff run and a forgettable campaign. IPL 2025 Match 2 Report. Sunrisers Hyderabad vs Rajasthan Royals, March 23, 2025. Kishan's dazzling 106 powers Sunrisers to a dominant win in a run-fest thriller. Result: Sunrisers Hyderabad 286-46, Kishan 106, head 67. Deshpande 3-4-44 beat Rajasthan Royals 242-46 Jurul 70, Samson 66, Samaji 2-4-46 by 44 runs. Venue: Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium, Hyderabad. Introduction: Sunrisers blaze a new trail with power, precision, and Kishan's class. Sunrisers Hyderabad signaled their intention for IPL 2025 with a searing, record-threatening display of power hitting and precision in their opener against Rajasthan Royals. In a match that yielded a whopping 528 runs, SIH's new recruit Ishan Kishan lit up Hyderabad with scintillating, unbeaten 106 off just 47 deliveries on his franchise debut. Supported by Travis Head Blitzkrieg and supporting cars that kept the pressure on throughout, the Orange Army ran riot in their return to home turf. While Rajasthan Royals fought valiantly with half-century from Sanju Samson and Dhruv Jurul, the target proved insurmountable. Ultimately, Sunrisers walked away with a 44-run win and the loudest statement of the season's opening week. Kishan's dream debut, a 100 that roared. Kishan's innings was not just powerful, but calculated and commanding. Coming in at number 3, he quickly imposed himself on the Royals' attack, smashing 6 boundaries or sixes in his first 13 bowls. From the very first delivery he faced, Kishan looked like a man on a mission. His shot selection was clean, crisp, and devastating. Whether it was Theekshana's spin or Deshpande's cutters or Archer's pace, Kishan dismantled them all with ease. He brought up his half-century off 25 bowls, and his ton, his first ever in the IPL, off 47 bowls, raising his bat to a deafening roar from his new home fans in Hyderabad. Travis Sheck ignites the power play. SRH's early carnage was orchestrated by the dynamic duo of Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, affectionately dubbed Travishek by fans. Abhishek's early boundaries and Head's signature clean striking pushed the Royals into defensive mode almost immediately. The pair racked up 94 runs in the power play, the 5th highest in IPL history, and laid the foundation for the mountain of runs to follow. While Abhishek fell for 19, Head continued to pound the bowling, racing to 67 off 31 bowls before holing out to Deshpande. The Royals' response: Samson and Jurul bring the fight. Chasing a mammoth 287, were rocked early by Samajit Singh, who accounted for both Jaiswal and Parag in a fiery opening spell. When Mohammad Shami dismissed Nitish Rana shortly after, were tottering at 54-3. However, Samson, playing through injury and introduced as the impact player, counterattacked with flair. His 66 off 36 bowls, which included 4 towering sixes, reignited hopes of a chase. Dhruv Jurul complemented him beautifully, compiling a fearless 70 off just 35 bowls, taking the game deep. Their 111-run partnership briefly put SIH on the defensive, but Harshal Patel and Adam Zampa, deployed smartly in the middle overs, stemmed the tide. Patel dismissed Samson with a deceptive short ball, and Zampa removed Jurul, extinguishing any chance of a miraculous chase. Archer's nightmare, Royals' missed opportunity. Jofra Archer's much-anticipated return to the IPL turned into a horror show. Targeted mercilessly by SIH batters, Archer conceded 76 runs in his 4 overs, the most expensive spell in IPL history. Head's brutal assault in Archer's first over, 23 runs, set the tone, and Kishan never let the pressure drop. RR's bowling unit, save for Deshpande and Samajit, looked overwhelmed. The absence of Hasaranga in favor of Theekshana was questioned in hindsight, especially with Theekshana struggling to contain the left-handers. Key moments. Kishan's century on debut, seamless integration, sublime execution. Travishek power play, 94 in 6 overs shattered RR's rhythm. Samajit's early strikes, RR would have been blown away without his double. Samson Jural's stand, gave the Royals a sliver of hope. Harshal and Zampa finish, clinical and composed under pressure. Expert quotes. Matthew Hayden. On commentary, not sure I've seen a poorer IPL spell than Archer's tonight, but that shouldn't take away from Kishan's brilliance. It was clinical and audacious. Ishan Kishan, player of the match. I felt a lot of freedom in this setup. It helps when the team backs you to go hard. I'm just happy to contribute to a winning start. Sanju Samson. Post-match. We fought well after a poor start, but that power play really hurt us. There's still a lot to take from this game. Final word, Sunrisers send a message. SIH didn't just win, they laid down a marker. With Kishan in devastating form, Head continuing where he left off last season, and bowlers stepping up under pressure, they showed why they're a serious title contender. Rajasthan Royals, despite the loss, showed fight in patches, particularly with the bat. But they'll need to tighten up their bowling to stay competitive in this ruthless league. Final result, Sunrisers Hyderabad won by 44 runs. Player of the match, Ishan Kishan, 106 not out 47 bowls.
Shubman Gill, the flame that rekindled a nation's roar. India crushes England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. At Edgbaston, under skies once dominated by English triumphs, India scripted a thundering statement. Led by a resplendent Shubman Gill and fueled by a fiery deep, India dismantled England by a colossal 337 runs, a result as emphatic as it was historic. This was more than a win. This was India roaring back, not just into the series, but into global contention with a fire unseen since the golden eras of West Indies and Australia. And standing at the very heart of this revival is one man, Shubman Gill. A bat that speaks for a nation. Gill's breathtaking twin efforts, 269 in the first innings and 161 in the second, were innings of legend, not just for their numbers, but for their timing, their class, and their message. He batted with the serenity of, the dominance of Ponting, and the relentless focus of, but with a Gill flair all his own. No Indian captain has ever scored 430 runs in a single test, and no player in the history of the game had ever scored a double century and a 150 in the same match until now. His bat didn't just put runs on the board, it put belief in the dressing room. Bowlers fed off his calm. Fielders surged with energy. Even England looked stunned. Deep, from prospect to phenomenon. With the ball, India didn't just match England, they outclassed them. And leading their bowling charge was the tireless Deep, who ran in like a man born to make history. In the final innings, he claimed a magnificent 6-wicket haul, finishing with match figures of 10 wickets and delivering blows that shattered England's resistance and confidence. His seam movement, aggression, and consistency silenced the Holly stand and announced India's pace depth even in the absence of. He didn't just ball deliveries, he balled daggers wrapped in thunder. India, outbatting, outballing, outclassing. India outbasketballed baseball on English soil without their best fast bowler, with their young captain playing only his second test in charge. Every line of England's strategy was shredded, outlasted and outscored. India's bowlers outthought and outfoxed. India's gapped and outled and outclassed. By the end, England weren't just beaten, they were buried under a mountain of scoreboard pressure and Indian brilliance. The rise of a new era. Shubman Gill's leadership is no longer a promise. It is now a pillar of a new era, an India team that plays with grace, grit, and utter ruthlessness. The team is united, the dressing room is buzzing, and the fan base is surging with belief again. Gill's appointment as captain may well go down as the single most decisive move in modern Indian cricket, a visionary call that has already begun to reshape destiny. The series comes alive. With the series now level, India heads to Lords with momentum, confidence, and purpose. The ghosts of collapses past are exorcised. England is shaken. The world is watching. And India, led by a 24-year-old phenomenon, is roaring louder than ever.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's great escape at Old Trafford, a test of character, grit, and unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The fourth test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story, a masterclass in mental fortitude, and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-4-2 in the second innings, 300 runs still to climb, just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned KL Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum. Frustrating the bowlers and tilting the psychological scales back towards the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one. But Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience. Wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings, together they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series. Fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined. And when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes, and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched, wounded and weary, as India celebrated from the balcony. Not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field, their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper-batter Pant had exited the stage, injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate, but determined to right their own. From Root's record-breaking 152 Stokes heroics. From Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of Jadeja and Washington, this test had everything, except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1, but in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
Thunders from the deep, unleashed at Edgbaston. In the grand theatre of Edgbaston, where legends have often danced on the edge of drama and glory, a new storm rolled in, not from the skies, but from the bowling crease. Deep, India's unheralded Seema rose like a tidal force from the shadows to flatten England with a karai, defining match haul of 10 wickets, proving that even in the absence of, India's fast bowling depth is dangerously rich. The substitute that stole the spotlight. When India rested, eyebrows raised. Against an aggressive English side, minus their attack leader, many anticipated trouble. But Deep, standing in as the fifth pacer in the pecking order just a year ago, brought an energy and edge that silenced critics and shook England's top and middle order twice. His 4-4 in the first innings was clinical. His 6-4 in the second, nothing short of demolition. He bowled with bite, precision, and the rhythm of a man possessed, swinging it late, seaming it sharp, found consistent edges and disturbed stumps like a seasoned master. How he did it, analysis of a bowling masterclass. Relentless line and length, was remorseless in the channel, extracting just enough of the pitch to keep England's batters guessing, especially in the corridor of uncertainty. Smart variation, he didn't rely solely on pace. Subtle changes in angle and speed, especially from around the wicket to the left-handers, caused chaos. Duckett and Crawley were left groping at ghosts. Mental dominance? From the moment he dismissed Duckett with a jagging delivery that zipped between bat and pad, looked like he owned the pitch. The way he worked over Pope and Brooks spoke of growing tactical maturity. Nofrill's execution, in contrast to England's tendency to overdo the short stuff, kept it simple and straight. He made the ball talk, no tricks, just skill. Big match temperament, the pressure was immense, filling his boots, leading an attack on a flat deck, but handled it all with the poise of a seasoned warrior. His celebration after the 10th wicket was subdued. He knew this wasn't luck, it was labor rewarded. Man of the match, man of the moment. As India completed a resounding 337-run win, stood tall, 10 wickets for 94 runs, England demolished on their own turf. His was the kind of performance that doesn't just win tests, it announces a career. India might have been searching for a reliable third-seamer behindhand. They may now have found a lethal leader in waiting. The bigger picture, India's seam evolution. India has traditionally been known for its spin kings, but this match reminded us of a new truth. India's pace revolution is real and roaring. With resting, steady and deep exploding, this is no longer a one-man show. It's a battery, and it's locked and loaded. A thunderbolt named. For a bowler whose name means sky, deep certainly struck like lightning. In a side bursting with talent, his 10 wickets may well be the spark that redefines India's fast-bowling narrative. If this was a debut act on the big stage, one trembles at the thought of what's coming next. Edgbaston will remember his name. So will England. And now, so will the world.
From the first ball to the final call, we rise, we cheer, we never fall. I don't like cricket. I love it. I love it. Feel the fire, bring the sound. Cricket's king, the world's well playground. Say it loud, say it proud. Don't like cricket. I love it. I don't like cricket. I love it. Ball by ball, we feel the thrill. From Eden Gardens to Adelaide Hill. Big sixes fly, the stumps go down. This game's got fire in every town. I don't like cricket. I love it. Batsmen dance and bowlers hit. I don't like cricket. I love it. Hearts beat fast, we never quit. From Test to T20, we know the score. It's not just a game, it's so much more. The sound of leather, the cheer of the crowd. We bleed the colors, we shout it loud. I don't like cricket. I love it. Spin or pace, we stand and sit. I don't like cricket. I love it.
Raise your voice, don't ever quit. Say it proud, say it quick. I don't like cricket, I love it. I don't like cricket, I love it. Join the squad, we go deep. Os rolling, no time to sleep. Match reviews and killer stats with quizzes, chants, and cricket chat. I don't like cricket, I love it. Game by game, hit by hit. I don't like cricket, I love it. This is the show where passion's lit.
Locked at 387, a day of grit, glory, and gathering storms at Lord's. Day 3 at Lord's was less a cricket match and more an emotional opera, full of suspense, theater, fire, brilliance, and just the right touch of chaos. When the dust finally settled, India and England stood on exactly the same score, 387 each. Tied. Perfectly. Like a test match arm wrestle frozen in a photo finish. But the day truly belonged to KL Rahul, Rishabh Pant, Ravindra Jadeja, a trio that weathered storms, overcame nerves, and kept India's hopes alive against all odds. KL Rahul, calm, composed, and centurion again. KL Rahul walked into this match with the confidence of a man who had seen the lows and fought his way back. His innings of 100 was more than just a personal milestone. It was a statement. Controlled, elegant, unflappable, Rahul set the tone for India's innings, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. With lunch looming and Rahul stranded on 98, Rishabh Pant attempted a desperate single that led to a brilliant Ben Stokes run-out, ending their century stand and adding drama to what had been a stoic session. Rahul's eventual dismissal came 11 balls after reaching his ton, a soft ending to what had been a masterclass in temperament and timing. Rishabh Pant, unpredictable, unstoppable, unforgettable. Still recovering from injury, Pant refused to be passive. He charged Jofra Archer, attempted reverse scoops, smashed sixes, and even took on the short ball barrage from Ben Stokes. His 74 was stitched from courage and chaos quintessentially Pant. Even when reckless, his intent fired up the dressing room, the kind of spark that inflames belief. And with 88 test sixes, he's just too short of Sehwag's all-time India record. Ravindra Jadeja, the rock in the middle order. Comet the hour, Comet Sir Jadeja. His 72 off 131 balls might not earn screaming headlines, but it was the silent steal in India's innings. Archer was breathing fire. Stokes was snarling, but Jadeja stood tall, showing the technique of a top-order batter and the tenacity of a street fighter. His wicket fell with India 11 short of England's total. The tail wagged briefly, and the match was beautifully, poetically, ridiculously tied at 387. England's fire and frustration. Ben Stokes looked close to his vintage best, aggressive, confrontational, and incredibly sharp in the field. His direct hit was pure theater. His short-pitch spell was pure venom. And then there was Jofra Archer. Clocking 150-plus kilometer H, Archer produced his fastest ever test spell, hurling down lightning bolts that had Jadeja and Reddy dancing on the edge. It felt like 2019 again, only this time India didn't flinch. Despite the pressure, England couldn't force a collapse, and when England came out to bat again, the deliberate slowing down of play and exchanges with Shubman Gill only underlined the pressure cooker this test has become. Do you see the seeds? a second innings shootout at Lord's. As Day 3 closed with England 2-0, this test is now delicately poised for a second innings shootout. With Jasper Bumrah and Akash deep waiting in the wings and India's belief sky high, the momentum is subtly shifting. India has already outplayed England's bowlers across 2 tests. They've matched them in the field. Now they must bowl with control and intend to press on the advantage. England's top order is under scrutiny. Root is yet to fire in this innings, but looms large, and India's quicks are rested, hungry, and battle-tested. Key to Day 4. Early wickets. India needs to strike quickly before Root or Brooks settle. Bumrah factor. Back on his hunting ground, Bumrah could be the difference maker. Pant's fitness, his ability to keep him bat again, will influence India's strategy. Pitch behavior. Lords might flatten out, making the first 2 sessions vital. Final word. If Day 2 was about fire and domination, Day 3 was about finesse, fight-backs, and emotional swings. And now, heading into Day 4, India smells opportunity. This test is no longer just a match. It's a mental duel, a tug-of-war of intent, belief, and execution. The team that blinks now loses.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Australia sees control after pulsating Day 2 at Lord's. Leads South Africa by 218 with 2 wickets in hand as Kerry Stark steadies ship after Cummins' carnage. In a test final that refuses to pause for breath, Day 2 of the WTC Final 2025 served up another cricketing classic. 14 wickets fell again, matching Day 1's chaos as Australia tightened their grip on the championship mace. With 2 wickets in hand and a 218-run lead on a bowler-dominated pitch, the defending champions have edged ahead in a match where momentum has swung like a Lord's weather vane. Cummins the commander. 6 for 28, his best at Lord's, and milestone wicket number 300, Pat Cummins orchestrated a collapse that turned 121 for 5 into 138 all out. His spell not only eviscerated South Africa's middle and lower order, but stamped his mark as a captain who leads by a relentless example. Babam's solid 36 was the only beacon in a South African innings derailed by Australia's tactical brilliance and fielding intensity. Rabada and Njidi fight back. With Australia walking back at 212 and 74 runs ahead, it seemed their grip would tighten. But Rabada's double blow, post-tee, and lunging down his sizzling spell, 3 for 35, shattered Australia's top and middle order. Smith, Green, Head, Cummins all fell in a breathless burst as Australia crashed to 73 for 7. Carey and Stark, the resistance. Just as South Africa smelled a stunning reversal, Alex Carey 43 and Mitchell Stark batting 25 slammed the brakes on the collapse. Their 61-run, 8-wicket partnership, marked by defiance and counterpunching strokes, brought Australia back from the brink and widened the gap to a daunting 218. Jansen's late drop of Stark added to South Africa's frustration and may prove critical. The state of play. Australia 212 and 144 for 8. South Africa 138. Lead 218. Wickets in hand 2. Momentum tilting red and gold. Key insights. Back-to-back 14-wicket days show the pitch is alive but offers reward for resilience. Cummins now has 300 test wickets and remains Australia's heartbeat. Rabada and Njidi's revival kept the match alive, but South Africa's batting frailty looms large. Australia's top 3 returned only 49 runs, their worst combined performance since 1890. Extras plagued South Africa, 19 no-balls and a dropped chance to finish the day will hurt. What lies ahead? Australia will resume on day 3 with Carey gone, Stark looking stubborn, and 2 wickets left. For South Africa, early breakthroughs are non-negotiable, but chasing anything over 250 on this unpredictable Lord's track will demand their best ever 4th innings performance at the ground. History says it's unlikely, but this test hasn't followed any script. India vs. England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India vs. England Test Series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prazid, Akash Deep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brook were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woke's walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's wake shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
WTC Final 2025. History meets hope as South Africa face ruthless Australia at Lord's. Date, June 11th to 15th, 2025. Venue, Lord's Cricket Ground, London. Occasion, World Test Championship Final. Teams Australia versus South Africa. The home of cricket stages a battle for the ages. A final more than 100 years in the making returns to Lord's with historic echoes, high stakes, and a promise of drama. On one side stands Australia, seasoned, battle-hardened, and defending champions. On the other, South Africa, determined, resurgent, and perhaps finally ready to exorcise decades of unfulfilled Test dreams. 5 key talking points before the final. 1. Australia's familiar calm versus South Africa's desperate hunger. Australia arrive at Lord's like they've done this before, and they have. Since 2021, they've won the T20 World Cup, the WTC, and the 2023 ODI World Cup. Their preparation reflects that assurance. 5 days of golf in Scotland rather than net sessions in England. South Africa, by contrast, carry a heavier burden. They've never won the WTC, have only one ICC title in their covered 1998 knockout trophy, and must now challenge history and narrative. For Bavuma's men, this final isn't just a match, it's a statement. 2. Battle-hardened 11 versus a brave new order. Australia's lineup may seem experimental Labuschag as opener in green at number 3, but it's rooted in trust and depth. They've sacrificed stability for form, knowing their bowling arsenal remains potent. South Africa, on the other hand, have gone with consistency and chemistry. Their batting order is untested against Australian pace, but that also makes it unpredictable. Tristan Stubbs, Rick Helton, and David Bedingham may be unknowns in whites, but they carry fearless intent and IPL muscle memory. 3. South Africa's bowling can match the best. Forget perceptions. This South African bowling unit is fire. Rabada's aggression, Njidi's discipline, and the left arm angle of Marco Jansen make it a threat on any surface. Throw in the spin variety of Maharaj, and they've got all bases covered. But then comes Australia's awesome foursome, Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, and Lyon. Possibly the most consistent attack of the decade. This is where games will be won or lost. 4. Mental resilience versus a curse to break. South Africa's greatest opponent may not be Australia. It might be the C word, chokers. Coach Shukri Conrad has said it's unfair to burden this group with the past, but the ghosts will linger if they fall short again on a big day. Australia? They're the masters of occasion. Smith, Head, Warner, even in the twilight, and Carey all have stood up when it counts. Travis Head has back-to-back centuries in global finals. Enough said. 5. Lord's setting for a changing era? There's a poetic symmetry to this being played at Lord's. Australia have dominated English turf since 2019. South Africa, meanwhile, haven't won a test at Lord's since 2012. But this is a new team. A team not scarred by the 1999 semi-final heartbreak or the 2023 WTC snub. If Bavuma's men can stay in the moment and trust their talent, this could mark a new dawn. Prediction and final word. Key players. Australia, Travis Head, Cummins, Stark. South Africa, Rabada, Bavuma, Stubbs. X factor, the toss. Batting first in a final at Lord's can be defining. Verdict, Australia's start favorites. But South Africa, fueled by history, hunger, and heart, are ready to shock the world.
The rise of Shubman Gill, forged in fire, tempered by trials. When Shubman Gill was thrust into the crucible of Test leadership during one of India's most volatile overseas series in recent memory, many questioned if the gifted young stroke maker was ready to bear the burden of captaincy. With injuries mounting, Jasprit Bumrah ruled out, Rishabh Pant still recovering, and KL Rahul in and out. Gill's transition from India's next batting superstar to Test captain felt both urgent and inevitable. But what has unfolded over the last 5 tests, culminating in a potentially historic comeback at the Oval, is the story of a player maturing in real time. 1. The flawed beginnings, missteps, and missed chances. Every good captaincy arc begins with adversity, and Gill's was no exception. Critics were quick to point out questionable field placements, an overly passive approach in Manchester, and an inability to break partnerships when England accelerated. He looked isolated at times, visibly weighed down by the sheer intensity of expectation. On day 4 at Headingley, when England chased down 371, Gill seemed out of options, the bowling plan unraveling, and his fielders out of rhythm. But here's the crucial thing. He watched, he learned, and he adjusted. 2. Bold changes at the Oval, a captain recast. At the Oval, a new Gill emerged. Tactical patience with aggression. Instead of knee-jerk reactions, Gill trusted his bowlers. He delayed Siraj's introduction in the second innings, holding him back as a trump card, and Siraj repaid that faith with the decisive wicket of Zach Crowley at stumps on day 3. Masterful use of resources, with no Bumrah or Pant, Gill reinvented India's core. He gave extended spells to Akash Deep, Jadeja, and Washington, each delivering in kind. The faith in Akash Deep as night watchman not only saved wickets, it demoralized England when he slammed 66. Crisis management. When 6 catches went down and England clawed back, Gill didn't implode. He reset field placements. He used the pitch creatively, funneling balls into awkward zones, allowing Sundar and Jadeja to probe. He didn't emulate Kohli or Dhoni. He authored his own manual, quiet resilience, youthful nerve, and vision. 3. Team culture shift, building the best test unit without Bumrah. India's historic test sides, Kohli's pace quartet era, Dhoni's fortress at home years, thrived on big personalities and fierce leadership. Gill, in contrast, has crafted a team that's calm under fire, capable of collective resilience. Empowering the fringe, Karane Akashdeep Juro. Names that once hovered outside the playing 11 were given defined roles and belief. The result? Match-winning contributions when it mattered most. Adaptive strategist. The guilds India can go hard, Jeswell Seawag like Blitz, or grind it out, Hope, like Holden patterns when needed. Without Pan and Boomerang, you adjusted India's blueprint to make them multidimensional, not dependent on one superstar. Field presence and demeanor. Gil is rarely animated, but his intensity is internal. He patrols mid-off like a hawk, consults bowlers, and allows autonomy, especially crucial in a long series. 4. Statistical and situational brilliance. Highest run scorer in the series, over 750 runs with centuries on green tops and seamless havens. Leading from the front. Win-for ratio. From 2-1 down and morale battered, he steered India to a 2-2 standing with 1 day to go. This isn't just recovery, it's renaissance. Series turnaround at the Oval. The key? That mix of aggressive declarations, strategic bowling changes, and momentum control on flat day 3 and day 4 pitches. Gill never allowed the game to drift. 5. The Gill Doctrine, leadership redefined. If Kohli's leadership was a lion's roar and Dhoni's a chess master's silence, Gill's brand is an evolving symphony, each note careful, deliberate, and daring. His approach is less about overwhelming the opposition and more about outthinking them. It's about letting Jeswell explode, Jadid, Jagrind, and Siraj hunt, but always on his cue. He isn't perfect, but that's his greatest strength. He learns, he listens, he evolves. And in doing so, he is quietly assembling India's next Test dynasty, one not dependent on single stars, but built on depth, adaptability, and belief. Trophy final thought. The Oval as a turning point. Should India win the 5th Test at the Oval, it won't merely be a series drawn. It will mark the official ascension of Shubman Gill as a generational leader. To win without Bumrah, Pan, Shami, or Stokes on the opposition side, while juggling form, fragile confidence, and debutant contributors, is not mere captaincy. It is alchemy. And right now, Shubman Gill is pure gold.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc.
we face. Your mind rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
E-Cup. Royal challengers are champions at last. 3rd June 2025. In a moment of vindication 18 seasons in the making, Royal Challengers RCB finally etched their name into the annals of IPL history, lifting their first ever IPL trophy in front of a thunderous crowd at Stadium. For the man wearing the number 18, this was the culmination of a journey riddled with heartbreak, near misses, and relentless loyalty. As he embraced us in the aftermath, you could almost hear a nation exhale. This wasn't just a win, it was redemption. The final showdown. RCB 190 for 9, 43, 3 for 40, Jamieson 3 for 48. PBKS 184 for 761 not out, Inglis 39, 2 for 17, 2 for 38. RCB won by 6 runs, leads, but it's a team that seals the dream. It wasn't most explosive innings, 43 of 35 balls, but it was gritty, composed, and strategic. On a sticky track that offered uneven bounds, recognized early that 190 might be enough. His battle against the pitch was as fierce as any opponent, and while others felt trying to force the pace, the RCB stalwart held the innings together. But this night wasn't his alone. Turn back the clock with a bowling masterclass 2 for 17, tying up the middle overs with subtle changes of pace and razor-sharp awareness. Under pressure in the death overs, found just enough swing and control to keep the dangerous PBK's batters in check. With a blazing cameo of 24 of 10, turned the tide late in the first innings with audacious strokes that forced PBKs to rethink their chase strategy. Brave resistance, so near, yet so far. For PBKs, the final was both thrilling and agonizing. Almost played the innings of his life, smashing 61 of 30 in a valiant final assault that included 6-4, 6-6 in the last over. But meeting 29 of 6 was always a tall ask, even for a man possessed. They were haunted by the dismissals of Final and Inglis, both of whom looked set to break the game open. Year's dismissal, eerily reminiscent of the 2023 World Cup final, stopped BBK's momentum just as it was building. Ingles' breathtaking assault was cut short by Scunning, turning the tide at a crucial moment. Despite their aggressive intent and deep batting, BBKs couldn't quite pull off another miracle. They fell just 6 runs short, and RCB's dream finally came true. Champions born of heartache. For a franchise that had often been ridiculed for failing to close out big games, RCB's resilience shone through. They shrugged off the ghosts of 2009, 2011, and 2016. They silenced critics who said they were a team of stars, but not winners. And for India's modern cricketing gladiator, this was perhaps the sweetest moment of his career. He didn't need a century to script the final act of this saga, just a win. I've played this game with all my heart, and finally, we are champions, said eyes misty, fists raised. Key turning points. His dismissal of C halted BBK's steady start. Romario Shepherd's wicket flipped the match's momentum. And Hazelwood's late overs choked the scoring despite heroics. Quickfire 24 helped RCB post a defendable total. This 3-wicket last over kept BBKs alive, but left too much for the final push. The legacy begins. This is more than a title, it's the lifting of a curse. RCB now joins the elite group of IPL champions. Name will no longer be followed by an asterisk in IPL legacy debates. For BBKs, it's back to the drawing board, but they depart as warriors who electrified this tournament and won hearts. Their captain became the first player to lead 3 different franchises to IPL finals, a feat worthy of celebration. Eke up forever. RCB are no longer the nearly men. They are IPL 2025 champions. And in that final huddle, under the stadium lights, a dream 18 years in the making was fulfilled.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soared, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner
devotion's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Butler, Brilliance, and Siraj's homecoming firepower flattened RCB as Titans charge ahead. Venue, M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, Belgayuru. Date, 2nd April 2025. Result, Gujarat Titans won by 8 wickets with 13 balls remaining. The roar of the Chinnaswamy faithful was hushed twice. First, by the unlikeliest antagonist, their once beloved pacer Monsuch, who lit up the power play with furious accuracy and emotion. Then, by the clinical brilliance of Jos Buttler, who remained unbeaten on 73, dismantling RCB's challenge with a calm yet commanding chase. Gujarat Titans GT not only ended RCB's winning streak, but did so at their fortress with calculated ruthlessness. What started as a stirring redemption arc for Siraj ended as a reminder that Buttler, when composed, can make any total feel insignificant. Siraj's statement, "Revenge served fast and full." If there's ever been a more personal spell in this IPL, it might be hard to find. Discarded by Royal Challengers Bengaluru before the mega auction, Siraj walked into the cauldron of Chinnaswamy with nothing but fire in his belly and a point to prove. What followed was a near-perfect power play spell, full of venom and precision. Clocking speeds above 145 km per hour, Siraj took the pitch out of the equation and zeroed in on the stumps, a rare blend of hostility and discipline. Padikkal was bowled trying to charge down the track. Phil Salt was dismantled. His off-stump rattled after a 105-meter six the ball before. Later, Liam Livingstone, RCB's best hope, was bounced out and caught the cap of a stirring performance. Siraj figures, 3 for 19 in 4 overs, including 14 dots, were not just numbers. They were a message. This wasn't just about wickets. This was emotion, redemption, and a celebration of relentless hard work. His iconic Sioux celebration, it returned, but not for the home crowd. RCB faltered before mid-innings revival. Despite losing 4 wickets inside 6.2 overs, RCB clawed their way back to 169 for 8, thanks in large part to Liam Livingstone 54 and a fiery cameo from Tim David 32 off 18. For much of the innings, RCB were stuck between consolidation and acceleration. After Salt, Padikkal, Paradar, and Kohli were all dismissed in single digits, it was up to Jitesh Sharma and Livingstone to rebuild. Jitesh's 33 of 20 included powerful pulls and late cuts, but he fell just when he started to look dangerous. Livingstone dropped twice in surviving a misstumping, finally found his rhythm, taking on Rashid Khan like few dare to. In 1 over, Livingstone smashed Rashid for 3 massive sixes, bringing up his 50 and pushing RCB toward a somewhat respectable total. But with wickets falling in clusters and GT spinners like Sai Kishore applying the brakes 2 for 24, RCB had no momentum heading into the death. Still, 64 runs in the final 5 overs gave them hope. Butler and Sudarsan, smooth operators in the chase. Gujarat Titans' reply was calm and calculated. Despite losing skipper Shubman Gill early for 8, Sai Sudarsan 49 of 32 and Joe's Butler made the target look trivial. Their stand of 75 of 48 balls was laced with timing, placement, and the occasional boundary flourish. Subarsan, all elegance and intent, fed off Butler's presence, while Butler picked his moments to accelerate. Bhuvneshwar Kumar was effective with the new ball, but once the power play ended, RCB's bowlers lacked bite. Butler shifted gears seamlessly, moving from 25 of 20 to 73 not out of 39, never really looking troubled. When Sudarsan fell 1 short of a deserved 50, in came Sherfane Rutherford, whose clean hitting 30 runs not out of 17 took GT home in a canter. Their unbroken 63-run stand of 32 balls flattened any RCB hopes and finished the match with 13 balls to spare. Match summary: Royal Challengers Beru 169 for 8. Livingstone 54 of 39, Jitesh 33, David 32. Siraj 3 for 19, Sai Kishore 2 for 24, Ishant 1 for 27. Gujarat Titans 170 for 2 of 17.5 overs. Butler 73, Sudarsan 49, Rutherford 30. Bhuvneshwar 1 for 23, Hazelwood 1 for 26. Result: Gujarat Titans won by 8 wickets. Player of the match, Mohammad Siraj. Talking points and tactical triumphs. Siraj's power play impact. RCB were rocked by Siraj's discipline and pace, a spell of raw intent and tactical bowling that set the tone for the match. Livingstone's one-man show. He was lucky to survive early but cashed in spectacularly, especially against Rashid Khan, whom he punished for 39 runs of 17 balls. Butler's anchoring masterclass, a vintage display, controlled, measured, and aggressive when needed. He never allowed RCB to claw back. GT's use of spin and slower ball bowlers. On a slower pitch, Sai Kishore, Rashid, and Hardik mixed up their pace brilliantly. Even Ishant Sharma played his role by taking pace off at the right time. RCB struggles. Top order collapse. 42 for 4 in the power play left them playing catch-up. Middle order carrying the burden. Despite Livingstone and David's fireworks, the lack of partnerships hurt them. Bowling lackluster at the death, once Hazelwood and Bowie were done, GT's batters found little resistance from the rest of the attack. Final word. Gujarat Titans look formidable again, adaptable, strategically sharp, and brimming with match winners. If Mohammad Siraj continues to bowl like this, and Butler continues to lead chases like a maestro, GT will once again be one of the hardest sides to beat in IPL 2025. RCB, meanwhile, need to reassess their top-order game plan. Power play failures, over-reliance on late surges, and limited bowling depth beyond Hazelwood and Bowie could haunt them deeper into the tournament.
Prabhsimran ignites PBKS charge as Kings outclass Lucknow Super Giants. Date: 1st April 2025. Venue: Mohali. Result: Punjab Kings beat Lucknow Super Giants by 8 wickets with 20 balls to spare. Punjab Kings, PBKS may have started the season quietly, but with 2 clinical wins in 2 games, they are now roaring with confidence. On Tuesday evening, it was all about Prabhsimran Singh's dazzling 69, a clever bowling display spearheaded by Arshdeep Singh, and Shreyas Iyer's smooth finishing touch that dismantled Lucknow Super Giants, LSG in Mohali. LSG's 171 for 7, once thought to be par, quickly looked undercooked the moment Prabhsimran walked out. With effortless aggression and incredible timing, he put PBKS in cruise control. And once he departed to a remarkable boundary catch, Iyer took over the wheel and drove the Kings home with an unbeaten 52, reaffirming PBKS' depth and intent in IPL 2025. LSG's misfire, top-order blows and pants woes. Opting to bat on a red soil surface with some bite early on, LSG's innings never truly gained stability. Mitchell Marsh's Golden Duck, caught off the first ball he faced, set the tone for a wobbly start. Adin Markaram, despite looking fluent with a few boundaries, fell for 28 to Lockie Ferguson's clever inside-edge-seeking delivery. The big concern continues to be Rishabh Pant, who is enduring a torrid IPL with scores of 8, 7, and now just 2 in his first 3 innings. PBKS used Glenn Maxwell's off-spin as the perfect matchup, and Pant once again fell prey. His strike rate of 65.38 this season, given his price tag and reputation, is causing serious tension in the LSG camp. Pooran, Badoni and Samad inject fire, but too late. Amid the chaos, Nicholas Pooran tried to resurrect the innings with a typically flamboyant 44 off 30. He pierced gaps, muscled boundaries, and launched counterattacks even against Yuzvendra Chahal's guileful wrist spin. But Chahal, calm as ever, had the last laugh, floating a slower wrong and wide that Pooran miscued straight to long off. Ayush Badoni and Abdul Samad then gave the innings its late pulse, hammering 47 runs in just 21 balls to lift LSG to 171. The highlight? Samad's outrageous reverse scoop for 6 over the keeper, followed by a 20-run over against Arshdeep that momentarily stunned the hosts. Yet, Arshdeep would return. Both Samad and Badoni were caught in the final over as PBKS closed the innings with crucial momentum. Arshdeep's 3 for 43 was expensive but effective. Prabhsimran sparks the run chase. With the ball coming on better in the second innings, Prabhsimran Singh wasted no time. He took advantage of the hard new ball and LSG's pace-heavy attack, finding gaps, clearing boundaries, and dancing down the track with purpose. In a 34-ball blitz, he clobbered 6 fours and 4 sixes, treating Shardul Thakur and Avesh Khan with disdain. Pant's move to bring in Digvesh Rathi, LSG's mystery spinner, nearly worked when Marsh dropped a sitter at slip, but Rathi got Priyansh Arya soon after. But Prabhsimran wasn't done. He slog-swept Ravi Bishnoi twice in 1 over and switch-hit M. Siddharth for 4. When he finally perished for 69, thanks to a brilliant boundary relay catch between Badoni and Bishnoi, PBKS needed only 62 off 59. The damage was done. Shreyas Iyer, calm amid the chaos. If Prabhsimran was fire, Shreyas Iyer was cool, calm, and calculated. Knowing the chase was well under control, he paced his innings beautifully, pushing ones and twos, punishing the odd bad ball, and rotating strike with ease. He raised his half-century in style and remained unbeaten on 52 off 30 balls, his timing as smooth as ever. Alongside him, Nehal Vadhera played the supporting role to perfection, finishing unbeaten on 24 off 19 as the pair added an unbroken 67-run partnership. PBKS sealed the deal with 20 balls to spare, making it one of the more dominant run chases of the tournament so far. Match summary. Lucknow Super Giants, 171 for 7 off 20 overs. Pooran 44 off 30, Badoni 41 off 24, Samad 23 off 10. Arshdeep 3 for 43, Maxwell 1 for 17, Ferguson 1 for 29. Punjab Kings, 177 for 2 from 16.4 overs. Prabhsimran 69 from 34, Iyer 52 not out from 30, Vadhera 24 not out of 19. Rathi 2 for 30. Result, Punjab Kings won by 8 wickets. Player of the match, Prabhsimran Singh. Talking points. PBKS winning without overseas firepower, neither Ferguson, Maxwell, nor Johnson dominated the headlines, the Indian core stepped up, and that's huge for PBKS moving forward. Pant's slump deepens, 3 games, just 17 runs, and a troubling strike rate. Questions will rise, and LSG may have to re-strategize. Samad's rise, Abdul Samad is slowly turning into one of the most dangerous late-over batters in IPL, and he's loving his new responsibility. PBKS bowling flexibility, mixing up new ball roles, introducing Maxwell early, and utilizing Arshdeep at the death, PBKS are showing tactical fluidity. Final word. With back-to-back wins, Punjab Kings have quietly become one of the early title favourites. They're not relying on flashy overseas signings, but on smart strategies, domestic depth, and role clarity. In contrast, LSG need to patch leaks quickly, especially with Pant's form, middle-order frailty, and erratic death bowling. As the IPL 2025 caravan rolls on, keep your eyes on Prabh Simran and Iyer. Their form could just be the heartbeat of PBKS this season.
KL Rahul silences Jinnaswamy with sublime 93 as Delhi Capitals humble RCB again asterisk. In a contest brimming with momentum shifts and raw emotion, it was KL Rahul, the local boy turned visitor, who had the final word. His commanding, unbeaten 93 of just 53 balls led the Delhi Capitals to a stirring 6-wicket win over Royal Challengers Bangalore, extending DC's unbeaten run in IPL 2025 and leaving RCB still winless at home. The night had begun with fireworks for RCB as Phil Salt came out all guns blazing. In an exhilarating opening burst, Salt tore into the Delhi Capitals' attack, particularly targeting Mitchell Starc in an over that yielded 30 runs. Smashing 3 sixes and 4 boundaries in just 17 balls, Salt helped RCB race to 53 without loss in just 3 overs, their second fastest team 50 in IPL history. However, the euphoria in the stands quickly evaporated. A miscommunication between Salt and Virat Kohli led to a run-out, triggering a dramatic collapse. Devdutt Padikkal struggled to get going, managing only 1 of 8 balls before falling to Mukesh Kumar. With the openers gone and momentum lost, RCB's middle order came under pressure. Enter Kuldeep Yadav and Vipraj Nigam. On a surface often dubbed a graveyard for spinners, the Delhi duo turned the tide with a masterclass in control and deception. Nigam removed Kohli, who miscued an attempted lofted drive, while Kuldeep baffled the batters with his variations, accounting for Jitesh Sharma and Rajat Patidar. Krunal Pandya also fell to Nigam, and suddenly RCB had slumped to 125 for 7 by the 18th over. Only Tim David offered resistance at the back end of the innings. With 4 sixes and the boundaries in a brisk 37 of 20 balls, David's late onslaught ensured RCB had something to ball at, finishing on 163 for 7. While not a daunting total by Jinnaswamy standards, it was enough to give their bowlers hope, at least momentarily. Delhi's chase began on shaky ground. Fab du Plessis fell early, mistiming Yash Dayal to mid-off, and Jake Frizzemaker continued his quiet season with a top edge of Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Abhishek Porel became Bhuvneshwar's second victim, and by the end of the power play, DC were reeling at 39 for 3. When Krunal Pandya trapped Axar Patel in the 9th over, Delhi had slid to 58 for 4, and the atmosphere inside the stadium buzzed with expectation. That was when KL Rahul took charge. Until the 11th over, Rahul had struggled for fluency. He was 29 of 29 balls, out of rhythm, and had already survived a difficult chance on 7. But from that point on, he was a man transformed. Together with Tristan Stubbs, he stitched together an astonishing counterattack. The pair added 111 runs in just 41 deliveries, turning the match on its head with sheer timing and composure. Rahul began his assault with a pair of classy boundaries against Liam Livingstone. He followed that up with a merciless takedown of George Hazelwood, scoring 22 runs in 1 over with a flurry of 4s and a towering 6. Stubbs played his part too, reverse sweeping Krunal to the boundary and lofting Suyash Sharma for 4 and 6 in the same over. The required run rate, which had hovered around 11 at one point, melted away. With just 18 balls left, Delhi needed 19. Yash Dayal returned, but Rahul was already in overdrive. He smashed the sixes over fine leg and pulled a thunderous boundary to finish the chase with authority. As the winning six sailed into the night sky, Rao roared and slammed his bat into the turf. A celebration of dominance, relief, and homecoming rolled into one. His 93 not out, built with finesse and power, turned the game after DCs when probability had dropped to 14% earlier in the innings. It was an innings that not only highlighted Rao's class but also stamped Delhi's credentials as genuine contenders this season. For RCB, it was another case of what might have been. After such a blistering start with the bat and a strong power play with the ball, they once again let the game slip. Their spinners failed to exert control, and their pace bowlers crumbled under pressure. Despite Salt's early fireworks and Tim David's late surge, their total proved insufficient. Delhi Capitals, meanwhile, remain unbeaten, now 4 games in, looking like one of the most well-rounded sides in the tournament. For KL Rahul, the match was personal, and he delivered with performance for the ages.
Marsh, Puran Masterclass helps LSG edge past KKR in Eden Thriller. LSG survive KKR scare in high-scoring classic at Eden Gardens. Lucknow Super Giants LSG pulled off a thrilling 4-run win against Kolkata Knight Riders KKR in a high-scoring contest at Eden Gardens, where more than 470 runs were scored and several moments flipped the script. Despite Nicholas Puran's blistering 87 not out of 36 balls and Mitchell Marsh's solid 81, it took a late collapse by KKR's middle order and some tight death overs from LSG to seal the win. Power hitters dominate, Marsh, Markaram and Puran go big. Sent in to bat first, LSG piled up their second highest IPL total of 238 for 3. The start was led by Mitchell Marsh 81 of 44 and Adin Markaram 47, who combined for 99 runs, the best opening partnership of the season so far. The duo attacked the shorter leg side boundary relentlessly, punishing pace with flicks, pulls, and power cuts. They took Spencer Johnson and Harshit Rana to task in particular. Markaram fell to Harshit, but Marsh kept up the tempo, notching a 36-ball 50. Then came Nicholas Puran. Puran entered with intent and launched a calculated assault. He started with clean cuts and built into audacious stroke play against spinners and pacers alike. He brought up his 50 off just 21 balls and took 24 runs off an Andre Russell over that featured 3 boundaries and 2 towering sixes. Despite losing Marsh and Markaram, Puran and the finishers ensured LSG ended strong. Vaibhav Arora and Harshit bowled commendably in the final overs, with well-directed Yorkers limiting what could have been a 250-plus score. KKR's blazing reply and sudden collapse. KKR began their chase with aggression, hammering 90 in the power play, the highest of IPL 2025. Ajinkya Rahane 61 of 35 and Venkatesh Iyer 45 were in sublime touch, adding 71 of 40 for the third wicket. Sunil Narine, too, gave them a flying start, despite falling in the 7th over leg spinner Digvesh Rathi. Rahane's timing, elegance, and aggression had Eden buzzing. But his dismissal, chipping to cover off Shardul Thakur, sparked a collapse. From 162 for 2 in the 13th over, KKR slumped to 195 for 7 by the 18th. Rinku Singh tried to salvage the chase with a 15-ball 38 not out, including some crisp strikes in the final over, but it was too late. The collapse was led by Bishnoi removing Ramandeep Singh, Avesh Khan dismissing Angakrish Raghuvanshi, Akash Deep and Thakur picking up Venkatesh and Russell, respectively. Shardul Thakur's 18th over, despite earlier leaking runs, was a game-turning effort, showcasing control under pressure. LSG's tactical brilliance in the death overs. LSG stuck with 5 bowlers and rotated them intelligently. They refrained from bowling spin to Dubey and timed Bishnoi and Rathi's overs strategically. The decision to bowl spin at the death was bold, and it paid off with Bishnoi tightening things up in the penultimate overs. Their fielding, especially Markaram's catch at long off and Pant's gloves behind the stumps, proved crucial. Match summary. LSG to 38 for 3 Puran 87, Marsh 81, Markaran 47, Harshit to for 51. KKR 234 for 7 Rahane 61, Venkatesh 45, Rinku 38, Thakur 2 for 52. LSG won by 4 runs. Final word. This game was a spectacle of attacking batting, tactical twists, and high-pressure nerves. For LSG, Puran's return to form and Marsh's stability are huge boosts. For KKR, the inability to finish a solid start with composure will be a concern. As IPL 2025 heats up, this thriller may go down as one of the most memorable clashes of the season so far.
IPL 2025, top 10 batsmen so far, who's dominating the race for the orange cap. We're nearly halfway to the IPL 2025 season, and the race for the orange cap is heating up, with consistent fireworks across grounds and some surprise entries climbing the ranks. Here's your updated look at the top 10 batsmen of the season so far. No major shakeup in the top 3, but the real story is who's quietly moving into the spotlight. 1. Nicholas Puran, LSG. Runs 245, strike rate 190 plus. Puran is setting the pace this season. With his mix of flair and power, he's been LSG's match winner-in-chief, turning games single-handedly. Whether it's clearing the ropes or anchoring chases, Puran looks unstoppable. 2. Bisai Sudarsan GT. Runs 230 plus consistency king. Sudarsan has quietly emerged as one of GT's most valuable players. Blending elegant stroke play with match awareness, he's already compiled 3 half-centuries. A rising star shining bright. 3. Mitchell Marsh LSG. Runs 220 plus 50s, 4 in 5 innings. Marsh is making a serious orange cap statement. Every time he walks out, runs follow. He's hammering pace, bullying spin, and doing it all with ruthless regularity. He's in red-hot form, and LSG are reaping the benefits. 4. Joes Butler GT. Runs 203 explosive opener. GT's dynamo has quietly racked up to 100-plus runs. Even without his trademark big centuries, Butler has laid strong platforms every time. With him still warming up, expect fireworks in the second half of the tournament. 5. Ajinkya Rahane KKR. Runs 200-plus, underrated finisher. Yes, you read that right. Rahane, with a calm 20 on a slow chip-o pitch, quietly became the 5th man to pass 200 runs this season. He's reinvented himself as a composed finisher, and KKR are loving the veteran's cool touch. 6. Suryakumar Yadav MI. Runs 190 plus, strike rate high 170s. Sky's shot-making remains outrageous. He's not quite peaked yet, but even his cameos light up the innings. If he strings together a few big scores, expect him to rocket up the charts. 7. Virat Kohli RCB. Runs 185 plus. The king is consistent. Kohli's back to his calculated best, building innings, rotating strike, and accelerating just when needed. While others blast, he balances. And as always, he's the heartbeat of RCB's batting. 8. Rajat Pradar RCB. Runs 180 plus vertical bar middle order muzzle. In an RCB lineup full of stars, Paradar's clean hitting has stood out. He's already played a couple of match-winning knocks and is proving he can dominate spin and pace alike. A quiet hero for Bengaluru. 9. KL Rahul DC. Runs 180 plus, match winner mode activated. Fresh of a stunning 93 against RCB at his home ground, Rahul is finding his rhythm. Once again, he's anchoring Delhi Capital's innings while accelerating when needed. A few more knocks like that, and he's climbing fast. Sparkles 10. Ruturaj Gaikwad, CSK. Runs 170 plus vertical bar, solid but needs more support. The CSK skipper has been steady at the top, but with little support from the middle order, his efforts often go in vain. Still, His technique and timing remain top class. Bar chart in summary, the 200-run club. Nicolas Puran LSG 245. B. Sai Sudasan GT 230 plus. Mitchell Marsh LSG 220 plus. Jose Butler GT 203. Ajinkya Rahane KKR 200 plus. And the rest? Breathing down their necks. The orange cap race is far from over. Expect drama, big knocks, and new contenders in the coming weeks. Who's your pick for the orange cap this season? Drop your predictions below. And stay tuned for our next Top 10 update. As the IPL 2025 Purple Cap race, ballers rise as batting fireworks continue. While the 2025 IPL season has been ablaze with power-packed batting and record-breaking sixes, it's the ballers quietly stacking up game-changing spells, fighting toe-to-toe in the race for the prestigious Purple Cap. At this crucial juncture, one name stands tall above the rest, Noor Ahmed of Chennai Super Kings. Noor Ahmed holds on. But for how long? Afghanistan's left-arm mystery spinner Noor Ahmed got off to a dream start, scalping 9 wickets in just his first 3 games. Although his wicket-taking pace has slowed, grabbing only 1 wicket in each of his last 3 games, his consistency keeps him to clear at the top with 12 wickets at a stellar average of 13.16. His best? A fiery 4 for 18, which derailed the top order in vintage CSK style. But with the chasing pack closing in, Noor will need another big haul soon to retain his grip on the cap. Hardik Pandya, captain, all-rounder, wrecking ball. The revival arc of Hardik Pandya in IPL 2025 is sensational. The MI captain's new ball destruction has been pivotal. 10 wickets in 4 matches, including a blistering 5 for 36, the best bowling figures of the season so far. With the lowest bowling strike rate among the top 10, just 8.4 balls per wicket, Hardik is steamrolling opponents. He may have conceded runs at 8.57 RPO, but MI isn't complaining as long as he continues knocking over opposition top orders. Titans of Gujarat, Siraj and Sai Kishore Power GTs surge. Gujarat Titans sit top of the table, and it's not just their batters who have delivered. Their bowling unit, too, is humming. Our Sai Kishore, with 10 wickets in 5 games, has been GT spin spearhead. His miserly economy of 7.25 on batting-friendly wickets stands out, as does his control in the middle overs. Mohammad Siraj, meanwhile, has returned with 10 wickets, including a breathtaking 4 for 17 that rattled SRH. Siraj's bounce and reverse swing under lights have turned him into GT's go-to strike bowler. GT are the only side with the bowlers in the top 5, a testament to their all-round dominance. Khalil Ahmed and the curious case of CSK's fight back. In a CSK squad struggling for consistency, Khalil Ahmed has emerged as a bright spot. His 10 wickets in 6 matches, including 3 for 29 against DC, have been crucial in applying pressure despite CSK's struggles elsewhere. His economy of 8.91 may raise eyebrows, but he's often bowled at the death when chaos reigns. Chasing back, Stark, Kuldeep and the X-Factors. Mitchell Stark DC made headlines with his maiden 5-wicket haul in T20 as 5 for 35. With 9 wickets in 4 matches, he's averaging just 15.44. Shardul Thakur LSG has been the chaos agent, 9 wickets, high economy 10.82, but game-changing bursts. Kuldeep Yadav DC is quietly brilliant, 8 wickets, including multiple middle-over strangleholds. His economy of 5.56 is the best among the top 15. Varun Raikikar is spinning it big again. His tight control, 6.39 economy and clever variations make him a tough nut to crack. Honorable mentions Hazelwood, Krenal and Rathi. Josh Hazelwood RCB, always dependable, has 8 wickets, keeping RCB in games with his calm death bowling. Krenal Pandya RCB boasts the best strike rate 12.85 among spinners in the top 15, including a spectacular 4 for 45 in a match-winning spell. D. Grace Rati LSG rounds out the list with 7 wickets in 5 games, proving his mettle with economical middle overs and timely breakthroughs. Purple Cap Watch. What lies ahead? As the IPL 2025 heats up, with pitches wearing down and slower surfaces dominating the second half, spinners like Kuldeep, Chakravarti and Rati might become even more dangerous. Meanwhile, the Pacers, Siraj, Stark and Hardik will be licking their lips at night matches and power plays. Expect this leaderboard to keep shifting, and possibly even see someone like Rashid Khan or Harshal Patel making a late dash. Who's your purple cap favorite for 2025? Will Noor hold on? Will Hardik's storming comeback continue? Or is Kuldeep quietly spinning his way to the crown? Stay tuned. The IPL 2025 Purple Cap race is far from over, and it's shaping up to be a thriller till the very last match.
Gujarat Titans vs Sunrisers Hyderabad, 6th April 2025. Siraj's fiery spell and Gill Washington combo hand SRH 4th straight defeat. Result: Gujarat Titans 153 for 3, Gill 61, Washington 49, Shami 2 for 28 beat Sunrisers Hyderabad 152 for 8, Reddy 31, Siraj 4 for 17, Sai Kishore 2 for 24, Prasidh 2 for 25, by 7 wickets. Venue: Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium, Hyderabad. Introduction: Titans steamroll SRH as slide continues. A clinical Gujarat Titans side handed Sunrisers Hyderabad their 4th straight defeat of the season, chasing down 153 with 7 wickets and nearly 4 overs to spare. It was a game where local hero Mohammad Siraj made an emotional and emphatic return, tearing through SRH's top and lower order with a career-best 4 for 17, while Shubman Gill and Washington Sundar led a methodical chase on a slow surface. SRH's innings lacked momentum and authority, and despite a cameo from Pat Cummins and a spirited middle-order fight from Nitish Reddy, they never truly recovered from the blows delivered by Siraj early in the innings. Siraj's dream homecoming. Hyderabad-born Mohammad Siraj rose to the occasion in front of his family and home crowd, delivering a spell that defined the match. He dismissed Travis Head with a trademark wobble seam delivery after Head had taken him for 2 early boundaries. Then came Abhishek Sharma, miscuing to mid-on in Siraj's 3rd over of the power play, his 100th IPL wicket. Siraj returned at the death to clean up Aniket Verma and Simarjeet Singh, finishing with 4 for 17 in a superb display of seam, swing, and precision. His celebration showed what it meant, an emotional release from the hurt of national omission and a signal that he's back at his best. SRH's batting malfunction, again. SRH, playing at home on a slow, black soil pitch, were again undone by poor shot selection and a lack of adaptability. Their first 6 came in the 13th over, and they managed only 2 in total. After Siraj's early strikes, the middle order offered resistance but couldn't shift gears. Reddy's 31 was the top score, but no batter took charge or imposed themselves. Even the usually explosive Klassen and Maxwell struggled to rotate strike consistently. Pat Cummins added a late 22 off 9 balls, but it was more cosmetic than competitive. Titans tamed the chase. SRH got a glimmer of hope when Cummins removed Jose Butler for a duck, but Washington Sundar and Shubman Gill quickly extinguished it. Promoted to number 4, Washington played with freedom and awareness, smashing 23 runs in the power play and finishing with 49 off 29 balls, the highest IPL score of his career. Gill, meanwhile, remained the anchor, seamlessly blending elegance and precision. His unbeaten 61 off 43 balls was the glue holding GT's chase together. Once Sundar fell attempting to reach his half-century, Sherfane Rutherford took over. He unleashed a barrage of boundaries against Abhishek Sharma, sealing the game with a 6, a 4, and a couple of singles as GT crossed the target in the 17th over. Tactical mastery and composure. GT's bowling plans were precise. Sai Kishore and Prasidh Krishna kept the pressure after Siraj's breakthroughs. Their spinners, though not needed in abundance, kept things tight, not allowing any easy runs. The batting, on the other hand, was anchored in communication and trust. Gill and Washington kept recalibrating their approach, capitalizing on SRH's bowling changes. Cummins and Shami were effective early, but once they finished their spells, the attack lost bite. SRH's decision to leave out Rahul Chahar in favor of Simarjeet didn't pay off, and the middle overs execution, especially post-power play, lacked imagination. What they said. Mohammad Siraj, when the ball is listening to you, it gives a different feeling. I wasn't selected for India, but I prepared for this. I'm enjoying my bowling now. Shubman Gill, people talk a lot about batting in T20s, but we believe bowlers win games. That's where our emphasis is. Washington Sundar, I was told to go deep and bat with intent. This pitch suits chasing, and we read it well. Pat Cummins, tough pitch to get fluency. We started well but faded. Depth and consistency with the ball were missing. Key performers. Mohammad Siraj, 4 for 17, lethal power play and death spells. Shubman Gill, 61 not out of 43 balls, composed anchor. Washington Sundar, 49 of 29, attacking intent, stabilizing presence. Sai Kishore and Prasidh Krishna, controlled middle overs. Pat Cummins, 22 and 1 for 18, lone bright spot. Final word, Titans in control, SRH in crisis. With 3 wins on the trot, Gujarat Titans are quietly building momentum. Their all-round balance, calm leadership, and clarity in roles are setting them apart. Sunrisers, meanwhile, find themselves staring at an identity crisis. The feared batting unit looks meek, and the bowling lacks depth post Cummins and Shami. Unless they recalibrate soon, IPL 2025 could slip away quickly. Final result, Gujarat Titans won by 7 wickets. Player of the match, Mohammad Siraj, 4 for 17. Rajasthan Royals vs Punjab Kings. Jaiswal, Archer and Royals in sync as PBKS suffer first loss in Mullanpur. Result, Rajasthan Royals 205 for 4, Jaiswal 67, Parag 43 not out, Samson 38, Ferguson 2 for 37 beat Punjab Kings 155 for 9, Vadhera 62, Maxwell 30, Archer 3 for 25, Sandeep 2 for 21, Thikshana 2 for 26 by 50 runs. Venue, Maharaja Yadvindra Singh International Stadium, Mullanpur. Introduction, Royals tick every box in a commanding win. Rajasthan Royals executed a near-flawless performance on both sides of the innings to dismantle a spirited Punjab Kings outfit by 50 runs in Mullanpur. It was a match where everything on the Royals' wish list came true. Yashasvi Jaiswal returned to form, Riyan Parag exploded at the death, and Jofra Archer delivered a vintage spell of hostile pace bowling. Royals became the first team to breach the 200-run mark at Mullanpur, and then backed it up with a collective bowling performance that left Punjab Kings reeling and eventually deflated. For PBKS, it was their first loss at their new home and a timely wake-up call. Jaiswal and Samson lay the groundwork. Yashasvi Jaiswal had a nervous start against the swinging new ball from Arshdeep Singh and Marco Jansen. After mistimed pulls and streaky edges, he settled in with a ramp and slog off Jansen to get his innings going. Sanju Samson, leading the side on the field for the first time this season, looked far more assured early on. By the end of the power play, the Royals were 53 for 0, setting the tone for a strong batting display. Samson's innings ended trying to up the ante against Lockie Ferguson, but not before contributing 38 in a 71-run opening stand. Jaiswal, having grown into the innings, moved from 46 off 39 to a brisk 67, including big hits of Chahal and Stoinis. His knock helped Ara reach a strong platform before departing in the 13th over. Parag powers the finish. Riyan Parag took time to adjust but exploded late with a flurry of boundaries. From 12 off 14, he finished on 43 off 25 balls. His shift in gears was crucial, especially with cameos from Nitish Rana, Hetmeyer, and Jural adding to the late burst. Marcus Stoinis, economical early, was taken apart at the end, conceding 36 runs in his final 2 overs as Ara rocketed past 200. Archer's thunderous opening. PBK's chase was derailed before it began, thanks to a masterful first over from Jofra Archer. First ball, Priyansh Arya bowled by an absolute peach at 144.6 km per hour. Fourth ball, Shreyas Iyer cleaned up by a 148.6 km per hour thunderbolt. Archer was back to his brutal best, and the scoreboard showed it: 4 balls, 2 wickets, 0 runs. The early strikes set the tone. Marcus Stoinis chipped a return catch to Sandeep Sharma, and Prabhsimran Singh holed out to deep mid-wicket off Karthikeya. Vadhera and Maxwell offer hope. At 40 for 4, PBKS were in tatters, but Nehal Vadhera and Glenn Maxwell stitched an 88-run standoff 54 balls to breathe life into the chase. Maxwell used ramps and reverse hits effectively, while Vadhera played down the ground and over extra cover with elegance. Their partnership offered PBKS a flicker of hope as the run rate was kept in check temporarily, with 75 needed off 30 balls after the 15th over. The spin clamped down. Mahesh Thikshana and Vanindu Hasranga ensured the momentum didn't last long. Their tight lines and tempting lengths outside the hitting arc frustrated PBKS. The spinners' defensive tactics paid off. Maxwell was caught at long off trying to force the issue off Thikshana, and Vadhera was out slog sweeping Hasranga immediately after. From that point, PBKS collapsed, hitting just one boundary in the final 5.4 overs as wickets stumbled and hopes faded. Key performers: Yashasvi Jaiswal, 67 off 40, a return to form after early season struggles. Riyan Parag, 43 not out 25, accelerated perfectly at the death. Jofra Archer, 3 for 25, lethal with pace and control. Sandeep Sharma and Thikshana, 2 wickets each, clinical middle-overs execution. Nehal Vadhera, 62 off 45, lone bright spot for PBKS. Final word: Royals on a roll, Kings stumble at home. Rajasthan Royals delivered a well-rounded performance in Mullanpur, blending explosive batting with intelligent bowling. With Archer firing and spinners in control, they look like a unit peaking at the right time. Punjab Kings, despite promising signs from Vadhera and Maxwell, were always chasing the game. They'll need to regroup quickly as the tournament intensifies. Final result: Rajasthan Royals won by 50 runs. Player of the match: Jofra Archer, 3 for 25. Power-packed and composed, LSG hold nerve to seal 6th win over MI despite Hardik's heroics. Lucknow Super Giants to 0-3 for 8 beat Mumbai Indians 191 for 5 by 12 runs. LSG now lead the head-to-head 6-1. In a game brimming with tension, tactics, and tantalizing momentum swings, Lucknow Super Giants maintained their dominance over the Mumbai Indians, scripting a clinical 12-run victory at home despite a dazzling 5-wicket haul by MI captain Hardik Pandya. This was LSG's 6th win in 7 IPL encounters against the 5-time champions, and while the headlines may laud Hardik's record-setting bowling performance, it was the strategic mastery of Mitchell Marsh, Adin Markaram, and the calm execution by LSG's bowlers, particularly Shardul Thakur, Avesh Khan, and the rising enigma Digvesh Rathi, that sealed the deal. The final stretch, death bowling masterclass. With 52 runs needed from 24 balls, Mumbai had the advantage. Suryakumar Yadav was in fluid touch, unbeaten on 67, and Tilak Verma was set at the other end. But cricket, especially T20 cricket, turns quickly. Avesh Khan's pivotal 17th over tilted the game when he removed Suryakumar with a well-executed slower ball. That dismissal, with Sky sweeping a wide delivery straight to deep square leg, broke Me's rhythm. Hardik entered with intent, but Rathi stifled scoring in the 18th, conceding just 5 runs. Shardul Thakur's penultimate over was nothing short of surgical. With 24 needed off 12 balls, Thakur's mix of yorkers and wide-angle deliveries restricted MI to just 7 runs. Then came a tactical call from the MI dugout. Tilak Verma was retired out to bring in Mitchell Santner, but the ploy fizzled as Avesh held his nerve in the final over. Hardik began with a mighty 6, but the rest of the over yielded just 3 more runs. Avesh's yorkers were spot on, and the 22-run target proved too steep. Collision symbol Sky lights up the night, Dheer provides the spark. Naman Dheer set the tone for Mees chase with a fearless 46 off just 21 deliveries. His composure and clean striking allowed Suryakumar to settle into a rhythm. The duo recovered from the early loss of Will Jacks and Ryan Rickalton, both falling 2 mistimed slogs. Sky's 43-ball 67 was vintage, flicks, scoops, drives, it had all the hallmarks of his repertoire. His ability to thread the field made even good deliveries disappear to the boundary. But Mees' middle order couldn't keep pace. While Tilak remained unbeaten, he struggled for fluency and eventually was sacrificed in a tactical substitution. The Marsh Markaram Launchapat. Put into bat, LSG flew off the blocks, racking up 69 in the power play. Mitchell Marsh, who survived a caught-behind chance off the very first over, made full use of the reprieve. His 60 off 31 balls included thunderous strokes down the ground and 2 majestic sixes. It was the Marsh of old, confident, commanding, and explosive. Adin Markaram, calm and efficient, provided the perfect foil. His 53 off 38 balls wasn't just about strike rate, it was about holding the innings together after Marsh's departure. Markaram mixed classical drives with the occasional big shot, reaching his 50 off 34 balls. Hardik Pandya's record-breaking spell. Despite an eventual loss, Hardik Pandya etched his name in the record books. His 5 for 36 was the best-ever bowling figure by an IPL captain, surpassing Anil Kumble. His scalps included the prized wickets of Nicholas Pooran, undone by a slower bouncer. Rishabh Pant, caught at mid-off with a mistimed flick. Markaram, falling to an off-cutter at the death. David Miller and Akash Deep, both gone in the final over. His mix of pace-off deliveries, slower balls into the pitch, and cutters worked well on the sticky Lucknow surface. Without Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik led the bowling with aplomb. But in the end, he was left with too much to do. Digvesh Rathi, the game-changer. In a match full of stars, Digvesh Rathi quietly spun his way into the spotlight. The unassuming spinner, often compared to Sunil Narine for his action, bowled 4 overs for just 21 runs and picked up the crucial wicket of Dheer. He not only stifled boundaries but created pressure in the middle overs, a phase MI were banking on to tee off. Key tactical moments. Marsh's non-dismissal early on changed the tone of LSG's innings. LSG promoting Markaram to open proved successful. Tilak's tactical retirement was bold but backfired. Hardik bowling at the death, a move necessitated by Bumrah's absence, was both brilliant and unfortunate. Shardul and Avesh saving their best for the end, LSG used them at the right time. Match summary. LSG, 203 for 8, Marsh 60, Markaram 53, Badoni 30, Hardik 5 for 36. MI, 191 for 5, Suryakumar 67, Dheer 46, Avesh 1 for 36, Thakur 1 for 32, Rathi 1 for 21. Result, LSG won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Mitchell Marsh. His power play blitz set the platform for LSG's commanding total and proved decisive. Final takeaway. For Mumbai, Hardik Pandya's all-round brilliance was a silver lining, but the inability to capitalize on middle overs momentum and lack of death overs dominance hurt them once again. For Lucknow, it was a complete team effort, smart batting, tactical use of spin, and composure in the death overs. If LSG continue this form, they could be serious contenders this season. Mumbai Indians vs Royal Challengers Bengaluru, 7th April 2025. RCB survive Hardik Tilak storm to break 10-year Wankhede curse. Result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru to 21 for 5, Kohli 67, Patidar 64, Hardik 2 for 45, Bolt 2 for 57 beat Mumbai Indians to 09 for 9, Tilak 56, Hardik 42, Krunal 4 for 45, Hazelwood 2 for 37, by 12 runs. Venue, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai. Introduction, RCB end another long drought in a thriller. RCB continued their jinx-breaking spree in IPL 2025 by clinching their first win at the Wankhede Stadium in a decade, just days after ending a 17-year drought at Chepauk. In a high-scoring clash filled with big hits, standout performances, and late drama, they held their nerve to edge past Mumbai Indians by 12 runs. It wasn't a cruise despite posting a massive 221, as Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma threatened to pull off a miraculous heist. But the composed Krunal Pandya and death bowling brilliance from Hazlewood and Bhuvneshwar secured the crucial win. Kohli's intent lights the fuse. Trent Bolt started proceedings with his 31st first-over wicket in the IPL, but it was all RCB after that. Devdutt Padikkal responded immediately with a boundary, and the aggression never stopped. Virat Kohli, often an anchor, flipped the script with a blazing 29-ball 50, his fastest since 2019. Kohli took 36 off 19 balls in the power play and displayed rare aggression against spin, unleashing slog sweeps in the middle overs. His early charge set the tone, allowing Patidar to settle at the other end. Patidar's middle-order firepower. Hardik Pandya initially choked the flow with his wide lines and pace variations, picking up the key wickets of Kohli and Livingstone in the same over. But Rajat Patidar turned the tide, launching into Hardik and dismantling Santner's figures with 20 off a single over. Patidar went from 8 off 10 to a 33-ball 64, creating the platform for a big finish. Jitesh Sharma joined the onslaught, smashing 24 off just 8 balls as Bolt leaked 57 in his 4 overs, his most expensive IPL spell. Despite 3 clinical overs from Bumrah, who conceded only 14, RCB pushed the total to 221 for 5. Hazlewood and Suyash stalled the chase. The MI chase began in stuttered fashion. Hazlewood's tight lengths and Suyash Sharma's unorthodox action created early pressure. Hazlewood removed Rickalton with help from a sharp DRS call, and after the power play, MI had only 41 on the board. Suryakumar Yadav, unable to find rhythm, laboured to 8 off 13 before falling to Suyash. With Will Jacks also failing to accelerate, MI needed a miracle with 123 required off the last 8 overs. Hardik and Tilak spark hope. Enter Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma. The pair added 89 off 34 balls, injecting belief into Me's camp. Tilak took 17 off Suyash's final over and raced to a 29-ball 56. Hardik was electric, smashing 42 off just 15 balls with a mix of straight lofts and flicked sixes. From a near-impossible equation, MI brought it down to 41 off the final 3 overs. Krunal, Bhuvneshwar and Hazlewood delivered a death bowling masterclass, yorkers, slower balls, and variations that kept MI at bay. Krunal's final blow. With 19 needed off the final over, Krunal Pandya was handed the responsibility. Bowling to his former side, he kept his composure. He dismissed Santner and Deepak Chahar, denying MI the boundaries they craved. Krunal's 4 for 45 were his best IPL figures and the final dagger in Me's hopes. Key performers. Virat Kohli, 67 from 38, blistering knock that set the tone. Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33, high-impact middle-order innings. Hardik Pandya, 42 from 15 and 2 for 45, an all-round spark that almost stole the game. Tilak Verma, 56 from 29, smart acceleration and stroke play. Krunal Pandya, 4 for 45 from 4, nerves of steel in the final over. Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 37, clinical execution in both power play and death. Final word, RCB saw, MI stagger. RCB will be elated with another statement win away from home, and the breaking of long-standing venue hoodoos. Kohli's intent, Patidar's power, and Krunal's poise were key ingredients in this balanced performance. For MI, this was a missed opportunity. Despite the late fireworks, they remain plagued by inconsistent top-order starts and leaking runs at the death. 2 losses in a row will ring alarm bells, especially with their bowling depth stretched. Final result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33. Venkatesh blasts, Arora strikes, and KKR crush SRH by 80 runs in statement victory. There are thrashings, and then there are warning shots fired to the rest of the league. Kolkata Knight Riders delivered the latter at Eden Gardens with a performance that fused resilience, power, and ruthless pace, bowling to hand Sunrisers Hyderabad their biggest ever IPL defeat by runs, a humbling 80-run margin. After a solid foundation laid by Ajinkya Rahane and the rising star Angakrish Raghuvanshi, KKR exploded in the final overs thanks to a vintage Venkatesh Iyer blitz and a finishing touch from Rinku Singh to post 200 for 6. What followed was a bowling demolition, led by Vaibhav Arora's early triple strike and Varun Chakravarti's middle-over wizardry, which broke the backbone of SRH's supposedly formidable top order. KKR's fight back begins with the bat. The innings didn't start smoothly. KKR were struggling at 17 for 2, with Sunil Narine and Quinton de Kock dismissed cheaply, both failing for the second game in a row. De Kock's woes against short-pitched bowling continued, and Narine's attacking instincts again betrayed him. But the middle order rose. Ajinkya Rahane, calm and classic, and Raghuvanshi, bold and brutal, combined for an 81-run partnership. They hit a combined 7 boundaries and 4 sixes, mostly targeting SRH's inconsistent fast bowlers. Raghuvanshi, in particular, peppered the leg side with some disdainful flicks and pulls. Then came the acceleration. After Rahane's dismissal 38 of 27, Venkatesh Iyer picked up the baton. He didn't just score a half-century, he sent a message. A 29-ball 60 laced with 5 fours and 4 sixes, including a withering assault in the 19th over against Pat Cummins. Even with Harshal Patel delivering a decent final over, KKR's death overs yielded 78 runs, and they reached a daunting 200. SRH's star-studded top order blown away. If the Eden crowd was still buzzing after Venkatesh's fireworks, they were positively roaring moments later. Enter Vaibhav Arora. First came Travis Head, undone by a clever change of pace, mistiming a simple catch to mid-off. Then Abhishek Sharma fell to Harshit Rana, poking tamely to slip. And when Ishan Kishan drove straight into Rahane's safe hands at cover, SRH had slumped to 9 for 3 inside 2.1 overs. The once explosive, Trevisan opening pair had self-destructed. In came Henrik Klassen, SRH's middle-order anchor, but the fight back never truly materialized. He attempted resistance, striking a few boundaries in a top score of 33, but fell to Arora's second spell, top-edging a slower ball to backward point. Meanwhile, KKR squeezed relentlessly. Sunil Narine and Varun Chakravarti bowled 5 overs of spin straight through the middle, giving away just 33 runs and snaring 2 key wickets. Varun nearly even took a hat-trick in the 16th over. The final wicket stumbled with little resistance. SRH were bowled out for 120, a total that not only marked their lowest against KKR but also highlighted serious flaws in their batting approach this season. Vaibhav Arora and Venkatesh Iyer, stars of the night. Arora's 3 for 29 was not just clinical, it was destructive, dismantling the famed top order with smart variations and probing lengths. Backed by Harshit Rana and Russell's short spells, KKR's quicks outclassed SRH's celebrated power hitters. Venkatesh, meanwhile, was a man transformed. Known for his silken stroke play, this was a statement knock, precise, powerful, and perfectly timed. Eyes what this means. KKR jumped from bottom to 5th, showcasing their depth and intent as defending champions. SRH slide to last, reeling from a 3rd straight loss and the ignominy of being bowled out under 130 for the second time in 4 days. Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, the heroes of SRH's opener, are now under pressure after back-to-back failures. SRH's think tank, led by Cummins and Boucher, will now need to rethink their batting combinations and middle-order game plan. Key stats and moments. KKR's 200 was their highest total this season. SRH's top 3 contributed just 8 runs, their second worst start ever. Raghuvanshi's second IPL 50 in 3 innings cements his place as a future star. SRH's 80-run defeat is their biggest loss by runs in IPL history. Final word. This was more than just a win for Kolkata Knight Riders, it was a reassertion of dominance. With players like Venkatesh, Rinku, and Arora firing, and spin strangulation as reliable as ever, the Knights seem to have shrugged off their Mumbai misfire and are galloping toward the top. As for SRH, their explosive style might bring fireworks, but unless they address the fragile top order and muddled middle, the season might explode for all the wrong reasons. Delhi Capitals vs Chennai Super Kings, 5th April 2025. KL Rahul anchors as Delhi Capitals outclass CSK to break 15-year Chepauk drought. Result: Delhi Capitals 183 for 6, Rahul 77, Khalil 2 for 25 beat Chennai Super Kings 158 for 5, Vijay 69 not out, Nigam 2 for 27 by 25 runs. Venue: M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. Introduction: Fortress Chepauk breached again. For the second time in IPL 2025, Chennai Super Kings suffered defeat at their home ground to a side that had not beaten them there in 15 years. This time, it was Delhi Capitals who rewrote the script with a comprehensive 25-run win that not only broke a long-standing jinx but also exposed chinks in CSK's famed armour. KL Rahul, stepping in for the rested Faf du Plessis, crafted a vital 77 of 51 balls to anchor DC's innings. The bowlers, led by Khalil Ahmed and debutant Vipraj Nigam, choked CSK's chase with discipline and precision, turning Chepauk into unfamiliar territory for the hosts. KL Rahul's measured masterclass. Opening the innings, Rahul took his time to assess the slow, dry pitch. He was 25 off 20 balls before shifting gears, thanks largely to his calculated assault on Noor Ahmed, the tournament's leading wicketaker. With finesse and timing, Rahul took 20 off Noor's 9 deliveries. He dissected the field with sweeps, pulls, and even a delicate reverse scoop off Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh bore the brunt of Rahul's aggression, conceding the most boundaries, 40% of DC's total. Rahul's eventual 77 was a lesson in adapting to conditions, accelerating when set, and anchoring when needed. DC's innings lost a bit of momentum toward the end, as Rahul managed just 16 runs off his final 13 balls. Still, the foundation he laid proved invaluable. DC's controlled finish. While Rahul held one end, cameos from Abhishek Pauril 29 and Tristan Stubbs 26 ensured DC crossed 180. Though no batter exploded in the death overs, the innings was built on intelligence rather than brute force. They understood the pitch and the venue and backed their bowlers to defend a competitive total. CSK's shaky start and familiar failings. Chasing 184, CSK stumbled early. Rachan Ravindra was undone by Mukesh Kumar's slower delivery that held in the pitch. Rituraj Gaikwad struck a clean pull off Mitchell Starc, only to pick out the deep fielder. At 20 for 2 in the third over, the pressure was already telling. CSK have not chased down a total above 180 in the last 6 seasons, a trend that looked destined to continue as DC's bowlers suffocated the middle order. Vijay Shankar's laboured innings. Vijay Shankar's unbeaten 69 of 54 balls summed up CSK's batting woes. He scored just one boundary in his first 31 deliveries, struggled to find timing, and nearly ran himself out twice. Despite surviving, he couldn't find fluency on a sluggish pitch. His grimaces and frustrated reactions painted the picture. While CSK hit out on 38 balls and found the boundary just 12 times, DC were successful 21 times from 37 attacking deliveries, a clear indicator of which side managed the conditions better. Dhoni's early arrival, quite impact. For once, MS Dhoni walked out in the 11th over, not the 19th. With the top order collapsing, there was little choice. Dhoni, playing in front of his parents for the first time, scored 30 off 26 balls, including one boundary and one six. Despite the emotional moment, the innings lacked punch. CSK fans, who often erupt at the mere sight of Dhoni, watched in eerie silence as the legend fought a losing battle. Bowling brilliance, Nigam and Kuldeep star. Vipraj Nigam continued to impress, picking up 2 wickets and conceding just 27 runs. His dismissal of Moeen Ali, who was beaten in flight, set the tone. Kuldeep Yadav delivered the ball of the match, a killer googly that castled Ravindra Jadeja. Starc and Khalil complemented the spinners by varying pace and lengths, never letting CSK settle. CSK's numbers tell the story. Jadeja has not completed his full quota of overs in 4 matches. Ashwin has bowled 4 overs only twice. CSK have hit the fewest sixes in the tournament. Their middle order, positions 4 to 7, average just 21.76 with a strike rate of 116.94, the lowest in the league. These stats reflect deeper issues with balance and strategy. Final word, DC rising, CSK reeling. Delhi Capitals executed their plans perfectly, win the toss, bat first, post a par plus score, and let their bowlers choke the chase. KL Rahul's composed 77, backed by disciplined bowling and alert fielding, handed DC a memorable win. For CSK, back-to-back defeats at home raise serious questions. Their aura at Chepauk is fading, and unless the middle order steps up and spin combinations are used better, more heartbreaks may follow. Punjab Kings vs Chennai Super Kings, 8th April 2025. Arya's record century crushes CSK as Punjab Kings extend Chennai's misery. Result: Punjab Kings to 19 for 6, Arya 103, Shashank 50 to not out Khalil to for 45, beat Chennai Super Kings to 0-1 for 5, Conway 69, Dubey 42, Ferguson to for 40 by 18 runs. Venue, Mullanpur. Introduction: Arya ignites IPL with record-breaking tone. The IPL 2025 continues to dazzle, and this time it was 24-year-old Priyansh Arya who lit up the tournament with a blistering 103 off just 42 balls, the fastest century by an uncapped Indian and joint 4th fastest in IPL history. His audacious assault propelled Punjab Kings, PBKS to 219, a total that ultimately proved too steep for Chennai Super Kings, CSK, who slumped to their 4th consecutive loss. This defeat deepens CSK's batting woes as they failed once again to chase a target over 180, their 11th such failed attempt since 2020. Arya's explosive knock. Arya walked out with a reputation forged in Delhi Premier League folklore, having hit 6 sixes in an over. His IPL breakthrough, however, was forged in a cauldron of missed chances and ruthless punishment. Dropped twice, once by Khalil Ahmed on 6 and again by Vijay Shankar on 35, Arya made CSK pay dearly. He clobbered 28 off Ashwin's 4 overs and took Pathirana for 22 in 1 over to bring up his century in the 13th over. Arya's knock included 9 fours and 8 sixes, exuding fearless stroke play and composure. The highlight was his back-to-back sixes over point and mid-wicket against Pathirana, an exhibition of hand speed and timing. Middle-order muscle, Shashank and Jansen finished strong. After Arya's dismissal, PBKS didn't let momentum slip. Shashank Singh took over seamlessly, belting an unbeaten 52 off 29, and found an equally willing partner in Marco Jansen 34 not out. Their unbroken 65-run stand pushed PBKS to 219. The pair played innovative shots, including Jansen's no-look 6 and Shashank's audacious loft over Ashwin as CSK's fielders and bowlers wilted under pressure. CSK's sloppy fielding and another faltering chase. CSK were their own worst enemy early on, dropping 5 catches and offering Arya 2 lives. With the ball, Ashwin 48 for 2 and Pathirana 51 for 1, from their allocations, were expensive, unable to contain PBKS's middle-over surge. Despite a decent start to the chase, Conway and Ravindra added 59 in the power play, the middle order couldn't hold firm. Conway batted fluently but eventually retired out on 69 off 49, leaving too much for Dhoni and Jadeja. Rituraj Gaikwad fell cheaply, while Shivam Dubey played a brisk 42 but was dismissed before the final push. PBKS used clever matchups, withholding spin from Dubey and unleashing Chahal against Dhoni late in the chase. Dhoni arrives, but too late. With CSK needing 49 off the final 13 balls, Conway retired out to give Dhoni room. The legend hit 3 sixes, briefly igniting hope, but the required rate had climbed too high. A mistimed flick of Yash Thakur in the final over sealed the match in PBKS's favour. Key moments. Priyansh Arya, 103, 42, a record-breaking innings full of intent. Shashank Singh, 50 to not out of 29, composed and destructive in the death. Marco Jansen, 34 not out of 15 played crucial cameos at the end. Devon Conway, 69 of 49, steady but lacked acceleration. Shivam Dubey, 42 of 25, spark in the middle that faded. Fielding lapses, 5 dropped catches critical for CSK's downfall. Final word, PBK's rise, CSK stumble. Punjab Kings will be elated with this statement win, not just for the points, but for the arrival of a young star in Arya. His fearless century has set the tone for their campaign. CSK, meanwhile, must go back to the drawing board. Their fielding woes, failure to close out chases, and over-reliance on the top order continue to haunt them. The Dhoni cameo once again came too late to reverse the tide. Player of the match, Priyansh Arya from 103 from 1942.
CSK crashed to fifth straight defeat as ruthless KKR humiliate hosts at Japoik. Japoik is no longer a fortress. On a balmy Friday night in Chennai, the Kolkata Knight Riders KKR stormed into MS Dhoni's backyard and handed Chennai Super Kings CSK their worst ever total at home, chasing down a paltry target of 104 in just 10.1 overs to win by 8 wickets. The victory was not only emphatic but symbolic. A powerhouse like CSK, 5-time champions, were dismantled in their own conditions by a side that hadn't looked as assured all season. It was CSK's 5th consecutive loss, a new and unwanted record for a team long associated with consistency and control. Nareen leads the spin assault. KKR's revival was built on a classic spin strangle, executed to perfection by Sunny Nareen, Varun Chakravarti, and Harshit Rana. Nareen in particular rode back the years with a dazzling spell of 3 for 13, including a rare feat of bowling 4 overs without conceding a boundary, the 16th time he's done that in the IPL, the most by any bowler. Introduced early to target CSK's 2 left-handed openers, Nareen struck immediately. He dismissed Devon Conway with a wicket maiden and exposed the brittle CSK middle order within the power play. Mean Ali, returning to the 11, set the tone with a tight spell that prevented any momentum. Rachin Ravinder followed Conway soon after, and by the end of 6 overs, CSK were 31 for 2, a crawl by T20 standards and the second worst power play performance this season. CSK's middle order falters again. The cracks in CSK's lineup are now deep and obvious. Their much-wanted middle order ones again fell apart. Rahul Tripathi, brought in for the out-of-form Raj Gaikwad, played a muddled knock of 16 of 22 balls. Vijay Shankar received 2 lifelines through dropped catches but could only muster 29 of 27, struggling to find timing or confidence. And then came the collapse. From 59 for 3, CSK nosedived to 75 for 8. In a 20-over game, that is nothing short of catastrophic. The most damning phase was a 63-ball stretch without a boundary, a statistic that underlines the helplessness of CSK's batters against relentless KKR bowling. In that stretch, the only joy came via a toppage 4. MS Dhoni, brought back into the captaincy hot seat, walked into deafening cheers, but left under a cloud of uncertainty. He was trapped LBW by Nareen for a duck, and the replays showed a faint edge that stirred debate. The on-field decision stood. A tankless defense. With just 103 to defend and Madhishap Rana unable to bowl, CSK were down a bowler even before the first over was completed. They took the gamble of using Deep Huda as their impact player to bolster the batting, but he fell for a duck, compounding their woes. The new ball bowlers went hard searching for wickets, but in doing so, only bled runs. KKR ransacked 71 runs in the power play, effectively putting the result beyond doubt in the first 6 overs. Nareen wasn't done with just the ball. He returned with the bat to smash a 20-ball 44, snatching the chase away from CSK before they could even entertain thoughts of a miracle. A statement win for KKR. KKR finished the job in style, reached ING 107 for 2 in just 10.1 overs, led by Nareen and a calm finish from Ankrish Rwanshi and Ramla Gurbaz. The win was not just about the points. It was a statement that KKR are figuring out their combinations and, when conditions suit their bowlers, they are as dangerous as any side in the IPL. CSK in crisis mode. For CSK, this is now 5 straight defeats, a run that leaves them 9th on the points table. Their batting depth has been exposed, their bowling plans haven't worked, and their star players are out of rhythm. They've now failed to chase totals above 180 in 11 consecutive attempts, and even defending middling totals has become a nightmare. Captain MS Dhoni summed it up bluntly: we need to look deep down inside. And they must, quickly. Because from here, every game could be the difference between a playoff run and forgettable campaign.
Titans rise to the top, Sudarshan and Prasidh orchestrate commanding victory over Royals. Ahmedabad roars for Titans' dominance. On a red soil pitch in Ahmedabad, Gujarat Titans GT delivered a clinical performance with both bat and ball to dismantle Rajasthan Royals RR by 58 runs in match 23 of IPL 2025. With this emphatic win, GT stormed to the top of the points table, boosting 4 consecutive victories. At the heart of the triumph were Sai Sudarshan's scintillating 1982 and Prasidh Krishna's razor-sharp 3-4, sealing the deal in dew-free conditions at home. Sudarshan blazes away, Titans surge past 200. After RR chose to field first, Sai Sudarshan came out all guns blazing. Normally a slow starter, Sudarshan flipped the script with an aggressive onslaught. He made full use of the field restrictions, showcasing a classy range of strokes, scoops, cuts, and powerful drives. GT zoomed to 50 in just 5.1 overs, with Sudarshan anchoring the charge. Sudarshan brought up his half-century off just 31 balls and continued to dominate, punishing anything over-pitched or short. He found good support from Jos Buttler, who shifted gears after a slow start and contributed 36. Their 80-run partnership laid a strong platform before Mahesh Theekshana trapped Buttler LBW. M. Shahrukh Khan then took over in the middle overs with a quick-fire 36 off 20, while Sudarshan moved into the 80s. Though he was dropped on 81 by Shubham Dubey, Sudarshan could only add one more run before departing for 82 off 53. In the death overs, Rahul Tewatia and Rashid Khan provided fireworks with 30 runs in the final 12 balls, propelling GT to 217 for 6. Archer returns with fire. Jofra Archer, after a lackluster start to the season, looked back to his menacing best. He clocked over 150 km/h consistently and knocked over GT skipper Shubman Gill with a peach that jagged in at 147.7 km/h. Archer also rushed Sudarshan with a short-pitched missile, proving his pace was still elite. He finished with 1 for 33 and was one of the rare positives in RR's bowling effort. Royals falter early in chase. Chasing 218, RR stumbled right from the start. Yashasvi Jaiswal and Nitish Rana both fell cheaply, undone by Arshad Khan and Mohammad Siraj. Despite a spirited counter-attack by Sanju Samson and Riyan Parag, Kulwant Khijrolia removed Parag in a controversial decision upheld by the third umpire, triggering a downward spiral. Rashid finds his mojo. After a quiet season so far, Rashid Khan found his groove. He struck in his first over, dismissing Dhruv Jural with a deceptive shorter delivery. He then removed impact sub Shubham Dubey with a classic googly, adding more woes to RR's sinking ship. Though Hetmeyer got the better of Rashid momentarily with 2 sixes and 2 fours, the Afghan maestro had the last laugh by keeping the pressure intact. Prasidh crushes the middle order. GT's enforcer Prasidh Krishna turned the screws further with a masterful spell. He removed Sanju Samson with a well-directed short ball before dismantling Archer and Hetmeyer in the same over, both falling to bouncers misjudged by the batters. Prasidha's 3 for 24 from 4 overs ensured that any lingering RR hopes were extinguished. At 145 for 8 in 16 overs, the chase fizzled out. RR were eventually bowled out for 159 in 19.2 overs, falling short by a massive 58-run margin. Titans' statement win. This performance solidified GT's status as frontrunners for the IPL 2025 title. Sudarshan's consistency at the top, Shahrukh's finishing prowess, and the precision of Prasidh and Rashid give GT a fearsome balance. For Rajasthan Royals, it was a night of missed chances, dropped catches, poor execution, and an over-reliance on the lower order. Gujarat Titans are peaking at the right time, while RR will need to recalibrate their bowling and top-order strategies to stay in playoff contention. Player of the match, Sai Sudarshan 82 of 53 balls. Turning point, Prasidh Krishna's double strike in the 16th over to dismiss Archer and Hatemeyer, crushing RR's momentum. Next up, GT gear up for a top-of-the-table clash, while RR must regroup ahead of a crucial mid-season fixture.
Here's a comprehensive review of Pakistan's thrilling win over the West Indies. Pakistan sealed stunning victory with spin dominance in Multan. Pakistan claimed a decisive 127-run victory against the West Indies in the first test in Multan, propelled by the spin trio of Sajid Khan, Noman Ali, and Abrar Ahmed, who dismantled the opposition in a mere 36.3 overs on day 3. This win not only marked an impressive start to the series but also showcased Pakistan's adaptability to challenging conditions. The game at a glance. First innings highlights. Pakistan started cautiously, with Saud Shakil and Mohammad Ridwan anchoring the innings with a vital 84 and 71, respectively. Their partnership of 141 runs provided stability before Jomal Borkin's career-best 730 seconds ripped through the middle and lower order, restricting Pakistan to 230. The West Indies' response was stifled by Noman Ali, 539s, and Sajid Khan, 465s, as the visitors were bundled out for 137. Alik Ainajay showed some resistance, scoring an unbeaten 55, but the Pakistani spinners proved too dominant. Second innings drama. Pakistan's second innings began with promise, thanks to Shan Masood's 52. But Borikin once again wreaked havoc. With prodigious turn and guile, he triggered a collapse as Pakistan were all out for 157. Borikin's consistent brilliance and a stunning fielding effort kept West Indies within touching distance of victory. A dramatic final set a target of 251. West Indies began aggressively but faltered against Pakistan's spinning might. Sajid Khan, the standout performer, claimed 558s, while Abrar Ahmed supported brilliantly with 427s. Alik Ainajay displayed resilience with a gritty 55, but the relentless pressure and sharp turn eventually saw the visitors bowled out for 123. Key moments and performers. 1. Sajid Khan spin wizardry. Sajid's 9-wicket haul across both innings was instrumental, blending flight, drift, and sharp turn. His dismissal of Ainajay with a straight delivery symbolized his mastery over line and leg. 2. Abrar Ahmed's impact, making an immediate mark. Abrar's ability to generate bounds and spin helped dismantle the middle order. His googly to dismiss Gudke's motif was particularly memorable. 3. Borikin's heroics. Borikin's exceptional 730 seconds was one of the finest by a visiting spinner in Pakistan, nearly scripting an unlikely win for his side. 4. Alik Ainajay's lone fight. The young batter stood tall amidst the chaos, using sweeps and calculated aggression to score 50s in both innings. Post-match reflections. Shan Masood, Pakistan captain. Our spinners were clinical, and the partnerships in the first innings gave us the edge. We'll look to strengthen our batting for the next match. Craig Brathwaite, West Indies captain. We need to show more discipline with the bat. Borikin's performance was a huge positive, and we'll build on Ainajay's template for the next game. Player of the match, Sajid Khan. The conditions were challenging but perfect for spinners. I slowed my pace in the second innings, and the plan worked well. Historical context and records. Short test completed mains test in Pakistan. Spanning just 1,064 balls, this test highlighted how pitch conditions favored bowlers. Third fewest runs in Asia with all 40 wickets falling. A testament to the bowlers' dominance over batters. This victory not only strengthens Pakistan's position in the ICC World Test Championship, but also underscores their home dominance. The second test promises more drama as both sides aim to refine their strategies. Reasons for Pakistan's comprehensive win against the West Indies. Pakistan's 127-run victory over the West Indies in the first test in Multan was a testament to their adaptability, strategic execution, and standout individual performances. Below are the key reasons behind his dominant performance. 1. Spin mastery on a turning track. Exploitation of pitch conditions. The Multan pitch provided substantial turn and variable bounce, ideal for spinners. Pakistan's trio of Sajid Khan, Abran Ahmed, and Norman Ali combined to take all 20 West Indies wickets, showcasing their expertise in exploiting these conditions. Sajid Khan's remarkable 9-wicket haul across both innings demonstrated his skill in attacking the stumps and utilizing the footmarks effectively. Controlled bowling partnerships. Abran Ahmed's leg spin offered a different dimension, combining drift, sharp turn, and bounce to unsettle batters. Norman Ali's left-arm orthodox spin added variety, breaking partnerships at crucial moments. 2. Resilient batting partnerships. First innings backbone. Saud Shakil, 1984, and Mohammad Ridwan, 71, stitched together a vital 141-run partnership, laying the foundation for a defendable total of 230 in the first innings. Their composure under pressure proved pivotal on a challenging pitch. Lower order contributions. Even as the West Indies bowlers, particularly Jomal Warrican, 7:30 seconds, ran through the batting lineup, small yet impactful contributions from the lower order ensured Pakistan crossed the 200 mark. 3. Tactical leadership by Shan Masood. Smart captaincy. Jan Masood's field placements, including strategic deep fielders to counter slog sweeps, restricted scoring opportunities and forced batters into errors. His timely bowling changes, particularly introducing Abran Ahmed during a phase of resistance, turned the momentum in Pakistan's favor. Focused planning. Pakistan's pre-match preparation, which included emphasizing attacking spin and controlling the field, translated well on the field. For West Indies' fragile batting lineup, over-reliance on Alik Ainaje, 55 in both innings, was the only batter who showed consistency, utilizing sweeps and calculated aggression to counter the spin. However, his dismissal exposed the brittle middle and lower order, poor shot selection, several dismissals, including high-risk reverse sweeps, highlighted the West Indies batters' struggle to adapt to the conditions. Lack of partnerships. The visitors failed to build partnerships of significant value, with frequent wickets breaking any semblance of momentum. 5 match-winning moments. Sajid Khan's dominance. Sajid's early breakthroughs in both innings put Pakistan in the driver's seat. His dismissal of Alik Ainaje in the second innings extinguished any hope for the West Indies. Abrar Ahmed's game-changing spells. Abrar's googly to dismiss Gudkesh Moti was a standout delivery, symbolizing his ability to exploit the West Indies' lack of familiarity with quality leg spin. Key fielding contributions. Smart catching and sharp ground fielding complemented the bowler's efforts, ensuring that opportunities were capitalized on. 6 lessons from Jomil Warrikan's performance. Warrikan's career-best figures of 730 seconds in Pakistan's second innings offered valuable lessons for West Indies. Adaptability. His variation in flight and pace proved effective against Pakistan's batters. Missed opportunity. Despite his brilliance, a lack of support from other bowlers and insufficient runs on the board undermined his efforts. 7 historical context and motivation. Psychological edge. This test marked one of the shortest matches in Pakistan's cricket history, with only 1,064 balls bowled. The hosts used the spin-friendly conditions to make an emphatic statement, demonstrating their mastery over home conditions. World Test Championship Stakes. Pakistan's win strengthens their position in the ICC World Test Championship standings, adding extra motivation for consistent performances in the series. Conclusion. Pakistan's victory in Multan was built on a blend of sharp tactics, stellar spin bowling, and critical partnerships under pressure. While there is room for improvement, particularly in batting depth, this win sets the tone for the series and showcases Pakistan's ability to dominate in spin-friendly conditions. The West Indies, meanwhile, need to adapt quickly to avoid a similar fate in the second test. Hope and bright spots for the West Indies despite defeat. Despite their comprehensive loss to Pakistan in the first test, the West Indies can draw inspiration and optimism from several factors as they prepare for the remainder of the series. Here are the bright spots and reasons for hope for the visitors. One, facing exceptional bowling in unfavorable conditions. Challenging conditions. The West Indies face some of the most unfavorable conditions for visiting teams. The pitch in Munster offers substantial turn, well-able bounce, and footmarks that played into the hands of Pakistan's spin attack. World-class spin attack. Pakistan spinners Sajid Khan, Abrar Ahmed, and Noman Ali delivered a masterclass in spin ball. Their relentless accuracy and ability to exploit every bit of the system which created significant challenges for even the best batters. Historical context. It is worth noting that even England, one of the world's top cricket teams, faced a similarly comprehensive defeat in Pakistan under similar conditions. The West Indies are up against a well-known spin attack from a circle designed to test the limits of visiting teams. To Joel Warrior's stellar performance, career best figures 7:32. Warrior's remarkable bowling performance in the second innings demonstrated his ability to adapt to subcontinent conditions. His career best figure showed that he can be a match winner when given the right support. A model for success. Warrior's use of flight, pace variation, and angels provides a valuable template for his fellow bowlers to emulate in similar conditions. Treat Dalekanaji's promising consistency and composure. Annaji was the standout performer with the bat, scoring 50s in both innings, 55 in each. His ability to counter the spin using sweeps and intelligent strike rotation was a beacon of hope for the batting unit. Inspiring role model. Annaji's determination under pressure and his fighting spirit set an example for the younger players to follow in future matches. 4 moments of aggression and positive intent. Encouraging start. West Indies showed moments of proactive play, with Craig Brathwaite and other batters attempting to put the spinners under pressure by using sweeps and calculated aggression. Opportunities for improvement. While their aggression was evident, refining their shot selection and learning when to defend versus attack will enhance their ability to stay in the game longer. 5 learning opportunities for young players. Gaining valuable experience. Players like Corbin Sinclair, Tevin Inlad, and Annaji gained vital exposure to high-quality spin bowling in difficult conditions. This experience will be crucial in their development as international cricketers. 6 potential adjustments for the next match. Bolstering team balance. Strengthening the middle order and possibly including an additional spinner could provide the team with greater depth and adaptability. Jordan Seal's pace and swing bowling already offer a solid base to build around. Refining batting plans. If the team focuses on constructing partnerships and employing loaded strategies, they can post more competitive totals. Learning to grind out runs on such pitches is critical. 7 legacy of resilience and historical comebacks. Drawing inspiration from the past. The West Indies' storied history includes several remarkable comebacks. With better execution and focus, they have the potential to bounce back and salvage the series. Mental toughness. Facing Pakistan spinners on such surfaces is a tall order, but the team's ability to extract quality from this challenge is boost their morale. Conclusion. The West Indies defeat in the first test must be viewed in context. They face an exceptional bowling attack in some of the toughest conditions in world cricket. Even top-tier teams like England have struggled in similar scenarios against Pakistan at home. Bright spots like Jomel Warrior's brilliant spell, Alik Ayanaje's resilience, and moments of aggression show that the West Indies have the foundation to compete. With adjustments in strategy, shot selection, and team balance, the visitors can use these experiences to push back strongly in the next test. versus India Test Series 2025 full series preview. Can India truly dominate England 5-0 on their own turf? The context. England and India begin a fiery 5-match test series at Headingley this Friday, with India ushering in a bold new era under Captain Shubman Gill and England recalibrating after a mixed winter and a transitional period post James Anderson. This series is a test of depth, character, and adaptability. England, buoyed by the Basbo philosophy, will face perhaps their sternest home challenge in recent memory. India, missing Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, will rely on youth, strategic experimentation, and elite fast bowling to shock the English. Series details. Duration June to July 2025. Venues, Headingley, Lords, Old Trafford, Edgbaston, the Oval. Storylines to watch. Can India sweep 5-0? Bold, yes, but impossible? No. While a 5-0 away sweep is unprecedented for India and England, the current side has enough raw talent and tactical steel to dream big. Jasper Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, and Mukesh Kumar provide pace, reverse swing, and hostility. Spin pairing of Ravindra Jadeja and Kuldeep Yadav could thrive on dry July wickets. Shubman Gill, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and KL Rahul will need to step up without Kohli and Rohit. India's bench, including Ruturaj Gaikwad, Sarfraz Khan, and Rajat Patidar, is rich and hungry. But England have not lost a home series since 2014. Even Australia, the WTC winners, couldn't beat them outright last summer. Strength versus strength. England's edge. Home advantage, familiar pitches, and swing conditions. Chris Woakes nearly unplayable at home. A resurgent Joe Root, powerful Ben Stokes, and the Bazball energy. Jamie Smith, Zach Crawley, Pope, and Bethel are beginning to flourish in the top order. Shoaib Bashir and Rayan Ahmed add mystery spin to the arsenal. India's edge. Bowlers who can exploit England's Bazball approach, especially Bumrah and Siraj. Shubman Gill's fearless leadership, hungry to make a legacy. Explosive all-rounders like Axe, Patel, and Jadeja. Gill, Rahul, Jaiswal, Air India have more first-class runs than ever before overseas. India have already won 2 tests in England in their last 2 tours. Key battles. Duel why it matters. Bumrah versus Root battle of temperament and skill. Gill versus Woakes' new captain facing the Lord of Leeds. Jadeja versus Bazball. Can spin stop England's attacking juggernaut? Bashir versus Indian batting, a test of maturity against risky finesse. Ben Stokes versus India's pace. Can the talismanic all-rounder rescue England? Predicted playing 11's first test. England. Zach Crawley. Ben Duckett. Ollie Pope. Joe Root. Ben Stokes captain. Jamie Smith. Chris Woakes. Rayan Ahmed. Shoaib Bashir, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue, India, Yashasvi Jaiswal, KL Rahul, Rajat Patidar, Shubman Gill captain, Ruturaj Gaikwad, KS Bharat wicketkeeper, Ravindra Jadeja, Shardul Thakur, Jasper Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, Kuldeep Yadav. Series prediction. Michael Afton, England 3-2. Dinesh Karthik 2-2 drawn. Our verdict. India will push England hard. Their bowlers are world class, but a 5-0 whitewash away from home remains highly unlikely, especially in English conditions. Prediction England 2 to India 3. But don't be surprised if India wins the first test and throws everything into glorious chaos. What India must do to win 5-0. Gill must lead with runs and not just intent. Boomer and Siraj need at least 30 wickets combined. Middle order consistency, someone has to fill Kohli's void. Win the toss and bat big, score 400 plus first innings. Kill the baseball mood early, disrupt England's rhythm at Headingley. Final thoughts. Cricket's greatest rivalries now include England versus India, and this series could redefine it. With Kohli and Sharma absent, a new India must rise. With Anderson gone and Stokes recovering his magic, a new England is forming. Can India announce a new dynasty with an unforgettable 5-0? It's a mountain, but one they now dare to climb.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Day 3 Test Cricket at its best. Manchester Magic. Root's milestone. India's misery under golden skies in Manchester. Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel, it was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tuck to leg, every dab past point, every silky drive through the covers radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Kallis, and Ponting to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar. The chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ali Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasprit Bumrah seemed to step behind, wicketless until his 24th over. It was Washington's Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope and then Harry Brook in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption, not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring coliseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson. And England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle, and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team, as England batted on deep into the evening, with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty. But England looked at ease, while India looked out of answers. From 358 all out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered. 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford. Second, only to Sachin. And yet, he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic. Siraj seals the series. India stun England in Test cricket's most thrilling finale. The Oval, London. August 4th, 2025 on a grey, murky Monday morning in South London, Test cricket produced a masterpiece that will echo through the corridors of time. India, on the verge of a series loss, clawed their way to a sensational 6-run victory in the final Test. At the Oval, their narrowest ever in terms of runs thanks to the roaring lionheart of Mohammad Siraj, who claimed a career-defining 5-4-104. This wasn't just a win. This was a dramatic act of sporting theater filled with agony, redemption, courage, and sheer madness. A climax scripted by the cricket gods themselves. And Siraj. He wasn't just the man of the match. He was the man of the moment, the hour, the series. The emotional engine behind India's miracle. Day 5. A storm brews and history unfolds. The stage was set under ominous clouds. England needed 35 runs with 3 wickets remaining. India needed something special. What unfolded in just 53 balls was arguably the most electrifying hour in the 148-year history of Test cricket. At 367, England had fought Hardbrook's elegant 111, Root's majestic 105, and Duckett's rapid 54 had made the 373 target look chaseable. But Siraj had unfinished business, haunted by his earlier boundary blunder on day 4 when he accidentally gifted Brooks 6 runs by stepping on the rope. He returned a man possessed. The final assault. Siraj strikes back first up. Jamie Smith. Siraj lured him with a tempting line and had him nicking behind. Upstairs it went. And up went India's hopes. Momentum swung. Then came Gus Atkinson, fresh from his 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Suddenly finding himself battling the reverse swing and raw fire of Siraj. A half chance here? A scramble there, but no let-up. At the other end, Jamie Overton briefly threatened to take the game away with 2 quick boundaries off Prasidh Krishna. But Siraj struck gold again, a sharp in-swinger crashing into Overton's pad. After a pause that felt like a full-length feature film, the umpire's fingers slowly raised. The review, clipping leg. Gone. With the crowd at fever pitch, Siraj had ripped out England's backbone. Wokes walks in. One arm, full heart, enter Chris Wokes. Arm in a sling, body broken, spirit unyielding. Echoes of Colin Cowdrey's bravery in 1963 rippled across the ground. Wokes was here not to score, but to endure. The Oval crowd gave him a hero's welcome, but India saw only one thing, the finish line. With Atkinson swinging wildly, nearly clearing deep mid-wicket and then smartly pinching 2s and singles, the equation came down to 9 needed. The entire crowd was standing. Entire nations were holding their breath. The final blow and then the ball that silenced London and lit up a billion homes in India. Siraj, tail up and running and like a man on a mission, fired in the perfect Yorker. Atkinson swung hard. The stumps cartwheeled. Boom. Gone. Victory. Siraj wheeled away in his now iconic sigh celebration. Arms outstretched, eyes to the sky, roaring like a man released from purgatory. His teammates engulfed him. India had done it from the jaws of defeat to the annals of cricketing immortality. Tactical masterclass, old ball magic, and fielding fire. What made this victory even more impressive was the old ball artistry displayed by Siraj and Prasidh. They didn't just bowl, they choreographed their spells, using the reverse swing, wide lines, and late movement to frustrate England's last stand. Jadeja's cat-like save on the boundary, Jural's sharp keeping, and Rahul's intensity in the slips all added up. India had their backs against the wall after day 3. The lead was slim. England's middle order had found their groove. But the storm-shortened day 4 gave India one final breath and they exhaled fire. A series for the ages, this 5-test saga had everything, centuries, collapses, comebacks, and controversial moments. But no chapter was more dramatic than the final page. It brought echoes of Edge Boston, 2005's 2-run thriller Lords, 1963 Cowdrey drama, 2019 World Cup final boundary chaos. But now, the Oval 2025 enters that hall of legends. The hero we didn't know we needed, Mohammad Siraj, didn't just take 5 wickets. He redeemed himself in a way that even Bollywood couldn't script better. From the pain of a misfield to the ecstasy of uprooted stumps, he carried 1 billion hearts in his hand. Post-match reaction, Shubman Gill. We were always confident. Siraj deserved this moment. Joe Root, credit to India, they never gave in. This is what Test cricket's about. Andrew Miller, Christenfell. One of the most breathless hours ever witnessed in 2,598 tests. Iconic images, Siraj on his knees, arms raised to the heavens. Wokes limping off, one arm dangling, but head held high. Atkinson staring at the shattered stumps, frozen in disbelief. Team India's victory lap battle-worn, proud, and unforgettable. Final word. If cricket needed a love letter to test match drama, this was it. India didn't just win a test, they won our hearts. Siraj, the redemption, the Oval, the Coliseum. Test cricket very much alive. Series result drawn 2-2-2. But this final act, India's alone,
Australia's route to victory in the ICC Champions Trophy semi-final against India. Australia has a formidable task ahead in the Champions Trophy semi-final against India, a team that has been dominant in the tournament. However, as history has shown, the Aussies have consistently been India's biggest ICC tournament nemesis, and they possess the experience, tactical depth, and match winners to pull off a big win. Here's a detailed breakdown of what Australia needs to do to secure victory and book their place in the final. CapCut 1 winning the mental battle, overcoming India's spin threat. Challenge. India's spinners, led by Kuldeep Yadav, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshar Patel, and mystery spinner Varun Chakravarti, have been lethal on the slow and turning tracks of Dubai. Australia has often struggled against quality spin, and that is India's biggest weapon. Solution. Attack the right bowler, identifying the weak link and targeting them aggressively to put pressure on India's spin quartet. Sweep and reverse sweep. Glenn Maxwell and Marnus Labuschagne must use these shots to disrupt the spinner's lengths. Quick rotation of strike. Instead of getting bogged down, Australian batters must find singles and doubles to avoid pressure. Use the power hitters late. If wickets are intact in the last 10 overs, Australia can unleash Maxwell, Josh Inglis, and Alex Carey to counterattack. CapCut 2A dominant start, tackling India's fast bowlers early. Challenge. Mohammad Shami has been exceptional with the new ball, getting early breakthroughs. If Australia loses early wickets, their middle order might struggle against spin. Solution. Fast start in power play. Travis Head and Cooper Connolly must put pressure on India's pacers early, ensuring a solid platform. Control against Shami. Leave the deliveries outside off stump and avoid playing reckless shots against a moving ball. Target Hardik Pandya. The all-rounder is India's least threatening fast bowler, so capitalizing on his overs could be key. CapCut 3 tactical bowling, stifling India's batting powerhouses. Challenge. Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill, and Rohit Sharma have been India's batting core. If Australia fails to break early partnerships, India could dictate the game. Solution. Bounce and short pitch bowling. Rohit Sharma and Shreyas Iyer have struggled against short pitch deliveries. Nathan Ellis and Glenn Maxwell must exploit this. Adam Zampa versus Kohli and Gill. Kohli has historically been careful against leg spin early in his innings. Zampa needs to bowl attacking lengths. Keep it tight for Rahul and Pandya. KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya tend to accelerate in the later overs. Restricting them early can force mistakes. Use Glenn Maxwell smartly. India will not expect Maxwell to bowl long spells, so using him strategically against left-handers like Jadeja and Akshar Patel could be a wild-card tactic. CapCut 4 fielding in pressure moments, turning half chances into wickets. Challenge. India has been clinical in finishing games under pressure. The likes of Kohli, Rahul, and Pandya thrive in crunch situations. Solution. Electric fielding in the circle. Australia must prevent singles and force India into risky shots. Perfect catching. Drop catches have cost teams dearly in the tournament. Fielders like Smith, Maxwell, and Labuschagne must be alert. Smart captaincy from Smith, tactical bowling changes and aggressive field placements can create extra pressure on India's batting. CapCut 5 middle over acceleration and death over execution. Challenge. India's spinners and death bowlers have controlled the middle overs, making it difficult for teams to accelerate. Solution. Maxwell's role. Glenn Maxwell is Australia's X-factor. His aggressive approach in the middle overs can disrupt India's bowling plans. Labuschagne's stability. Holding one end while Maxwell and Inglis attack will give Australia the balance they need. Target the final 10 overs. Australia needs at least 90 to 100 runs in the last 10 overs to challenge India. Final word. For Australia to break their Indian jinx in ICC tournaments, they need a fearless top-order approach. Tactical mastery over India's spinners. Disciplined fast bowling with an aggressive mindset. Smart leadership and execution in key moments. If Australia executes these strategies effectively, they have every chance to book their place in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 final. The battle is on.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like oceans tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors guide the picture, light for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The last hurrah for Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have been the pillars of Indian cricket for over a decade, delivering unforgettable performances and leading the team through countless victories. However, after India's humbling defeat in the fourth test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, questions are being raised about their future in the longest format of the game. Is this the beginning of the end for two of India's greatest batters, or do they still have a final act to deliver? The case for Sharma and Kohli: 1. Experience and leadership. both Sharma and Kohli bring unparalleled experience and tactical acumen to the table. Sharma's ability to read the game as captain and Kohli's aggressive leadership style have defined India's cricketing ethos in recent years. 2. Glimpses of brilliance. Despite their struggles, both players have shown flashes of their old brilliance. Track record of comebacks. Both players have faced lean patches in the past but have always managed to bounce back. Kohli's revival in T20 cricket and Sharma's resurgence as an opener in 2019 are testament to their resilience. The challenges they face, declining consistency. Both players have struggled for consistency in recent years. Kohli's soft dismissals and Sharma's inability to convert starts in this series have raised concerns about their adaptability in challenging conditions. Changing dynamics of Indian cricket. India's young talents such as Yashasvi Jaiswal, Nitish Kumar Reddy, and Shubman Gill are making strong cases for permanent spots in the team. The competition for places is fiercer than ever, and selectors may lean towards investing in the future. The weight of expectations, the pressure to perform at every outing weighs heavily on Sharma and Kohli. Any failure is scrutinized intensely, often overshadowing their contributions. Is this the end? While the Melbourne defeat may signal the need for introspection, it is too early to write off two legends of Indian cricket. Test cricket is as much about mental toughness as it is about form, and both Sharma and Kohli have shown they possess the grit to overcome challenges. What lies ahead? The Sydney Test. With the Border Gavaskar Trophy on the line, the Sydney Test presents a golden opportunity for both players to silence critics and reassert their dominance. A match-winning performance could reignite their careers. World Test Championship Final. While India's qualification for the WTC final is no longer in their hands, a strong showing in Sydney could keep them in the reckoning, offering Sharma and Kohli another shot at redemption. Adapting roles. As the team evolves, Sharma and Kohli might need to adapt their roles, focusing on mentoring younger players while contributing in key moments rather than consistently carrying the team. Conclusion. The Melbourne loss is not just a reflection of India's weaknesses, but also a reminder of how quickly the landscape of cricket can change. Whether this is the last hurrah for Sharma and Kohli will depend on their ability to adapt, evolve, and deliver in the crucial moments ahead. While time may not be on their side, their legacy and hunger to succeed could still drive them to a final chapter of greatness. For now, the cricketing world watches and waits.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar,
we face. Your mind be rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's weak shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Jadran's record 177. Omarzai's 5-4 stun England as Afghanistan march on. Lahore, ICC Champions Trophy 2025. In what will go down as one of the most memorable victories in Afghanistan's cricketing history, Ibrahim Jadran's majestic 177 and Aj Omari's 5-wicket haul propelled Afghanistan to a stunning 8-run victory over England, knocking the 2019 champions out of the ICC Champions Trophy. England, despite Joe Root's first ODI century since the 2019 World Cup, faltered in a thrilling run chase, failing to overhaul Afghanistan's total of 325. This victory, following their famous World Cup upset in 2023, marks Afghanistan's continued rise as a formidable force in world cricket. 1. Afghanistan's innings, Jadran's record-breaking knock. Choosing to bat first, Afghanistan's start was anything but ideal, as Jofra Archer's fiery opening spell reduced them to 37 for 3 inside 9 overs. England seemed to have the upper hand early on, but what followed was an innings of extraordinary resilience, led by Ibrahim Jadran's Kirby's 177 of 146 balls, the highest ever individual score in Champions Trophy history. Key highlights of Afghanistan's innings. Jadran's composure and acceleration. He weathered the early storm, reaching his first 50 of 65 balls, his century of 106, before exploding in the latter part of his innings. Middle-order contributions. Hashnullah Shahidi, 1942, Ajmalullah Omarzai, 41 of 31, and Mohammad Nabi, 40 of 24, provided critical partnerships. Exploiting England's spin and dead bowling struggles, England's lack of specialist spinners hurt them, with Jadran and Nabi punishing Joe Root's part-time of spin in the 47th over for 23 runs. A statement finish, Jadran's late assault against Archer, who had already claimed 3 wickets, saw him surpass Ben Duckett's 165, setting a new record in the tournament. Afghanistan's final total of 325 for 7 was a remarkable turnaround from their dire early position, giving their bowlers a competitive target to defend. To England's chase, Root's heroics in vain as Omarzai runs riot. England's target of 326, while daunting, wasn't insurmountable. However, early wickets once again left them on the back foot. Phil Salt was bowled by Omarzai's skiddy delivery in the opening over, and Jamie Smith's rash shot against Nabi saw England slip to 44 for 2. Key moments in England's chase. Root's classical knock. Amidst the chaos, Joe Root played one of his best ODI innings in years. His 120 of 111 balls, his first century since 2019, kept England alive. A fragile middle order, despite brief cameos from Ben Duckett, 1938, Harry Brook, 25, and Jos Buttler, 38, none converted starts into a match-winning contribution. Omarzai's game-changing spell. Just as Root looked set to anchor England home, Omarzai's pace variations and the ability to extract bounce turned the game on its head. Root's departure. 44th over with 58 runs needed of 36 balls. Root attempted an audacious ramp shot, but only managed to glove it to the keeper. Overton and Archer's late fight back. Jamie Overton, 32, 28, gave England hope, but his mistimed shot to long on left Joe Archer with 13 needed from 8 balls. Final blow. With England needing 9 runs of the last balls, Rashid attempted a big shot but holed out to none other than Jadran, sealing Afghanistan's unforgettable win. 3. Why this win is so important for Afghanistan. This victory is more than just another upset. It is a statement to the world that Afghanistan are no longer just underdogs. They are a team that can outclass the best on their day. Key takeaways from Afghanistan's performance. Jadran's rise as a world-class batter. His 177 is now the highest score by an Afghan in ODIs, and his ability to dominate against an experienced attack bodes well for Afghanistan's future. Omarzai, the game changer, his all-round performance, 41 runs and 5 wickets, showcases immense talent and the ability to deliver in clutch moments. Tactical brilliance. Unlike in previous tournaments where Afghanistan have crumbled in pressure moments, this time they executed their plans perfectly, particularly with their death bowling. For England's downfall, what went wrong? 1. Lack of a stable middle order. Despite Root's brilliance, England's middle order failed to build meaningful partnerships. Duckett, Brook, and Buttler all looked good, but none stayed long enough to see the chase through. 2. Death bowling issues. With Mark Wood struggling with injury, England lacked firepower in the final overs, allowing Afghanistan to capitalize. Root and Livingstone's part-time overs further exposed their lack of bowling depth. 3. Jos Buttler's captaincy under scrutiny. This defeat will put Buttler under serious pressure as captain. With England already eliminated, discussions about his future as ODI skipper are inevitable. 5. Afghanistan's path forward. Can they secure a semi-final spot? With this win, Afghanistan remain in contention for a semi-final berth. But their next game against Australia is critical. If they can replicate this performance, they could pull off another historic achievement by reaching the knockouts. Upcoming match, Afghanistan versus Australia. A win here will see Afghanistan break new ground in ICC tournaments. 6. Conclusion. A night of glory for Afghanistan, a tournament to forget for England. This victory cements Afghanistan's place as one of the most exciting teams in world cricket. With Jadran's record-breaking knock and Omarzai's match-winning spell, Afghanistan have announced themselves as legitimate threats in global tournaments. For England, it's the end of a disappointing campaign. While Root's return to form is a positive, major questions remain about their team composition, leadership, and strategy moving forward. As Afghanistan looks ahead to another potential giant-killing act against Australia, one thing is certain, they are no longer just a feel-good story. They are contenders.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Fully narrated match report, Kuldeep's magic, India's ruthless chase. UAE crushed in record-breaking Asia Cup clash. The defending champions India have made their intentions clear domination right from the start. In Dubai, under the desert sun, the world's best T20 side took just 17.4 overs in total to dismantle UAE, securing a 9-wicket win that was as emphatic as it was clinical. UAE, coming off a promising tri-series against Afghanistan and Pakistan, found themselves up against an Indian team in ruthless form. And once Kuldeep Yadav started weaving his magic, there was no escape. The collapse. UAE's promise meets Kuldeep's wizardry. It all began brightly for UAE. Openers Mohammad Wasim and Alishan Sherifu showed intent, striking 6 boundaries and a 6 in the power play. They raced to 41 for 2 after 6 overs, plenty of energy, plenty of hope. But this was India. And this was Kuldeep. The left-arm wrist spinner entered in the 9th over, and what followed was pure artistry. First, Rahul Chopra holed out to longer. Then, Wasim missed a sweep, and Kuldeep, stump to stump, as ever, trapped him. LBD. 3 balls later, a deceptive wrong-in ripped through Harshit Kaushik's defenses. 3 wickets in 1 over. UAE, once lively, were suddenly 5 down and staring at disaster. Kuldeep finished with 4 for 7, his best T20I figures, reminding everyone why he remains one of the most dangerous spin bowlers in world cricket. Doob's redemption. India's bowling was a collective master. Jasprit Bumrah bowling 3 overs in the power play for the first time since 2019, dismissed Sherifu with a sizzling Yorker. Aksa Patel and Varun Chakravarthy chipped in with a wicket each, but the real surprise was Shivam Dube, playing ahead of a second frontline quick to lengthen India's batting. Dube showed he's no longer a part-time option. His medium pace was smart and well-directed, earning 344 in 2.4 overs. That's 5 wickets in his last 2. T20 is silencing critics who doubted his bowling credentials. And in one bizarre moment, after a direct hit caught Junaid Sadiq wandering out of his crease, Captain Sergio Kumar Yadav withdrew the appeal in a classy gesture only for Sadiq to fall the very next ball, skying one to sky himself. From 41-4-2, UAE crumbled to 57 all out in 13.1 overs, their lowest T20I score against India. India's batting blitz, then came the fun part. India's new opening pair of childhood friends Abhishek Sharma and Shubman Gill turned the chase into a highlights reel. Abhishek launched a breathtaking slap over long off and a daring flick for 6, while Gill's timing was silk as ever, whipping and punching boundaries with ease. They added 48 runs in just 22 balls. Abhishek eventually holed out for 30, but by then, the result was beyond doubt. Suryakumar Yadav walked in and flicked his first ball for 6, sealing the chase in 4.3 overs, India's fastest ever T20I run chase. Gill remained unbeaten on 20, while India's confidence soared. Key stats and records: UAE's 57. Lowest T20I score against India. India's chase in 4.3 overs. Fastest in their T20I history. Kuldeep Yadav, 4 sevens. A masterclass in spin bowling. Shivam Dube, 3/4. Emerging as a genuine bowling option. The verdict: India didn't just beat UAE. They crushed them. This was a statement of intent from the reigning champions. No complacency, no rust from their month-long break. Their bowling was ruthless, their batting was fearless, and their standards remained. For UAE, this was a sobering reminder of the gulf between associate teams and cricket's elite. But they will take lessons from this defeat as they continue their journey of growth. For India, it's the perfect start to their Asia Cup campaign, with Gill back at the top, Kuldeep in peak form, and depth across every department. This team looks every bit like a cricketing powerhouse ready to defend their crown.
India's great escape at Old Trafford, a test of character, grit, and unyielding spirit. In the heart of Manchester, beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The 4th test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story, a masterclass in mental fortitude, and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1 for 2 in the second innings, with 300 runs still to climb just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Gill, Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed, he faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned K.L. Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum, frustrating the bowlers, and tilting the psychological scales back toward the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one, but Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall, not just holding the line. They redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience, wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings. Together, they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series, fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined, and when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja locked at sixes and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched wounded and weary as India celebrated from the balcony, not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field. Their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper batter Pennant had exited the stage injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate but determined to right a wrong. From Root's record-breaking 150 to Stokes' heroics, from Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of George Washington, this test had everything except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1. But in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe. Because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Pakistan and Bangladesh share points after another washout in Rawalpindi. Champions Trophy 2025 ends in disappointment for both sides. The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 concluded on a frustrating note for both Pakistan and Bangladesh, as their final group stage match was washed out without a ball being balled in Rawalpindi. With persistent rain forcing the abandonment, both teams finished their campaigns with just 1 point each. This was the second consecutive washout in Rawalpindi, following the Australia vs South Africa game, which suffered the same fate. The abandonment officially sealed Bangladesh's place above Pakistan in the final Group A standings due to a better net run rate, minus 0.443 versus Pakistan's minus 1.087. 1. A tournament to forget for Pakistan and Bangladesh. Pakistan's disappointing exit. For Pakistan, this marks a deeply underwhelming campaign, where they failed to register a single win in the tournament. Their heavy defeat to New Zealand by 60 runs and their narrow loss to India by 6 wickets left them at the bottom of Group A. Key issues for Pakistan. Fragile middle order. Struggled to build partnerships, relying heavily on Babar Azam. Ineffective bowling attack. Despite having top-quality pacers, they failed to apply sustained pressure. Inconsistency under pressure. Lack composure in critical moments, particularly against India and New Zealand. Pakistan will now shift their focus to their white ball tour of New Zealand later this month, where they will play 5 T20s and 3 ODIs. Bangladesh, slightly better, but still disappointing. While Bangladesh technically finished above Pakistan in Group A, their performances were equally underwhelming. They failed to capitalize on key moments, particularly in their 5-wicket loss to New Zealand, where they could have posted a stronger total. Key concerns for Bangladesh. Struggles in middle overs. Bangladesh faced over 50 overs of dot balls in their to-completed matches, indicating a lack of rotation in the batting unit. Bowling lapses. Couldn't apply pressure consistently, allowing opponents to chase down totals comfortably. Missed opportunities. Dropped catches and poor fielding proved costly in both games. Bangladesh will now return home to host Zimbabwe for 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, aiming to rebuild ahead of future tournaments. 2 Rawalpindi's weather woes, 2 washouts in 3 matches. The back-to-back washouts in Rawalpindi have raised concerns about scheduling and venue selection for major ICC tournaments. Australia vs South Africa, 25 February. Match abandoned. Pakistan vs Bangladesh, 27 February. Match abandoned. New Zealand vs Bangladesh, 24 February. Only completed match. While the tournament had been progressing smoothly in Dubai, the persistent rain in Rawalpindi disrupted the competition, denying teams crucial opportunities to compete for points. 3. What's next in the tournament? With Pakistan and Bangladesh eliminated, attention now shifts to the remaining Group A decider and semifinals. 2nd March, India vs New Zealand, Dubai, decides who finishes as Group A leaders. Semifinals, March 6 to 7th. The top 2 teams from each group face off. Final, 10th March. The showdown for the Champions Trophy. Both India and New Zealand are already qualified for the semifinals, meaning their upcoming clash will only determine rankings. However, the battle in Group B remains intense, with England, South Africa, and Afghanistan still fighting for qualification. 4. Conclusion. A wet and disappointing end for Pakistan and Bangladesh. The 2025 Champions Trophy campaign ends in frustration for Pakistan and Bangladesh, with no wins and an abandoned final match. While Bangladesh edges Pakistan on net run rate, both teams will need to go back to the drawing board to rebuild their squads for upcoming tournaments. Meanwhile, all eyes now turn to Dubai, where the semi-final race heats up. Will India or New Zealand top Group A? Can Afghanistan pull off another upset to reach the knockouts? The best of the tournament is yet to come.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Above India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
South Africa beat England and the Rain in Cardiff Thriller to go 1-0 up Rain. Drama and raw pace bowling brilliance. Cardiff's first T20I between England and South Africa had it all. In a game reduced to a 9-over shootout and then further disrupted by heavy rain, South Africa held their nerve, defending a DLS-adjusted target of 69 and 5 overs to seal a thrilling 14-run victory and take a 1-0 lead in the 3-match series. Rain turns Cardiff into chaos. The day began with the weather dominating the headlines. A 2-hour and 20-minute delay meant both sides had just 9 overs each, and even that was wishful thinking. South Africa batting first were 97 for 5 in 7.5 overs when another heavy downpour ended their innings prematurely. The revised equation left England chasing 69 and 30. Ball's a tough ask even for one of the most explosive batting lineups in the world. Markram, Brewis, and Ferreira provide fireworks. South Africa's innings was brief but action-packed. Captain Aiden Markram, fresh off a record our 14 million SA20 auction bid, showcased his class with 28 off 14 balls, slamming 2 4s and 2 towering 6s. He combined with Luandre Pretorius for a 32-run stand, but the real spark came from dual Brewis and Donovan Ferreira. Brewis, the teenage sensation who fetched the record our 16.5 million SA20 price tag, looked every bit worth the hype. Against Liam Dawson, he unveiled a no-look 6 that stunned the Cardiff crowd. Before dispatching another straight into the sights, his audacious stroke play was matched by Ferreira's clean hitting. As the duo added 36 off 15 balls, Brewis eventually fell to Sam Curran's clever slower ball, but not before reminding the world why he est one of cricket's most exciting young talents. England's new ball strike. Wood's opportunity. England made a surprise call, resting Jofra Archer in the wet conditions and handing Luke Wood his chance. He struck gold immediately, swinging one away from Ryan Rickleton, who edged behind for a golden duck. Markram counterattacked, lifting Wood for boundaries over mid-off and straight down the ground. But Wood responded brilliantly to dismiss Pretorius thanks to a stunning diving catch by Harry Brook. Wood's spell of 2 for 22 kept England in the contest. Rabada and Jansen returned with a bang. South Africa's decision to bring back Kagiso Rabada and Marco. Jansen from injury layoffs was bold, but it paid off spectacularly. Rabada's first ball back in T20 was a beauty, a full delivery that had Phil Salt picking out Quena Mafaka at deep square leg. Butler fought fire with fire, smashing Rabada for a 6 and 4 to end the over strongly, but Rabada had already struck a psychological blow. Jansen, meanwhile, showed why he's a rising superstar. Mixing up his pace, using bounce cleverly, he removed Jacob Bethel, and then Butler caught off the inside edge to effectively kill the chase. England's struggles, England's innings never really ignited. Salt and Brook fell for ducks. And despite Butler's valiant 25 off 11 balls, the chase crumbled. England finished 54 for 5 in their 5 overs, 14 runs short of the DLS target. The absence of Archer and the struggles of their batting lineup in wet, seamer-friendly conditions raised questions, but this match was more about South Africa's bowlers making a statement. Key takeaways. Brevis, Fahida Esi 36 saw 15 balls, provided the spark that defined South Africa's innings. Rabada's first ball wicket set the tone. Marco Jansen's bounce and variation sealed the deal with Butler's wicket. England's power hitters were neutralized by smart bowling under pressure. Rain played its part, but South Africa's aggression and composure shone through. The verdict! South Africa beat England in the Cardiff Rain, proving once again their depth and firepower in T20 cricket. This was a night where auction hype met on-field brilliance. Brewis Ferreira and Markram lit up the innings, while Rabada and Jansen reminded England why they're among the fiercest strike bowlers in the game. England will regroup quickly, but this was a statement win for South Africa, who now head to Manchester 1-0 up and full of confidence. Markram sets hittingly ablaze as South Africa crush England. It was supposed to be a 50-over contest. Instead, Headingley played host to a demolition job that looked more like a T20 shootout in just 272 balls. Less than a full T20 match. South Africa dismantled England, bowling them out for 131 in 24.3 overs before chasing the target in a mere 20.5 overs. This was cricket at breakneck speed. Orchestrated by Keshav Maharaji's precision, Wyon, Mulder's movement, and Aiden Markram's stunning batting masterclass. England's early spark fizzles. England's innings started brightly. Jamie Smith, fresh off back-to-back 50s, caressed Nandre Berger through the covers, while Ben Duckett looked to assert himself. Buttberger and Ingiddy's probing lengths exposed England's footwork quickly. Duckett was first to go, fencing at a moving delivery. And Joe Root, after one elegant drive, nicked Ngiddy behind to a juggling Ryan Rickleton. Smith, however, continued with intent. He drove fluently, reverse-swept Maharaj, and brought up his second consecutive 50 with ease. England ended the power play at 57 for 2. Far from alarming, but a catastrophic collapse was lurking. Maharaj and Mulder trigger a meltdown Harry Brook. Run out. Courtesy of Tristan Stubbs, pinpoint throw. Was the spark South Africa needed? Mulder bowling with guile, struck again, and Maharaj's spin magic took over. Jacob Bethel edged one to slip via Rickleton's gloves. Will Jacks chipped a tame return catch, and Joe's Butler's feet froze as he chopped Mulder on. The procession continued. Archer nicked off to Markram. Rashid was pinned plumb, and debutant Sonny Baker had his stump shattered. England lost 7 wickets for 29 runs and 43 balls, undone by sharp bowling and brilliant catching. Maharaj finished with 4 for 22, Mulder with 3 for 33, and South Africa walked off having bowled out England in just over 24 overs. Markram's batting firestorm. If the bowlers had set the tone, Markram lit the fire. Facing debutant Baker, he tore into England's attack with audacious drives and effortless six. Baker's first over went for 14, his second for 20, and his final figures, 7 overs. 76 runs, 0 wickets, were a brutal initiation into international cricket. Markram brought up his 50 in just 23 balls, smashing 44 runs and boundaries. Ryan Rickleton, who survived a close LBW shout and a contentious slip catch early, eventually found rhythm and rotated strike, while Markram showcased full dominance. By the time Markram fell for 86 off 54 balls, South Africa were on the brink of victory. Dewald Brewy supplied the finishing touches with a towering 6, sealing a 7-wicket win and their 3rd consecutive victory over England. England outgunned. South Africa sent in England's preparation, rolling in from the 100 with minimal training, showed in their loose batting and misfiring bowling. South Africa, meanwhile, were clinical. Maharaj reaffirmed why he's now no. One in the ODI bowling rankings, Mulder proved his value as a seaman, and Markram reminded everyone of his white ball brilliance. The scoreboard may show a simple chase of 132, but the tone was clear. South Africa, brimming with confidence after their Australian conquest, are building a ruthless, fearless brand of ODI cricket. England were swept aside not just by skill but by intent, and Headingley witnessed a statement of South Africa's growing dominance.
India triumph over Bangladesh as Gill and Shami shine. Dubai, 20th February 2025. India commenced their ICC Champions Trophy campaign with a hard-fought 6-wicket win over Bangladesh, propelled by Shubman Gill's patient century and Mohammad Shami's incisive 5-wicket haul. Chasing a tricky target of 229, India crossed the line with 21 balls to spare, surviving tense moments on a sluggish surface. Shami's 5-for sets the stage. Winning the toss and opting to bat first, Bangladesh struggled against India's disciplined bowling attack. Mohammad Shami was the architect of their collapse, claiming 5 for 53. His lethal spell saw him become the fastest bowler to reach 200 ODI wickets in terms of balls bowled. Bangladesh were reeling at 35 for 5, with Axar Patel on a hat-trick after dismissing Tanjid Hassan and Mushfiqur Rahim. However, India's fielding woes. Rohit Sharma dropped a sitter and KL Rahul missed a stumping, allowed Tauhid Hridoy and J.K. Ali to stage a comeback. The 6th-wicket pair added 154 runs, with Hridoy battling cramps to score a valiant 100 off 118 balls. J.K. supported with a patient 68. Shami returned to break the stand, removing J.K. and cleaning up the tail with clever use of slower balls. Bangladesh finished on 228, a total that appeared below par but proved challenging due to the pitcher's sluggish nature. Gill anchors the chase. India's chase began with promise as Rohit Sharma, 41 off 1936, and Shubman Gill stitched a rapid 69-run opening stand. However, Rohit fell while attempting one last power play flourish, and Virat Kohli, 22 off 38, struggled before succumbing to Rishad Hussain. Shreyas Iyer, 15 off 17, and Aksa Patel, 8, fell in quick succession, leaving India at 144 for 4. At this stage, Gill shifted gears, tightening his game while capitalizing on loose deliveries. His approach, singles against spinners and selective aggression against pacers, proved crucial. Gill reached his slowest ODI 50 off 71 balls but accelerated thereafter. He needed 12 of the final 19 runs to reach his century and achieved the milestone with a 6 and a 4 off Tanzim Hassan Saqib, completing his tone in 125 balls. KL Rahul, who contributed an unbeaten 41, sealed the win with a towering 6. Key takeaways. Gill's grit, his slowest ODI tone, underscored his adaptability under pressure. Shami's precision, his 6th ODI 5-4, reaffirmed his status as a white ball spearhead. Fielding lapses, both sides were guilty of missed chances, which could prove costly in future matches. Looking ahead. India's win boosts their confidence but highlights the need for sharper fielding and middle-order resilience. Bangladesh, while spirited, must address top-order fragility and improve death bowling execution. Ultimately, Gill's calmness and Shami's brilliance ensured India overcame a potential banana peel, keeping their Champions Trophy ambitions firmly on track.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
South Africa arrived in Cairns with questions swirling over their consistency, but they left with answers written in bold, courtesy of a resounding 98-run victory that gave them a 1-0 lead in the ODI series against Australia. At the heart of it all stood Keshav Maharaj, the unflappable left-arm spinner who delivered a career-best 5 for 33, a spell of guile and precision that cut through Australia's lineup like a surgeon's scalpel. Batting first, South Africa set a daunting 296 on a slow surface that begged for patience and skill. Aiden Markram rediscovered his fluency with a classy 82, Temba Bavuma added a measured 65, and Matthew Breeds justified his selection with a confident 57. Each innings was stitched with resilience, composure, and timely aggression. Together they ensured South Africa posted the highest total ever seen at this venue, a score that at first looked competitive, but under Maharaj's spellbinding touch proved to be more than enough. Australia's reply began like a runaway train. Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head plundered 60 in the first 7 overs with Head's assault on Nanry Berger, a statement of intent. But when spin entered the picture, the entire script changed. Sabrain removed Head with sharp flight in turn, and then Maharaj ended with his own masterpiece. First ball, Manin's Labuschagne trapped LBW, review wasted. Next over, Cameron Green's off stump sent cartwheeling by a delivery that pitched middle and straightened just enough to whisper past his bat. Then Josh Inglis was bold. Alex Carey swept across the line and perished LBW, and Maharaj completed his 5-4 by dismantling Aaron Hardy's stumps. At one point, Maharaj's figures read 5 for 9. Australia had no answers. Mitchell Marsh battled valiantly with a blistering 88, his power hitting momentarily reviving Australian hopes. Partnering with Ben Dwarshuis, he added 71 for the 7th wicket, dragging his team from the brink. But Berger returned to dismiss both, and once Marsh holed out, Australia's resistance evaporated. The innings folded meekly at 198, giving South Africa their heaviest win on Australian soil in over 3 decades. Beyond the wickets and runs, this match carried deeper significance for South Africa. Maharaj, omitted from the T20 showed that his craft is still indispensable in white ball cricket. Markram, opening for the first time in 4 years, looked comfortable and authoritative. Bavuma, back at number 3, brought stability, and Breedsk, the new face, showed he belongs at his level. For Australia, the loss exposed brittle middle order batting in over-reliance on their captain. Their record of dominance at home cracked, and the aura of invincibility looked shaken. For South Africa, however, this was a statement. Not just a win, but a reminder that with the right balance of youth and experience, they can compete and win against the very best. Cairns witnessed a day of Maharaj's magic, Markram's class, Bavuma's resilience, and Brevi's energy in the field. But above all, it was a day when South Africa showed they are no longer here to make up the numbers. They are here to set the agenda. The series now heads to its next battle, but with a 1-0 lead and momentum in their sails, South Africa will believe this could be the start of something bigger. Day 3, Manchester Magic, Roots Milestone, India's Misery. Under golden skies in Manchester, Joe Root authored yet another majestic chapter in his legendary career. While the scorecard will remember his 150, the day itself will be etched in the minds of fans as the moment England seized command of the series and India began to lose grip on the script. Root's 38th Test century wasn't just a statistical marvel. It was a masterclass in poise and precision. Every tucked leg, every dab pass point, every silky drive through the coverage radiated authority. As he moved past Dravid, Cowley's impounding to become the second highest run scorer in Test history, only one man remains ahead, Sachin Tendulkar, and the chase is on. But this was no solo act. Ollie Pope, sturdy and composed, partnered Root in a 144-run stand that rendered India's attack toothless for the first 2 sessions. Their alliance was patient and calculated, draining the sting from India's pace trio. Even the usually menacing Jasper Boomer seemed a step behind, wicketless, until his 24th over. It was Washington Sundar, curiously underused until after lunch, who finally broke through. He dismissed Pope, and then Harry broke in a swift double strike, offering India a flicker of hope. But Root and Stokes, as calm and commanding a duo as any in world cricket, turned the tide once more. And then an interruption. Not by wickets, but by cramp. Stokes, already the hero with ball in hand, 5 wickets in the first innings, now began limping. But like Pant the day before, he returned later, welcomed back like a gladiator to a roaring Colosseum. By stumps, he was unbeaten on 77, partnered by Liam Dawson, and England's lead stood at a daunting 186. India's bowlers were visibly drained. Bumrah had rolled his ankle and Siraj injured his foot. Their fatigue matched the fading hopes of their team as England batted on deep into the evening with control and clarity. What started as a morning of balance had ended in dominance. Root's 150, Stokes' resilience, and a wagging tail had flattened India's fight. The pitch had begun to misbehave, offering bounce, turn, and uncertainty, but England looked at ease while India looked out of answers. From 358 all-out to trailing by nearly 200 runs, India's fortunes have shifted dramatically. Their only solace? A chance, however faint, to claw back on day 4. But make no mistake, this day belonged to Joe Root. The numbers glittered: 13,379 test runs, 12 centuries against India. First man to score 1,000 runs at Old Trafford, second only to Sachin. And yet he barely raised a thumb in celebration. That's Root, humble, relentless, historic.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Field of blazing glory's flame, every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd.
Day one drama in Barbados. Seals and Shimar strike, but Aussies fire back. Barbados bore witness to a breathless opening day of Test cricket as pace ruled supreme and batsmen faltered under intense pressure. On a spicy Bridgetown surface that offered bounce, swing, and seam, Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph ripped through Australia's fragile top order, only for the visitors to return fire with a fiery burst of their own under gathering Caribbean twilight. Morning mayhem west, Indies unleashed the heat. After Australia won the toss and opted to bat, Shamar Joseph thundered in with raw pace, extracting bite and bounce on a pitch that was anything but tame. It took him just 10 balls to make an impact, pinning Sam Concert's LBW for a duck after a successful doctor's review. Cameron Green had an early life but eventually succumbed to a sharp lifter, while Josh Inglis' brief counterattack ended in a wild top edge that Shy Hope coolly collected. At the other end, Jaden Seals found his rhythm, and the duo bowled with venom and control, but Australia fought back. Osman Kawire, riding his luck after 2 dropped chances, and Travis Head, ever the aggressor, stitched together a stabilizing 89-run stand. Head blazed to a 57-ball half-century, flaying anything loose. Kawire pulled, drove, and edged his way to 47, gritty but always vulnerable. Shamar Joseph strikes again. The collapse begins. Just when Australia looked poised for a big total, Shamar Joseph returned to break the stand. Kawire fell to a mistimed pull. Then Bo Webster was squared up and bowled, a piece that kissed the top of off stump. The collapse had begun and was brutal. Head's controversial dismissal followed, a low catch to hope that was overturned despite initial celebrations, prompting shock from West Indies players and fans alike. But justice came shortly after his head edged again, this time clearly to the keeper. Seals then delivered the finishing blows with clinical precision, dismissing Kerry Stark and finally Pat Cummins, who had swung for vital late runs. Seals walked off with 5 for 60, his third Test 5-4, while Shamar Joseph took 4 for 46, unlucky to miss out on 5 thanks to drop catches. Australia bowled out for 180, but fight back begins. Though Australia's 180 was their lowest total in the Caribbean since 1995, it became far more valuable once their own pace trio came alive. Under dimming skies and with the ball zipping off the pitch, Mitchell Stark burst through Brathwaite and Campbell in quick succession, a left-arm whirlwind. Cummins then struck with a brutal short-array length delivery to remove Kesey Carty, and Hazelwood joined the party, dismissing night watchman Warwick in just before stumps. West Indies finished a shaky 57 for 4, with Brandon King unbeaten on 23, leaving the match perfectly poised. A test moving in fast forward. After just one day, the match has already seen 14 wickets fall, 2 fiery 5-wicket hauls nearly, and a heavy slice of controversy. The Barbados service is alive, offering real threat to batters, and it's hard to see this test lasting into day 5. Can the Windies fight back with the bat? Will Australia's attack continue to dominate? Or are we set for another Caribbean upset? Stay tuned. This one's heading for a classic.
India's oval destiny. Why the fifth test is theirs to win now, with Ben Stokes sidelined by a serious biceps tendon tear. England enter the final test, leaderless, rattled, and reshuffling. In his absence, Ollie Pope captains a vastly inexperienced squad into a pressure cooker cauldron. In India, buoyed by their Old Trafford resurrection, can now dream of a famous win. Hear how the odds have shifted India's way, and why they must seize this moment. No Stokes equals no heartbeat. Ben Stokes wasn't just England's captain. He was the heartbeat of this team, the highest wicket-taker in the series, century maker at Manchester, and the man who carried England's fight on sore limbs and sheer will. With him out, England lose their best all-rounder. Their fielding intensity drops, their on-field leadership weakens, and morale wounded. Stokes' fiery presence was England's engine room. Now, the tank is half full. An inexperienced bowling attack England's final test she now includes Josh Tongue, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson, Jacob Bethel, Chris Wokes. That's 3 frontline seamers with less than 5 tests between them. There's no genuine spinner and a captain who's never led in a 5-match decider. India's deep batting lineup, featuring Centurions Gill, Jadeja, Washington, and the reliable Rahul, now faces a golden opportunity. Bat once, bat big, and let the spinners attack a nervous England on day 5. Psychological advantage. Firmly with India, England ended Manchester in meltdown. Handshake gate, phantom draws, and childish antics have done damage. Their fan base, usually behind them, is now questioning Bazball's maturity and sportsmanship. India, quiet, resilient, and inspired. That comeback at Old Trafford was season-defining. Now, they sense blood in the water. India's updated winning strategy. Jaiswal and Rahul, to tire out England's raw new ball bowlers. Gill at 4, in captain cum Centurion mode. To pile on scoreboard pressure, about till T-Day 3. At least 450 on the board. Washington, Jadeja, and Kuldeep to spin a day 5 web. Siraj and Akash deep to bowl, tight and full. The oval rewards early movement, England's vulnerabilities. No all-rounder to balance the side, no spinner in spin-friendly later conditions, no captaincy experience in tight test finishes, no proven match winners outside Root and Woke's final thought. In cricket, moments create momentum, and momentum writes history. India's stand at Old Trafford wasn't just about survival, it was about setting up the grand finale. With England shaken, their leader broken, and their bowling green, India have everything to play for and nothing to fear. This is their moment to roar back from 2-0 down and rewrite the script at the Oval.
South Africa obliterate England to march into the semi-finals. South Africa confirmed their place in the Champions Trophy 2025 semi-finals with a crushing 7-wicket victory over a hapless England, who end the tournament winless and captainless after yet another embarrassing defeat. Choosing to bat first on what had been the highest-scoring venue of the tournament in Karji, England self-destructed, collapsing to 179 all-out, the lowest total of the competition so far. Their reckless stroke play and lack of application stood in stark contrast to South Africa's disciplined bowling and sharp fielding. Marco Jansen struck early, removing both openers before England could settle. Phil Salt, desperate to break his poor run of form, smacked to boundaries in the very first over but attempted one attacking shot too many and perished to a toppage. His miserable tournament ended with just 30 runs in 3 innings. Jamie Smith followed suit, also falling to Johnson's extra bounds while trying to take him on. With England reeling at 37 for 3, Joe Root and Harry Brook mounted a brief recovery, forming a 62-run partnership. But just when they seemed to have stabilized the innings, South Africa found another gear. Keshav Maharaj provided a crucial breakthrough as a well-set Brook belted him over mid-wicket, only for Johnson to sprint from long one and pull off a stunning diving catch. Root, who had been playing responsibly, fell in the very next over when a flick of Vian Mulder deflected off his pad and rolled onto the stumps. At this stage, Joe's butler, playing his final match as England captain, walked in with the team in dire straits at 99 for 5. His recent struggles with the bat continued, and his job became even harder when Liam Livingstone gifted his wicket away cheaply, dancing down the track only to be stumped by miles after being deceived by Maharaj flight. It was yet another example of England's lack of discipline and patience, a team that defined their forgettable campaign. As wickets kept tumbling, South Africa's fielding remained razor-sharp. Jamie Overton, trying to counterattack, chipped Kagiso Rabada towards mid-on, where Yungi Agdi sprinted backward and took a spectacular one-handed diving catch. The procession continued, with Jofra Archer swinging bravely but ultimately falling to a mistimed shot, before Maharaj ended Butler's miserable stay with a tumbling catch at mid-off. England folded for 179 in the 39th over, confirming what had been a completely one-sided contest. At that stage, South Africa's semi-final qualification was already assured, given their superior net run rate over Afghanistan. But they still approached the chase professionally, with an eye on form and momentum heading into the knockouts. Even though South Africa were missing their regular openers Temba Bavuma and Tony De Zorzi, both ill, and Nadine Markram hamstring injury, their batting order barely felt the pressure of the low target. However, they did lose early wickets. Tristan Stubbs, playing his first match in an ICC event, lasted only a few balls before dragging a Jofra Archer delivery onto his stumps. Ryan Rickalton played a fluent knock, but was beaten by an Argentina backer, getting ball for 27. But from there, it was all about Rassie van der Dussen and Henrik Klassen, who methodically dismantled England's bowling attack with an unbeaten 127-run partnership for the third wicket. Klassen, in particular, looked unstoppable, continuing his scintillating ODI form with a fluent 64 of 50 balls, laced with 11 crisp boundaries, most of them to the covers. Van der Dussen, as always, played the anchor role, compiling a steady 70 to not out, ensuring there were no hiccups in the chase. With only a handful of runs left to get, Klassen fell trying to finish things in style, attempting to launch Adil over fine leg, but only managing a toppage to short third. However, David Miller needed just 2 balls to complete the job, hammering Liam Livingstone straight over the side screen for 6, sealing South Africa's most dominant win of the tournament. This victory ensured that South Africa progressed to their 3rd consecutive ICC knockout tournament, having reached the semi-finals in both the 2023 ODI World Cup and the 2024 T20 World Cup. Their semi-final opponent, however, is still undecided and will depend on the outcome of the highly anticipated India versus New Zealand clash. If India lose, South Africa will face them in Dubai. If New Zealand lose, South Africa will play them in Lahore. For England, this match ended a disastrous tournament, where they lost every single game, finishing at the bottom of Group B. Their form in ODIs has been in complete freefall, and after 7 consecutive losses, the road ahead looks daunting. With Jos Buttler officially stepping down as captain, England's leadership and team structure need urgent restructuring. As South Africa march into the semi-finals with confidence, the tournament now gears up for its most exciting phase yet. The upcoming India versus New Zealand match will determine the final semi-final lineup, setting the stage for what promises to be an explosive finish to the Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night. you're dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat filled the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. You'll India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Destined to dominate how India can win the WTC trophy and conquer the test world. They say test cricket is the ultimate challenge of patience, skill, and heart. But in the modern era, it's also a test of depth, adaptability, and ambition. And no team right now is better positioned to rise to the top than India, not just to compete in the World Test Championship, but to win it outright and become the most dominant force in red ball cricket.
This isn't a dream. It's a blueprint. And the path begins right now.
Trophy to trophy that matters. World Test Championship glory. The WTC trophy isn't just a cup. It's the summit of Test cricket, a battle of consistency and brilliance over 2 long, grueling years. It rewards teams that play brave cricket, home and away, and punish those who falter even slightly.
India have come close, twice. Runners-up in both previous cycles. The time for heartbreak is over. Now is the time for history.
To get there, India must navigate a complex maze with Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and others lying in wait. But the truth is, India have everything it takes to not just win, but dominate. Mapping the road. Points, PCT, and precision. In the WTC, it's not just about wins. It's about the percentage of points contested, PCT. A win gets you 12 points. A draw gives you 4. But slow over rates, they cost you. Rain-affected draws, they drag you down. That's why clarity and killer instinct matter. India's upcoming fixtures include a home series against Australia, 5 tests of high-stakes rivalry. Tours to South Africa and New Zealand, historically tough. Additional home fixtures against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The most important chunk? Beating Australia 4-0 or better at home. That alone could push India's PCT comfortably into the mid-60s, right into the WTC final zone. It would allow them to breathe, while the rest scramble for points. Fire skill meets firepower. India's depth is their secret weapon. India's 2025 Test Series in England revealed something beautiful. A new golden generation is rising. Shubman Gill has emerged not just as a batsman, but as a leader, confident, calm, and creative. Yashasvi Jaiswal is a revelation, aggressive, composed, fearless. Dhruv Jura behind the stumps is ice-cold under pressure. Prasid Krishna and Akash Deep offer genuine pace and bounce perfect for overseas challenges. And that's just the beginning. Players like KL Rahul, Karan Nay, and even Sai Sudasen offer strength in the middle. Spin is covered by Jadeja, Kuldeep, and potentially Axar Patel. Fast bowling depth includes Suresh, Sharda, and if fit, the kingpin himself, Jasprit Bumrah. This isn't a team. It's an army. Bullseye tactically tuned, mentally ready. What separates great teams from world champions? Decision-making under pressure. India's approach under Gill and coach Gautam Gumby is refreshingly sharp. Attacking declarations that force results. Flexible field settings, adapting to match rhythms. Trust in young players, allowing bold decisions at critical times. Against England, India didn't just fight. They led. Even when results slipped, intent never did. That's the DNA of a champion side. Australian. How to beat the big dogs. Australia, SANZ. Let's talk about the Giants. Australia. India's greatest rivals. To beat them at home, tailor the pitches for spin and reverse swing. Unleash Jadeja early. Keep Siraj and Praz rotating. Neutralize Labuschagne and Smith with smart fields and short bursts. Use Gill's instinct to unsettle Cummins' field placements. South Africa. The African fortress is hard to breach, but India came close before. Use pace, Siraj, Bumrah, and Prasid. Play 3 seamers and 1 spinner all-rounder. Apply scoreboard pressure and stretch the game into day 5. Essie's batting depth has cracks. Expose them early. New Zealand. Swing-friendly conditions need confident footwork. India's young top order can flourish if they play late and trust a straight ball. Don't let the Kiwis build partnerships. Attack with pace, suffocate with left-arm spin, and pile on 400-plus runs to force results. The psychological game. Champions think differently. Winning the WTC won't just be about ability, it will be about belief. And this team, this post-Kohli, post-Rohit, post-Pujara era team believes. Because they aren't living in anyone's shadow. They're writing their own story. They don't rely on legends. They rely on each other. They don't wait to be told. They take the moment. From the youngest debutant to the coolest campaigner, this team plays like a unit, for each other, for the flag, for the legacy. Checkered flag final strategy. 5 things India must do to win the WTC. Dominate Australia at home. 4-0 or 5-0 makes the rest of the campaign manageable. Avoid soft draws. Turn strong positions into wins. Every win is 12 points. Rotate smartly. Keep players fresh without losing intensity. Punish weak oppositions. Don't just beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Bulldoze them. Maintain over rates. No freebies. No slow sessions. Stay sharp. Writing hand hash final word. The trophy is there. Now take it. India has been knocking on the door of Test cricket's highest honor for too long. Now they have the captain, the coach, the bench, and the belief. This World Test Championship isn't just a goal. It's a calling. And if they walk this path with courage, consistency, and clarity, then in June 2027, at Lord's or the Oval, India will lift the WTC trophy, not just as winners, but as rulers of the Test world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
India versus England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India versus England Test Series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prazid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, baseball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brook were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woke's walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed.
India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test, in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd. Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Breed's brilliance and nerves of Steel Seal historic series win at Lord's. South Africa waited 27 years for this moment. Their last bilateral ODI series win in England came in 1998. Matthew Breedsk wasn't even born. But under Lord's lights, the 26-year-old opener etched his name into history, anchoring South Africa's innings with a stunning 85 to lead them to a tense 5-run win in a match that swung wildly until the final ball. England needed 6 off Sinyun Mutu's, Amy's last delivery to force a super over. Jofra Archer, who had single-handedly dragged England within touching distance with fearless hitting, swung hard but could only squeeze out a single. The ball found Ryan Rickleton's gloves. The South African players roared, and history was sealed. South Africa 338, England 325, 9. Series 2-0. Breed and Stubbs, a partnership for the ages. It wasn't always so certain. After Timber Bavoomer's decision to bat first, South Africa found themselves 93 for 3 in the 19th over. Ryan Rickelden, 35, had fallen to Jofra Archer, while Bavoomer, 7, and Aiden Makram, 49, were undone by Adil Rashid's guile. England sensed control, but Breedsk and Tristan Stubbs had other ideas. Together, they rebuilt with composure, rotating strike before launching a brutal counterattack. Stubbs showcased his power, thrashing England's part-time spin options. Breedsk, calm and stylish, punished anything loose, taking apart Jacob Bethel and Will Jacks. Their 147 runs stand off 126 balls transformed the innings. Stubbs, 58, fell after a sparkling knock, and DeWalt Brevis' explosive cameo, 26 off 14, helped South Africa reach 330, just 4 short of the ODI record at Lord's. Breedsk, with his 5th consecutive ODI 50, an unprecedented feat, claimed another landmark, posting the highest ODI score by a South African at Lord's. England's chase, a roller coaster ride. England's response began disastrously. Nanre Berger struck with the first ball of the chase, Jamie Smith edging behind. Ben Duckett's scratchy 14 off 33 ended with a reverse sweep gone wrong, and England were wobbling at 66 for 2. Jacob Bethel's promotion to number 4, however, injected energy. In partnership with Joe Root, Bethel turned the game on its head, blasting a 28-ball 50 with audacious strokes. Root, steady as ever, brought up his own half-century off 57 balls. Lords was alive as the duo added 95 runs in a flash. But South Africa clawed back. Beto sliced Corbin, bossed to backward point, and Root was fought by Maharaj's drift to be stumped. His first such dismissal in ODIs in a decade. The double blow left England at 174 for 4, and South Africa pounced. Butler's brilliance, Archer's heroics, and Gigi's cool head. Harry Brook and Joe Butler combined for a sparkling stand of 69, each hitting towering 60s to keep the chase alive. Butler's 50, celebrated with a skyward glance in memory of his father, was a moment of poignancy, but Gigi silenced the crowd with a dipping slower ball that outfoxed England's captain. Berger's double strike in the same over, dismissing Jacks and Cars, left England needing 40 off the last 3 overs. It looked over, but Archer had other plans. With 2 massive 6s and audacious reverse slaps, he dragged the game to the final ball. Yet Muthusemi held his nerve, sealing a famous victory. A statement victory. This was South Africa at their most resilient. Early wickets, a masterful rebuild, then fearless death bowling under pressure. Their bowlers, Berger, 3-63, Bosch, Maharaj, and Jaidy, 1-52, all played their parts. And at the heart of it all was Breedsk, now ODI cricket's brightest rising star, with 550-plus scores in his first 5 innings. For England, this was yet another blow in a grim year for their 50-over cricket, 8 losses and 11 ODIs in 2025. Fatigue was an easy excuse, but execution was lacking. Even Archer's late fireworks couldn't hide the cracks.
For South Africa, though, this was redemption. A series win in England for the first time in nearly 3 decades, achieved with grit, composure, and a new generation stepping up to the big stage. Laura and I witnessed the thriller, and the pro teams walked off smiling, their journey to the 2027 World Cup looking brighter by the day. 5 key strategies for India to win the match at Lord's. KL Rahul, anchor with nerves of steel. Rahul, unbeaten on 33, must play the role of sheet anchor. He needs to bat deep, ignore the scoreboard, and force England into defensive fields. If he can guide India through the first hour, the pressure will shift squarely onto England. Reveal in the middle order's firepower. Rishabh Pant's injury is a concern, but even at 70%, he can change a match in 30 balls. If Jadeja joins him or Rahul in a partnership, their experience and temperament will be vital. Calm heads must prevail. No rush strokes, just clinical cricket. Neutralize the Archer-Collins threat early. Bryden Collins has already snatched 2 crucial wickets. India must blunt his opening spell with patience and leave anything outside off. Surviving the first 10 to 15 overs could deflate England's energy and fan pressure. Use night watchman momentum. While Akashdeep is gone, India still has the momentum from their bowling performance. They chased down 328 at the Gabber in 2021 with a weaker lineup. Confidence from previous run, chasers must be channeled to believe and build steady partnerships. Don't chase the target, build the innings. 135 runs is susceptibly tricky under pressure. India must think in terms of 5 27-run partnerships, not a single target. Break the chase into small milestones, first 25, then 50, then the halfway mark. Each run piles the pressure on England. Bonus insight. Watch the weather and the pitch. There's little help for seamers from the pitch now, but bounce and reverse swing might creep in late in the session. India must be wary of the second new balls threat and retake the strikes smartly to avoid stagnation. If India plays to their strengths, calm minds, sharp cricket, and calculated aggression, they will seal this match and take control of the series.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, not the name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Why India has been the most impressive team in the Champions Trophy 2025. India has been the standout team in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025, displaying dominance across all departments. With an unbeaten record so far, they have breezed into the semifinals after topping Group A, setting up an electrifying showdown against Australia. Their performances have been marked by confidence, tactical intelligence, squad depth, and leadership, making them the team to beat. Here's a detailed analysis of why India has been so formidable in this tournament. 1. Supreme confidence and winning mindset. India has approached each match with an unshakable belief in their abilities, built upon their recent successes in major ICC tournaments. This confidence has been evident in their ability to handle pressure, bounce back from tough situations, and stay composed under crunch moments. Examples of India's confidence in action. White-heavy checkmark overcame a tricky chase versus Bangladesh, 229 target, with calmness thanks to Shubman Gill's century. White-heavy checkmark defended 249 against New Zealand on a spinning track, trusting their bowlers to get the job done. White-heavy checkmark Rohit Sharma's aggressive captaincy has kept the team positive, ensuring India remains proactive rather than reactive. A confident Indian team is dangerous, as they trust their plans and execute them with precision. 2. Strength and depth, a squad full of match winners. One of India's greatest strengths in this tournament has been their depth in both batting and bowling. Batting depth. Even if the top order fails, middle and lower order batters step up. Axar Patel's contributions at number 7 have been crucial. Hardik Pandya has played vital cameos in the death overs. Bowling depth. 3 world-class spinners, Kuldeep Yadav, Jadeja, and Varun Chakravarti, have made India's attack versatile. Seamers like Mohammad Shami, Hardik Pandya, and Harshit Rana provide different strengths in varied conditions. Varun's inclusion against New Zealand added a mystery factor, showing India's ability to adapt. India is not relying on just 1 or 2 players. They have a deep squad where different match winners step up each time. 3. Balance attack, dominating with both spin and pace. India has been able to dominate opposition teams with both spin and pace, making them the most well-rounded bowling unit in the tournament. Spin dominance. Ravindra Jadeja, economical in wickets in the middle overs. Kuldeep Yadav, wrist spin threat. Wickets at crucial moments. Varun Chakravarti, mystery element. Unplayable against New Zealand, 5-wicket haul. Seam attack. Large blue circle Mohammad Shami, a proven wicket taker with the new ball and at the death. Large blue circle Hardik Pandya provides key breakthroughs and balances the attack. Large blue circle Harshit Rana, impressive new ball spells. India has a flexibility to adjust their bowling strategy based on pitch conditions, making them extremely dangerous. 4. Tactical and fearless leadership from Rohit Sharma. Under Rohit Sharma's captaincy, India has been aggressive and tactically ahead of their opponents. 5. Proactive team selections. Trusted his 3-spinner attack against New Zealand, which proved match-winning. Included Harshit Rana in earlier games to give seam options. 5. Attacking field placements. Has not been afraid to place close catches in the middle overs to force mistakes. 5. Backs players even when they struggle. Trusted Shreyas Iyer's slow innings against New Zealand, knowing it was a tricky pitch, gave Varun Chakravarti a chance, which paid off spectacularly. Rohit commands respect, keeps the dressing room relaxed, and ensures India plays fearless cricket. 5. Experience meets young firepower, a perfect mix. India's squad is a blend of experienced stars and young, fearless talent, making them unpredictable and dangerous. Experienced leaders. White-heavy checkmark Virat Kohli provides stability, experience, and mental strength. White-heavy checkmark Rohit Sharma, tactical genius and aggressive batting at the top. White-heavy checkmark Jadeja and Shami bring composure and experience in key moments. Fearless young stars. White-heavy checkmark Shubman Gill, calm, classy, and capable of winning games alone. White-heavy checkmark Iyer and Axar Patel, showing maturity under pressure. White-heavy checkmark Kuldeep and Varun, 2 world-class attacking spinners. The perfect mix of youth and experience is helping India thrive in this tournament. 6. Adaptability to different conditions. India has shown the ability to win in different conditions, something many teams have struggled with. Examples. Against Bangladesh, the pitch was slow, so they paced the chase cautiously. Against New Zealand, Spin was key, so they choked runs with spinners and forced mistakes. In earlier games, India's seamers also adapted well, ensuring balance. Unlike teams like England, who struggled on slower pitches, or New Zealand, who collapsed against spin, India has been flexible, adapting their strategies to each match condition. 7. Mental toughness and big match temperament. And this Champions Trophy has been no different. Large blue circle even when 33rd against New Zealand. They recovered to post a winning total. Large blue circle against Bangladesh. They remained calm in a tricky chase. Large blue circle against New Zealand. Their bowlers absorbed pressure and struck at key moments. Other teams like England and New Zealand have struggled under pressure, but India remains composed and executes their plans perfectly. 8. Fitness and workload management. India has managed its squad smartly, ensuring players remain fresh. Jasprit Bumrah was rested for the tournament, ensuring he is fit for bigger ICC events. Hardik Pandya is being carefully used as an all-rounder. Squad rotation has kept bowlers fresh, preventing overuse injuries. This focus on fitness gives India a big edge in a long tournament. Final verdict. Can India go all the way? India has been the most complete team so far, combining heavy checkmark fearless leadership, heavy checkmark squad depth and flexibility, heavy checkmark match-winning spinners and pacers, heavy checkmark mental strength and big match players, heavy checkmark the hunger to win another ICC trophy. With momentum and confidence sky-high, India is firmly the team to beat. But their semi-final clash versus Australia will be the ultimate test. If they win that, they will be odds-on favorites to lift the trophy.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
South Africa's agony continues. Another ICC knockout heartbreak. The Pro Tees have been here before. Many times before. Another ICC tournament. Another semi-final. Another painful exit. South Africa's hopes of finally breaking the knockout curse came crashing down in Lahore, as New Zealand outplayed them in every department, sealing a 50-run victory to book their place in the ICC Champions Trophy final. For South Africa, this was yet another chapter in their long history of heartbreak at global tournaments, a script that has played out time and time again. From the infamous 1992 rain rule debacle to the 1999 World Cup semi-final disaster and the devastating collapse against New Zealand in 2015, the Pro Tees have lived through every kind of knockout pain imaginable. And now, Lahore 2025 is added to that list. A familiar pain, another semi-final defeat. Having topped their group with strong performances, South Africa enter the semi-finals with high hopes. A batting-friendly pitch, their powerful top order, and a balanced bowling attack suggested they had the tools to go all the way. But New Zealand had other plans. Rachin Ravindra's century and Kane Williamson composed 100-power the Kiwis to a record-breaking 362.06, the highest total in Champions Trophy history. South Africa, despite a valiant effort from David Miller, 100*, fell well short, managing only 3-12-9 in response. The loss meant that South Africa has now lost 9 of their 11 ICC ODI semifinals, a staggering statistic that underlines their struggles on the big stage. They have made it to the final just once in their history, way back in 1998 when they won the inaugural Champions Trophy, then called the ICC Knockout. Since then, they have repeatedly failed to cross the semifinal hurdle. Where did it go wrong? South Africa's semifinal downfall was a mix of poor execution and bad luck. Some of the key factors that contributed to their exit include 1. Wayward bowling and dropped chances. South Africa's bowling, which had been solid throughout the tournament, faltered at the worst possible time. Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen, 2 of their main strike bowlers, were ineffective, allowing Williamson and Ravindra to settle in and dictate the innings. Their lengths were too predictable, and they struggled to contain the scoring. Adding to their woes, key catches were put down, including crucial drop-off Williamson when he was on 56. Had that catch been taken, South Africa could have put New Zealand under pressure and restricted them to a more manageable total. 2. A sluggish start with the bat. Chasing 363 was always going to be a challenge, but South Africa didn't help their cause with a slow start. Captain Temba Bavuma struggled early on, scoring just 10 off his first 24 balls, putting the team behind the required run rate. By the time he found his rhythm, South Africa had already lost valuable time. 3. A middle-order collapse. At 143.02 in the 25th over, South Africa was in a strong position, matching New Zealand's progress at the same stage. However, things unraveled quickly when Mitchell Santner dismissed Bavuma and Rasivander Dussen in quick succession. Heinrich Claesen, one of their best big hitters, followed soon after. In a span of 10 overs, South Africa went from contenders to chasing shadows. 4. Miller's lone battle. David Miller, playing in what could be his final ICC ODI tournament, fought bravely till the end. His unbeaten 100 off 67 balls was a masterpiece of counter-attacking batting, but by the time he found his groove, the match was already out of reach. With wickets falling around him, there was little support from the lower order. Why can't South Africa get over the line? South Africa's inability to win ICC knockouts is a puzzle that has haunted them for decades. While talent has never been an issue, the psychological weight of their past failures seems to hold them back. Here are some recurring themes in their tournament exits. White heavy checkmark pressure in big matches. The team often crumbles under the weight of expectations. They have had some of the strongest teams in world cricket over the years, yet when the crunch moment arrives, they tend to falter. White heavy checkmark unlucky moments. From the 1992 rain rule controversy to the 1999 World Cup tie against Australia and the miscalculations of 2003, fate has played a cruel hand in South Africa's ICC history. White heavy checkmark lack of killer instinct. Unlike teams like Australia, India, or New Zealand, South Africa struggles to close out games when in strong positions. Even in the semi-final, they had moments where they could have shifted the momentum but failed to capitalize. What's next for South Africa? Despite another painful exit, there are positives for South Africa. This team has a good mix of youth and experience, and with the 2027 World Cup set to be hosted in South Africa, they will have another golden opportunity to end their ICC drought on home soil. Temba Bavuma and his men will now have to regroup, learn from yet another heartbreaking experience, and find ways to overcome their knockout blues. The scars of Lahore 2025 will remain, but South Africa will hope that one day they can finally shake off the tag of being chokers and lift an ICC trophy again. For now, however, it's another case of what could have been. Another missed opportunity. Another exit from an ICC semifinal. And another heartbreak for the Pro Tees.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
sweet chase. Victory shines on every face. Your India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The curious case of Gautam Gambhir. As India's coach, a figure whose tenure has already become one of the most intriguing in recent Indian cricket history. He's a man who's won big, lost big, and still somehow commands both skepticism and respect in equal measure. The paradox of Gautam Gambhir's coaching tenure. Gautam Gambhir came in with an edge, not the softly spoken, behind-the-scenes mentor type, but a front foot. Stare you down, uncompromising personality. That in itself split opinions. Some said it was exactly what India needed after a period of transition. Others feared it would alienate players. So far, what's unfolded has been complex. The unlikely success is one, backing a young captain and winning. His decision to back Shubman Gill as Test captain was bold. Many expected a senior like KL Rahul or even a caretaker approach. Instead, Gambhir threw the keys to a 25-year-old result. Gill blossomed, tactically sharper, leading from the front with the bat, and inspiring a young core. Impact. India's Test side now looks future-proof. Gambhir's gamble has paid off, at least in this England series. 2. Seamless transition from old guard Kohli, Rohit, Pujara, Ashwin, all absent from this England tour. The past, this would have been a crisis. Under Gambhir, the team never looked hollow. He's created an environment where new names believe they belong from day one. 3. Fearless selections, willing to blood youngsters like Hurl, Proceed, Akash, deep in big series without a break in tour. His philosophy: if you're good enough, you're old enough. For injecting mental steel, Gambhir's intensity is contagious. Players speak of his no excuses culture. Focus on winning moments, not explaining losses. This was visible at the Oval in the final Test. No retreat, no safety nets, just relentless pursuit of a win. The signal failures, 1. Inconsistent big series, results. While India drew against England and had strong home showings, overseas campaigns under Gambhir early on have had patchy moments. He has yet to deliver a landmark away series win in tough conditions against Big Three rivals like Australia or South Africa. His leadership model leans towards relentless attack, which can be costly when the situation calls for consolidation. The Lord's Test loss in England, where India chased 193 and imploded, had shades of philosophy over pragmatism. 3. Polarizing personality, Gambhir's straight-shooting nature, can rub opponents, and sometimes his own players, the wrong way. While it fires some up, others may feel the heat unnecessarily in a high-pressure environment. Is he doing a great job? It depends how you measure great. Great means fast-tracking a new era, making India fearless again, building leaders in depth, then yes, Gambhir is doing a great job. But if great means consistently delivering trophies, flawless match management, dominance across all conditions. Then it's too soon to crown him. He's planted the seeds. But the harvest will be judged by WTC titles, away series wins, and ICC silverware. The Gambier formula: clear identity, win with aggression, trust youth, play bold cricket. High standards, no excuses for underperformance. Long-term view: build a squad that can peak for the next 5 to 7 years. It's risky, it's raw, it's working in bursts. And if the raw edges can be smoothed without blunting the steel, Gambier could be remembered as the man who rebuilt India's test dominance.
The curious case of Gordon Gumby as India's coach, a figure whose tenure has already become one of the most intriguing in recent Indian cricket history. He's a man who's won big, lost big, and still somehow commands both skepticism and respect in equal measure. The paradox of Gordon Gumby's coaching tenure: Gordon Gumby came in with an edge, not the softly spoken, behind-the-scenes mentor type, but a front foot, stare-you-down, uncompromising personality. That in self-split opinions. Some said it was exactly what India needed after a period of transition. Others feared it would alienate players. So far, what's unfolded has been complex. The unlikely successes: 1. Backing a young captain and winning. His decision to back Shubman Gill as test captain was bold. Many expected a senior like K.L. Rahul or even a caretaker approach. Instead, Gumby threw the keys to a 25-year-old. Result? Gill blossomed, tactically sharper, leading from the front with the bat and inspiring a young core. Impact: India's test side now looks future-proof. Gumby's gamble has paid off, at least in this England series. 2. Seamless transition from old guard. Kohli, Rohit, Pujara, Ashwin all absent from this England tour. In the past, this would have been a crisis. Under Gumby, the team never looked hollow. He's created an environment where new names believe they belong from day one. 3. Fearless selections. Willing to blood youngsters like Jurel, Prazit, a cash deep in big series without a break-in tour. His philosophy: if you're good enough, you're old enough. 4. Injecting mental steel. Gumby's intensity is contagious. Players speak of his no-excuses culture, focus on winning moments, not explaining losses. This was visible at the Oval in the final test. No retreat, no safety nets, just relentless pursuit of a win. The signal failures. 1. Inconsistent big series results. While India drew against England and had strong home showings, overseas campaigns under Gumby early on have had patchy moments. He's yet to deliver a landmark away series win in tough conditions against big free rivals like Australia or South Africa. 2. Over-aggression at times. His leadership model leans towards relentless attack, which can be costly when the situation calls for consolidation. The Lord's Test loss in England, where India chased 193 and imploded, had shades of philosophy over pragmatism. 3. Polarizing personality. Gumby's straight-shooting nature can rub opponents, and sometimes his own players, the wrong way. While it fires some up, others may feel the heat unnecessarily in a high-pressure environment. Is he doing a great job? It depends how you measure great. If great means fast-tracking a new era, making India fearless again, building leaders in depth, then yes, Gumby is doing a great job. But if great means consistently delivering trophies, flawless match management, dominance across all conditions, then it's too soon to crown him. He has planted the seeds, but the harvest will be judged by WTC titles, away series wins, and ICC silverware. The Gumby formula: clear identity, win with aggression, trust you, play bold cricket. High standards, no excuses for underperformance. Long-term view: build a squad that can compete for the next 5 to 7 years. It's risky, it's raw, it's working in bursts. And if the raw edges can be smoothed without blunting the steel, Gumby could be remembered as the man who rebuilt India's Test dominance.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 Match Report. Delhi Capitals vs Sunrisers Hyderabad, 30th March 2025. Stark's historic 5-4 and Du Plessis' firepower sink Sunrisers in Vizag. Result: Delhi Capitals 166-3, Du Plessis 50, Fraser McGurk 38, Poral 34 not out, Ansari 3-42, beat Sunrisers Hyderabad 163, Aniket 74, Stark 5-35, Kuldeep 3-22, by 7 wickets. Venue: Dr. Y.S. Rajshekhara Reddy ACA VDCA Cricket Stadium, Vishakhapatnam. Introduction: Stark and DC sparkle in Vizag. Delhi Capitals notched their second consecutive victory in IPL 2025 with a commanding 7-wicket win over Sunrisers Hyderabad in Vishakhapatnam. Mitchell Stark starred with the ball, producing a record-breaking maiden 5-wicket haul in T20s, while Faf Du Plessis set the tone with a brisk half-century in the chase. Despite Aniket Verma's explosive 74 of 41 balls, SRH's aggressive batting approach once again came under scrutiny as they collapsed under pressure, handing DC a comfortable win with 4 overs to spare. Stark sizzles with career-best spell. Mitchell Stark was simply unplayable. Bowling with pace, control, and deadly accuracy, the Australian left-armer tore through SRH's top and lower order to finish with figures of 5-35, the best of his T20 career. After Abhishek Sharma's needless run-out in the first over, Ishan Kishan slashed to deep third, and Nitish Reddy heaved a slower delivery to mid-on. Then came the most anticipated face-off, Travis Head versus Stark. Head managed to force early but fell trying to ramp a rising ball, KL Rahul taking a sharp catch. SRH were reeling at 37 for 4 within 5 overs. Aniket Verma's lone resistance. Enter Aniket Verma, just 3 T20s old, who played like a seasoned pro. Despite being dropped early, he punished DC's bowlers with 5 fours and 6 sixes in a blazing 41-ball 74. Alongside Henrik Klassen 36, he stitched a 77-run stand off 40 balls to revive the innings. Aniket took a particular liking to Axar Patel, hitting him for consecutive sixes and following it up with more aggression later. Klassen's dismissal, caught brilliantly by debutant Vipraj Nigam, triggered another collapse. Kuldeep Yadav struck twice in the middle overs, dismissing Abhinav Manohar and Pat Cummins, while Stark returned to finish things off. SRH were bowled out for 163 with 8 balls unused. Du Plessis leads the chase. Delhi's reply started in high gear. While Jake Fraser McGurk struggled for timing, Faf Du Plessis was all class and control. The veteran South African raced to 50 off just 26 balls, punishing Abhishek Sharma and Pat Cummins with powerful strokes. The 81-run opening stand in under 9 overs laid the foundation for a hassle-free chase. Ansari's return, but DC stay in control. Jishan Ansari, returning to top-flight T20 after 6 years, picked up 3 wickets including Du Plessis and Fraser McGurk. His 3 for 42 briefly gave SRH hope, especially after he bowled KL Rahul around his legs after a quick cameo. However, Abhishek Poral and Tristan Stubbs ensured there were no further hiccups. Their 51-run partnership of 28 balls took DC home with 24 balls to spare. Key performers: Mitchell Stark, 5 for 35, lethal new ball spell and clinical death bowling. Aniket Verma, 74 of 41, a fearless innings under pressure. Kuldeep Yadav, 3 for 22, choked SRH in the middle overs. Faf Du Plessis, 50 of 26, fluent and aggressive start to the chase. Jishan Ansari, 3 for 42, notable return after 6 years. Final word: DC flex their depth, SRH need recalibration. This win cements Delhi's strong start to IPL 2025. With their bowlers firing and the top order clicking, DC are looking like early contenders. Mitchell Stark's performance will be long remembered, not just for the numbers but for the authority it restored. Sunrisers, meanwhile, need to reassess their high-risk batting strategy. Despite Aniket Verma's brilliance, their inability to build partnerships or consolidate after early setbacks continues to cost them. Final result: Delhi Capitals won by 7 wickets. Player of the match: Mitchell Stark, 5 for 35.
England's ODI and T20I collapse. From world champions to humiliating exit. England, once the undisputed force of white ball cricket, have plummeted to an all-time low. Their exit from the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 without a single win capped off a disastrous 18-month period in which they have suffered embarrassing defeats across formats. What went wrong? Why has England been so poor? How did one of the world's richest, most resourceful, and historically skilled cricket teams fall apart so spectacularly? Let's break it down. 1. ODI horror show. England's nightmarish decline in 50 overs cricket. Key ODI stats since the 2023 World Cup. Chart with downward trend 7 consecutive ODI losses in ICC tournaments. Chart with downward trend 11 losses in their last 15 ODIs. Chart with downward trend knocked out in the group stage of back-to-back ICC tournaments. Chart with downward trend 0 wins in the Champions Trophy 2025. England were once feared for their explosive batting, all-rounders, and aggressive bowling attack. But post-2019, the decline has been rapid and brutal. World Cup 2023 disaster, the beginning of the end. After winning the 2019 World Cup, England failed miserably in their title defense in 2023, finishing 7th out of 10 teams with just 3 wins in 9 games. Lost to Afghanistan, one of the biggest World Cup upsets ever. Crushed by South Africa by 229 runs, their worst World Cup defeat. Humiliated by Sri Lanka by 8 wickets, failed to even compete. This marked the start of England's ODI downfall, and they never recovered from it. Champions Trophy 2025, absolute rock bottom. England entered the Champions Trophy hoping to redeem themselves. Instead, they hit a new low. CapCut 1 lost to Australia despite scoring 351 runs. Bowling failed again. CapCut 2 embarrassed by Afghanistan. Ibrahim Zadran's 177 exposed their weak attack. CapCut 3 crushed by South Africa, 179 all out. An utter collapse in a must-win game. Pushpin no wins. No fight. No hope. England's batting was inconsistent, bowling lacked fire, and captaincy was weak. The end result? An embarrassing first-round exit. 2. England's T20I struggles. White ball kings no more. It's not just ODIs. England's T20I record has also taken a nosedive. Chart with downward trend failed to defend their T20 World Cup title in 2024. Chart with downward trend lost to the USA in a shocking group stage defeat. Chart with downward trend eliminated early in the 2024 T20 World Cup. Chart with downward trend struggled against lesser-ranked teams like West Indies and Afghanistan. England invented aggressive white ball cricket. Yet in 2024 to 2025, their fearless approach turned reckless. Their batting collapses, poor bowling choices, and lack of planning have cost them dearly. 3. England's key failures. A complete breakdown. CapCut 1 batting collapse in pressure situations. No solid partnerships. England kept losing wickets in clusters. Middle order failure. Buttler, Livingston, and Brooke were inconsistent. No anchor batsman. Unlike Kohli, India, or Root, past England sides, no one held innings together. CapCut 2 bowling has no bite. Death bowling is terrible. England consistently leak runs in the last 10 overs. Spin department is weak. Rashid is aging, Livingston isn't a specialist, and no replacement have stepped up. No reliable pacers besides Archer. Mark Wood's injury left England toothless. CapCut 3 poor captaincy and tactics. Joe's Butler's leadership was uninspiring. Poor field placements and bowling changes. Failed to motivate players after repeated losses. CapCut 4 mental fragility. England fold under pressure. They don't fight back when under pressure. Lost big moments in every major tournament since 2023. Confidence and self-belief are at an all-time low. 4. The shocking contrast. England's riches vs their results. Pushpin England is one of the world's wealthiest cricket boards. Pushpin, they have the best facilities, the best leagues, the 100 T20 Blast county cricket. Pushpin, their players are highly paid and have access to world-class coaching. Moneybag yet. They have played like a bottom-tier team in ICC tournaments. 5. What happens next? Can England recover? Stop sign CapCut 1 Butler steps down. A new captain needed. Joe's Butler failed as a leader, and England must replace him. Options. White-heavy checkmark Ben Stokes if he returns to ODIs. White-heavy checkmark Joe Root, experienced but struggling for form. White-heavy checkmark Jofra Archer, a bold choice for fresh leadership. Stop sign keycap 2 ODI reset. Build for 2027 World Cup. Drop inconsistent performers and rebuild a fresh batting core. Fix the bowling attack. Bring in aggressive, wicket-taking bowlers. Develop a proper spin strategy for different conditions. Stop sign keycap 3 England must redefine white ball cricket. They revolutionized ODIs in 2015 to 2019, but other teams have now caught up. They must evolve again, balancing aggression with adaptability. 6. The verdict. England fall from grace is complete. The last 2 years have been a nightmare for England in ODIs and T20 years. Crossmark World Cup 2023. Embarrassing group stage exit. Crossmark T20 World Cup 2024. Humiliating loss to the USA. Early exit. Crossmark Champions Trophy 2025. Lost every game. 0 wins. They went from white ball kings to cricket's biggest disappointment.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our envy rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Mumbai Indians vs Royal Challengers Bengaluru, 7th April 2025. RCB survive Hardik Tilak storm to break 10-year Wankhede curse. Result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru to 21 for 5, Kohli 67, Patidar 64, Hardik 2 for 45, Bolt 2 for 57 beat Mumbai Indians to 09 for 9, Tilak 56, Hardik 42, Krunal 4 for 45, Hazelwood 2 for 37, by 12 runs. Venue, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai. Introduction, RCB end another long drought in a thriller. RCB continued their jinx-breaking spree in IPL 2025 by clinching their first win at the Wankhede Stadium in a decade, just days after ending a 17-year drought at Chepauk. In a high-scoring clash filled with big hits, standout performances, and late drama, they held their nerve to edge past Mumbai Indians by 12 runs. It wasn't a cruise despite posting a massive 221, as Hardik Pandya and Tilak Varma threatened to pull off a miraculous heist. But the composed Krunal Pandya and death bowling brilliance from Hazelwood and Bhuvneshwar secured the crucial win. Kohli's intent lights the fuse. Trent Bolt started proceedings with his 31st first-over wicket in the IPL, but it was all RCB after that. Devdutt Padikkal responded immediately with a boundary, and the aggression never stopped. Virat Kohli, often an anchor, flipped the script with a blazing 29-ball 50, his fastest since 2019. Kohli took 36 off 19 balls in the power play and displayed rare aggression against spin, unleashing slog sweeps in the middle overs. His early charge set the tone, allowing Patidar to settle at the other end. Patidar's middle-order firepower. Hardik Pandya initially choked the flow with his wide lines and pace variations, picking up the key wickets of Kohli and Livingstone in the same over. But Rajat Patidar turned the tide, launching into Hardik and dismantling Santner's figures with 20 off a single over. Patidar went from 8 off 10 to a 33-ball 64, creating the platform for a big finish. Jitesh Sharma joined the onslaught, smashing 24 off just 8 balls as Bolt leaked 57 in his 4 overs, his most expensive IPL spell. Despite 3 clinical overs from Bumrah, who conceded only 14, RCB pushed the total to 221 for 5. Hazelwood and Suyash stalled the chase. The MI chase began in stuttered fashion. Hazelwood's tight lengths and Suyash Sharma's unorthodox action created early pressure. Hazelwood removed Rickalton with help from a sharp DRS call, and after the power play, MI had only 41 on the board. Suryakumar Yadav, unable to find rhythm, laboured to 8 off 13 before falling to Suyash. With Will Jacks also failing to accelerate, MI needed a miracle with 123 required off the last 8 overs. Hardik and Tilak spark hope. Enter Hardik Pandya and Tilak Varma. The pair added 89 off 34 balls, injecting belief into Me's camp. Tilak took 17 off Suyash's final over and raced to a 29-ball 56. Hardik was electric, smashing 42 off just 15 balls with a mix of straight lofts and flicked sixes. From a near-impossible equation, MI brought it down to 41 off the final 3 overs. Krunal, Bhuvneshwar and Hazelwood delivered a death bowling masterclass, yorkers, slower balls, and variations that kept MI at bay. Krunal's final blow. With 19 needed off the final over, Krunal Pandya was handed the responsibility. Bowling to his former side, he kept his composure. He dismissed Santner and Deepak Chahar, denying MI the boundaries they craved. Krunal's 4 for 45 were his best IPL figures and the final dagger in Me's hopes. Key performers. Virat Kohli, 67 from 38, blistering knock that set the tone. Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33, high-impact middle-order innings. Hardik Pandya, 42 from 15 and 2 for 45, an all-round spark that almost stole the game. Tilak Varma, 56 from 29, smart acceleration and stroke play. Krunal Pandya, 4 for 45 from 4, nerves of steel in the final over. Josh Hazelwood, 2 for 37, clinical execution in both power play and death. Final word, RCB saw, MI stagger. RCB will be elated with another statement win away from home, and the breaking of long-standing venue hoodoos. Kohli's intent, Patidar's power, and Krinal's poise were key ingredients in this balanced performance. For MI, this was a missed opportunity. Despite the late fireworks, they remain plagued by inconsistent top-order starts and leaking runs at the death. 2 losses in a row will ring alarm bells, especially with their bowling depth stretched. Final result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33.
Krinal Pandya's all-round brilliance takes RCB to the top. RCB 165 for 4, Krinal 73, Kohli 51, Axar 2419 beat DC 162 for 8, Rahul 41, Stubbs 34, Bhuvneshwar 3-4 33, Hazelwood 2-4 36 by 6 wickets on April 27, 2025 at Arun Jaitley Stadium, Delhi. On a sluggish, low-gripping surface in Delhi, it was Krinal Pandya's masterclass with both bat and ball that powered Royal Challengers Bengaluru to a commanding 6-wicket victory over Delhi Capitals, a win that lifted them to the number 1 spot on the IPL 2025 points table. RCB's performance was a textbook case of adaptability and mental strength. From a top-order collapse at 26 for 3 to a dominant finish led by Krinal and Virat Kohli, they controlled key phases of the match with clarity and intent. First innings, the squeeze that broke DC. Delhi began brightly with Abhishek Parel's cameo and ended with a late burst from Tristan Stubbs and Vipraj Nigam, but the vast middle overs were dominated by RCB's bowlers. The pair of Krinal Pandya and Suyash Sharma stifled scoring, denying width, varying pace, and bowling into the pitch, a strategy perfectly suited to the surface. Bhuvneshwar Kumar and Josh Hazelwood provided breakthroughs up front and at the death. The turning point came in the 14th over when Axar Patel, just beginning to open up, was bowled by Hazelwood. DC, already struggling for momentum, lost grip from that moment. Delhi's use of the impact player rule backfired. After opting for a bowler-heavy 11 when batting first, they were forced to introduce Ashutosh Sharma as a rescue act after Rahul's dismissal. He lasted just 3 bowls, another blow and a tactical misfire. Stubbs provided a late spark with his inventive shot-making, but Bhuvneshwar's final over, delivered under an over 8 penalty, allowed just 6 runs and dismissed Stubbs, cutting short DC's hopes of a strong finish. Second innings, from collapse to command. The chase began disastrously for RCB. Jacob Bethel, Devdutt Padikkal, and Rajat Patidar fell early, 2 to Axar Patel and 1 to a sharp run-out, leaving RCB reeling. The pitch continued to challenge stroke makers, with deliveries sticking in the surface and robbing batters of rhythm. Enter Krinal Pandya, with Kohli at the other end. Their 119-run partnership was built on composure and smart risk management. Kohli, playing the anchor, soaked up pressure while rotating strike, allowing Krinal to assess the conditions before launching his counterattack. From 17 off 21, Krinal accelerated spectacularly, scoring 56 off his next 26 deliveries. He took down both pace and spin, pulling Shamara, launching Mukesh Kumar, and then lofting Kuldeep Yadav with effortless timing. He was dropped on 46, a costly error by Parel at deep mid-wicket that would seal DC's fate. Kohli's 51 OFF 47 bowls was not flashy, but vital. He provided the stability RCB needed in difficult conditions. By the time he fell with 18 needed off 13, the game was firmly in RCB's control. Tim David closed out the match in style, smashing Mukesh Kumar for 6, 4 plus a no ball, 4, and another 4 in a brutal 19th over, turning the finishing touch into a fireworks show. Tactical insights and turning points. RCB's bowling plan suffocated DC's innings between overs 7-4-16, conceding just 59 runs in that period. DC's impact substitution strategy backfired, exposing their thin middle order. Hazelwood returned to remove Axar, shifted momentum squarely to RCB. Krinal's calculated acceleration and ability to dominate both spin and pace was a game-changer. Tim David's clinical finish highlighted RCB's growing confidence and composure under pressure. Player of the match, Krinal Pandya. Batting, 73 not out off 47 bowls. Bowling, 1 for 21 in 4 overs. A defining all-round performance that turned the tide when it mattered most. Krinal didn't just rescue RCB, he elevated them. What this means? For RCB, with this win, RCB has now notched 6 victories in their last 7 games. The team's formula, an Indian core performing under pressure, a balanced bowling attack, and middle-order firepower, is clicking at the perfect time. For Delhi Capitals, inconsistency and tactical indecision continue to plague DC. Despite glimpses of promise from Stubbs and Perel, the top order's lack of intent and frequent middle-order collapses are serious concerns as they approach the back end of the season. Final word. This match was more than a win. It was a show of evolution from RCB. Once dependent on top-order pyrotechnics, they now boast a side capable of absorbing pressure, adjusting strategies, and pulling off clinical wins on challenging surfaces. If Krunal Pandya's display was a sign of things to come, then RCB's long-awaited title dream might finally be on the horizon.
Ruthless England crushed West Indies to complete T20I Series whitewash at Southampton. England 248 for 3, Duckett 84, Smith 60, Battle 36. Brooke 35 beat West Indies 211 for 8, Powell 79, Hope 45 with 3 for 31, Rashid 2 for 30 by 37 runs. In a record-setting night at the Utilita Bowl, England completed a commanding 3-0 T20I series, sweep over a faltering West Indies outfit, reaffirming their new-look white ball dominance under Harry Brooks' blossoming leadership. With precision, poise, and punishing intent, the hosts stamped their authority with their second-highest T20I total ever, a mammoth 248 for 3, and sealed a 37-run win in front of a packed home crowd. England's ruthless rebirth under Brooke. Brooks' calm command and crisp decisions as skipper, most notably retaining an unchanged 11, have brought new cohesion to a side hungry to reclaim white ball supremacy. England, who well adrift in white ball form earlier this year, have now strung together 6 straight wins in ODIs and T20s, including 2 series clean sweeps. That's not luck. That's culture and maybe the start of something special. Brooks' post-match mantra said it best we want to start nailing teams down into the ground. Mission accomplished. Duckett and Smith trailblazing at the top. Ben Duckett was simply breathtaking. His 84 off 41 balls wasn't just a career best, it was a statement. Replete with reverse slaps, down-the-line lofts, and innovative sweeps, Duckett dismantled one of the world's top-ranked T20I spinners in Akil Hossain. Jamie Smith enjoying a glorious breakout month, partnering with a composer hits, classy maiden T20I 50-60 off 32, adding 120 and under 9 overs. The future of England's T20I top order just might have arrived. England bat deep, hit deep. With Jacob Bethel 36 off 17 and Brooke 35 off 18 icing the innings, England smashed 15 sixes and 18 fours, exploiting a short boundary and flat track with vicious efficiency. Their 248 at home ranks only behind the 267 in Trent Bridge versus South Africa, and showcase just how many match winners now populate this side. Powell fights, but West Indies falter. Robin Powell's riding 79 off 45 balls reminded fans of West Indies' T20 legacy, but with built meaningful support early tempo, his was a lone resistance. Shyhope's elegant 45 started well, but with 3 for 31 and Rashid 2 for 30 ensured no major revival. The visitors did hit 14 sixes to England's 15, but it's the dot ball pressure, lack of middle-order flexibility, and misfiring strategy that underscored how far they've drifted from the fearless T20 trailblazers of old. Poran's shock retirement and West Indies void. Adding insult to series injury, Nicholas Poran's retirement at just 29 left fans stunned. For a side already battling form and identity, losing one of its brightest modern lights mid-air felt like a symbolic rupture. The 6 team remains, but the method, muscle memory, and modernity of T20 strategy has evaporated. Unless changes are made soon, the 2026 T20 World Cup could be bleak for the once mighty men in maroon. Key takeaways. Harry Brook is leading with clarity, composure, and conviction. Duckett is arguably England's most complete all-format opener today. Jamie Smith has cemented his place as a T20I prospect with elite temperament. England's bowling continues to evolve smartly, even on flat decks. West Indies need reinvention, not just reinforcements. India versus England's second test at Edgbaston. Hugh's grit, Jeswall's grace, and England's relentless nip, a scintillating opening chapter unfolds in Birmingham. Edgbaston, July 2nd, under a patchwork sky of sunshine and skepticism. Shelter and Gill stood tall, unbending and undeterred, captain under fire, turning heat into harmony. When the day's final boundary raced away and his helmet was flung skyward, the roar that followed wasn't just joy. It was defiance. Gill had silenced doubters and maybe, just maybe, steadied India's test campaign. At stumps on day one, India sat at 310 for 5, a solid score but not without fragility. England had chipped away, timely and tenacious, but the headline belonged to Gill unbeaten on 114, his second 100 in as many tests, forged from discipline, durability, and quiet domination. The Bumrah bombshell. Before a ball was bowled, the cricket world gasped. Jasper Bumrah rested. Gill explained at the toss that Edgbaston wasn't right for Bumrah, that Lords would give him more, but many saw it as folly, especially with India 1-0 down in the series. So Gill did what a leader must. He shouldered the burden, and then he shouldered arms to 199 deliveries of English seam, swing, strategy, and snark, and still emerged triumphant. The battle begins. India lost KL early trapped in a slow-motion struggle by the ever-reliable Chris Woke, whose opening spell was pure poetry. 7 overs for maidens, just 15 runs and a wicket. Wokes prodded, and nearly pinned down both Jeswal and Karanay, with umpires' calls, saving the batters twice by the thinnest of margins. The initial resistance came from Yashasvi Jeswal, who dazzled once again against England. He raced to a half-century in just 59 deliveries, carving boundaries with grace and aggression. His innings, a fluent 87 with 13 boundaries, was a reminder of his growing aura in whites. But ambition trumped judgment when he slashed at a wide delivery from Ben Stokes, gifting England a vital breakthrough. Still, Jeswal's record remains gleaming, 7 tests versus England, 750s. The Gill Fortress. If Jeswal sparkled, Gill constructed. His century took 199 deliveries, studded with 11 fours, each one a statement of patience over panic. England laid traps 3 men in the covers, a taunting mid-on peppered fields, but Gill didn't blink. He swept Joe Root's loopy off-breaks to raise his ton, 2 boundaries in a row, a little luck, and a lot of resolve. Earlier, he had walked in at 95 for 2. The scoreline was decent, the situation delicate. He saw Karen Neffall, then held fort. He saw Pat miscue Bashir straight to long, on a rare lapse in judgment, and still held firm. And when debutant Nitish Kumar Reddy was undone by seam movement from Wokes, Gill simply stood stronger. Even when his back stiffened, visibly so around the 86-run mark, he waved into physio, took treatment, then resumed battle. Jadeja, the steady sword. Alongside Gill at close was Ravindra Jadeja, unbeaten on 41, and planned to foil perfectly. Calm, composed, and clinically efficient, Jadeja became the cushion Gill needed after the twin blows in the middle session. His 67-ball stay has been vital. He'll resume tomorrow with one job: stay and slay. England's unrelenting attack. Though they took just 5 wickets, England bowled with intent and heart. Wokes was a pick with 2 for 59. Bridencow struck with a boot that climbed and clipped Ness Splice. Stokes, always the theater actor, induced the error from Jeswal, and Bashir picked up the dangerous pad with a beautifully dipped off-break. They'll feel the day's honors are evenly split, and rightly so. Match context, advantage, anyone? 310 for 5 is a healthy score, but India will remember Headingley. From 430 for 3 and 333 for 4, they collapsed. Gill and Jadeja, the last season batters, must push beyond 400 if India wants the upper hand. The decision to bat deep with Reddy and Washington will now face a trial by scoreboard. England know if they can break this stand early on day 2, they'll be into India's underbelly. Looking ahead, the morning crucible. Tomorrow, day 2 is pivotal. A good session from India, and they're in command. A burst from England, and the match tilts again. But tonight belongs to Shubman Gill, the man who fronted up, faced the fire, and answered every critic, not with words, but with a blade held high and a helmet tossed skyward. For more live analysis, dramatic recaps, and cricket insights, follow and subscribe to Dynamic Dymentionz.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's day for blueprint, precision, patience, and pressure. New day, old battle. But India must write a new script. As the 4th day dawns at Lord's, the iconic ground is wrapped in anticipation. England are 2 without loss in their second innings, and the match stands poised on the razor's edge. But for India, who played the superior cricket across 3 tests and still find themselves scrambling for control, day 4 presents a vital opportunity to seize back the narrative. Despite KL Rahul's majestic century, Pant's brave 74 and Jadeja's gritty 72 small but costly lapses, particularly in running between the wickets and non-traditional dismissals, have left the match in series tantalizingly balanced. India must now channel both tactical acumen and emotional discipline to wrest this test back into their grasp. What India must do on day 4 to take control. 1. Strike early, the first hour gamble. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are baseball blueprint, quick, flashy, but susceptible early on. India's pace trio of Bumrah, Siraj, and Akashdeep must channel every ounce of venom into the first 10 overs. A breakthrough in the first 30 minutes will tilt the morning's rhythm. Strategy, bowl fuller, allow swing and tease the outside edge. This isn't about 5 slips, it's about calculated probing. 2. Use the Duke's ball wisely. The ball is just 2 overs old. The conditions at Lord's in the morning, especially under cloud cover, are perfect for Jukes ball mastery. Bumrah, rested and roaring, could be the architect of collapse if India harnessed the conditions with tight seam discipline and subtle variation. Key point, don't waste a shine. Attack the stumps with movement and reverse later. 3. Keep Root under control. Joe Root, sitting tantalizingly on 99, is England's anchor. Dismissing him early without giving him time to settle is non-negotiable. His wicket is not just a number, it's a symbol. It sends a message. Plan Siraj from round the wicket, Bumrah with the fuller and swinger. Test his patience with line, not length. 4. Contain Stokes, anticipate Archer. Ben Stokes thrives in chaos, especially when England are under pressure. India must not feed that fire. Containment is the new aggression. Keep fields attacking, but resist reckless chasing of wickets. Similarly, Jafra Archer is likely to come out swinging in his role as disruptor. Respond? Patience from bowlers, pressure from close infielders. Make them earn every run. 5. Fielding, win the margins. So far, India have been superior in skill, but let down by small stuff. Overthrows, dropped chances, lazy singles. This day could hinge on a flick at cover, a reflex catch at slip, a direct hit from mid-wicket. Focus areas, mid-on, gully, and cover must be alive. No easy runs, no misfields. Context check, the pitch and the pressure. The pitch is aging. There's uneven bounce. Cracks are widening. Jadeja and Washin Sundar will love day 4 conditions, but India mustn't overbowl spin too early. This is a test of rotation, patience, and reading the flow of the match. Mental battle, don't get dragged into England's tempo. Set your own. Discipline over drama. What's at stake? A win here means India go 2-1 up and place one hand on the series. Another missed opportunity in the series slips into a psychological abyss. This is about reputation, momentum, and mastery at the mecca of cricket. Final thought. India has outbowled and outbatted England in long stretches this series, yet find themselves level. Day 4 is not just about skill. It's about writing a statement. No more slip-ups. No more generosity. Just ruthless execution.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India's fiery chase beckons as WTC dreams hang by a thread.
The fourth day of the fourth test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground was a gripping roller coaster of emotions, culminating in Australia eking out a lead of 333 runs. Thanks to Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland's heroic last wicket stand, the hosts managed to frustrate India's bowlers and stretch their advantage. However, as the stage is set for the final day, India faces a tantalizing question. Will they dare to chase history and keep their World Test Championship WTC hopes alive? Bumrah's magic sparks life. Jasprit Bumrah was at his devastating best, tearing through Australia's middle order in a spell of pure brilliance. His dismissal of Travis Head marked his 200th Test wicket, a milestone achieved with a seeming masterclass. Bumrah's fiery burst, removing Head, Mitchell Marsh, and Alex Carey in quick succession, left Australia reeling at 91 for 6. Bumrah's brilliance, his figures of 4 for 56, showcased his ability to step up in crucial moments. The searing delivery that breached Sam Constas's defence set the tone for a relentless assault on Australia's batters. Support from Siraj and Deep. Mohammad Siraj in particular bowled his best spell of the series, dismissing Labuschagne and Khawaja. Akash Deep, while erratic at times, added to the pressure by finding movement off the pitch. Australia's lower order resists. At 99 for 6, India looked poised to bundle out Australia with a modest target in sight. But Marnus Labuschagne, 70, Pat Cummins, 36, and the remarkable last wicket pair of Nathan Lyon, 41, and Scott Boland, 10, dug deep to extend the lead. Labuschagne's grit, dropped twice by Jaiswal, Labuschagne made India pay with one of the most vital knocks of his career. Lyon and Boland's fight back. Their unbroken 55-run partnership frustrated India, keeping the hosts in the driver's seat. India's WTC hopes, one last throw of the dice. India's path to the WTC final hinges on this game, and a win in Melbourne is non-negotiable. A fourth innings target of 334 will demand an all-time great chase. No team has ever successfully chased more than 332 at the MCG. Historical context. The Gabba heist of 2021, where India chased 328, looms large in the memory of fans and players alike. The parallels are striking. A depleted Indian side, a challenging target, and the world watching. What's at stake? A win here keeps India in contention for the WTC final. Anything less, and their hopes are all but extinguished. The strategy for Day 5. India will need a perfect mix of aggression and caution to achieve the improbable. Solid start. Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal must set the tone with a brisk yet steady partnership. Losing early wickets could derail the chase before it begins. Middle order resurgence. The onus will fall on Virat Kohli and Nitish Kumar Reddy to anchor the innings. Kohli's experience in chases and Reddy's newfound confidence will be pivotal. Countering Lyon and Boland. Nathan Lyon's sharp turn and Boland's relentless accuracy will test India's resolve. The batters must be proactive against Lyon to prevent him from dictating terms. The road ahead. The pitch, while showing signs of wear, still offers enough for both batters and bowlers. With the crowd expected to exceed 90,000 on Day 5, the atmosphere will be electric. Australia will rely on Lyon and Cummins to strike early and tighten the noose, while India will aim to draw inspiration from their storied history of improbable wins. Conclusion: a fight to the finish. As the sun rises on the final day, the equation is simple. Australia seeks to finish what their lower order started, while India aims to rewrite history and keep their WTC dreams alive. The stakes couldn't be higher. The narrative couldn't be more thrilling. Will this be another chapter in India's glorious fightbacks, or will Australia seal their dominance at the MCG? Whatever the outcome, one thing is certain. Day 5 promises to be a spectacle that will resonate through the annals of cricket history.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark.
that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
The Indian Premier League, a tournament that needs no introduction. It's back, and it's bigger than ever. IPL 2025 promises to be bigger and better than ever before. With each passing year, the league has evolved, setting new benchmarks in the world of cricket. 2 new franchises have joined the fray, adding more spice to the already fiery competition. The excitement is palpable. These new teams bring fresh talent and new strategies, making the tournament even more unpredictable. Fans are buzzing with anticipation. The energy in the stadiums is electric, and the passion for the game is at an all-time high. From die-hard supporters to casual viewers, everyone is eagerly waiting to see their favorite teams and players in action. This season brings a new format, adding an extra layer of intrigue. The introduction of innovative rules and changes ensures that the game remains fresh and exciting for both players and fans alike. The power player rule allows teams to substitute a player at any point during the match, adding a tactical chess game. This rule can be a game changer, allowing teams to adapt their strategies on the fly and keep their opponents guessing. Imagine a scenario where a team needs 20 runs off the last over. The tension is high and every ball counts. They could bring in their power hitter to replace their bowler, completely changing the game. The possibilities are endless. This rule adds a new dimension to the game, making it more thrilling and unpredictable. The use of technology will be paramount. From advanced analytics to real-time data, technology will play a crucial role in shaping the strategies and outcomes of the matches. Real-time data analysis will be available not just to the teams but also to the viewers at home. This means fans can engage with the game on a deeper level, understanding the nuances and strategies like never before. Imagine watching the match and seeing the probability of a batsman hitting a 6 based on his past performance against that bowler. This level of insight adds a new layer of excitement and engagement for the viewers. The IPL is known for its innovation, and this year is no different. From new rules to advanced technology, the league continues to push the boundaries of what is possible in the world of cricket. The stage is set for a cricketing spectacle. The lights, the crowd, the atmosphere, everything is in place for an unforgettable season. Get ready for 6 weeks of non-stop action, drama, and entertainment. Every match promises to be a roller coaster of emotions, with moments of brilliance and heart-stopping tension. This is IPL 2025. The evolution continues, and the excitement is just beginning. The IPL auction is always a spectacle. It's a high-stakes event where the fate of players and franchises is decided in a matter of hours. The excitement in the room is palpable, with every bid raising the tension a notch higher. It's the day when dreams are made and broken. For some, it's a life-changing moment, while for others, it's a harsh reality check. The auction is a roller coaster of emotions, with joy and disappointment often just a paddle raise apart. This year was no different. Franchises went all out, spending crores to acquire their prized assets. The strategies were meticulously planned, and the execution was nothing short of dramatic. Every franchise had its eyes set on specific players, and the bidding wars were intense. The biggest surprise was the emergence of young Indian talent. These young guns have been making waves in domestic cricket, and their performances have not gone unnoticed. The franchises were quick to recognize their potential, leading to some unexpected but well-deserved bids. Uncapped players like Yash Dull and Rajvardhan Hangargekar went for astronomical sums. Their journey from local grounds to the grand stage of the IPL is nothing short of inspirational. These young players are now set to rub shoulders with the best in the business. This highlights the changing landscape of Indian cricket. The future is bright, with a new generation of cricketers ready to take on the world. The investment in young talent is a testament to the faith that franchises have in the future of Indian cricket. The 2 new franchises, Ahmedabad and Lucknow, made their presence felt. They entered the auction with a clear strategy and were not afraid to spend big. Their aggressive approach was a statement of intent, signaling that they are here to compete at the highest level. They were aggressive in their bidding, securing some big names to build their squads around. These new teams are looking to make an immediate impact, and their selections reflect a blend of experience and youth. The established teams also strengthened their rosters, ensuring a fiercely competitive tournament. They were strategic in their picks, focusing on filling gaps and adding depth to their squads. The balance of power is more even than ever before. The auction set the tone for what promises to be an enthralling season. The buzz in the auction hall was just a precursor to the excitement that awaits on the field. Every team has its own story, and every player has a point to prove. The balance of power has shifted, and the battle for the IPL trophy is wide open. With new teams, fresh talent, and renewed strategies, this season is set to be one of the most competitive and thrilling in IPL history. The stage is set, and the cricketing world is ready for the action to unfold. The 10 franchises represent a diverse mix of experience and youthful exuberance. Each team brings its own unique flavor to the tournament, creating a vibrant tapestry of cricketing talent and strategy. From seasoned veterans to emerging stars, the IPL is a melting pot of cricketing excellence. Let's take a closer look at each team, delving into their core strengths, identifying potential weaknesses, and evaluating their overall potential for the tournament. This analysis will give us a clearer picture of what to expect as the competition unfolds. Analyzing their strengths, weaknesses, and potential for the tournament is crucial for understanding how each team might perform. This insight helps fans and analysts alike to gauge the dynamics of the competition and predict possible outcomes. Mumbai Indians. The 5-time champions are always a force to be reckoned with. Their track record speaks volumes about their consistency and ability to perform under pressure. With a blend of explosive batting and strategic bowling, they have set a high benchmark in the IPL. Their strong batting lineup and experienced bowling attack make them contenders. Players like Rohit Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah are pivotal to their success, often turning the tide in crucial moments. The depth in their squad allows them to adapt to various match situations seamlessly. However, their reliance on key players could be a weakness if injuries strike. The absence of a star player can disrupt their balance and strategy, making them vulnerable. It's essential for them to have capable backups ready to step up when needed. Chennai Super Kings, the men in yellow, led by the legendary MS Dhoni, will bank on their tactical nous and consistent performances. Dhoni's leadership is a cornerstone of their strategy, often making the difference in tight matches. Their aging squad might be a concern, but you can never discount their experience and winning mentality. Veterans like Suresh Raina and Dwayne Bravo bring a wealth of knowledge and composure, crucial in high-pressure situations. Royal Challengers, Bangalore Virat Kohli's team boasts explosive batting firepower but has often struggled with their bowling. The presence of AB de Villiers adds to their batting prowess, making them a formidable force with the bat. If their bowlers can step up, they have the potential to go all the way. Consistency in their bowling attack is key, as it has been their Achilles heel in past seasons. A balanced performance from both departments could see them lifting the trophy. Kolkata Knight Riders. The 2-time champions have a well-balanced squad with a mix of youth and experience. Their ability to nurture young talent while relying on seasoned players has been a hallmark of their success. Their spin department, led by Sunil Narine, could be their trump card. Narine's ability to control the game with his spin bowling is a significant advantage, especially on turning tracks. His partnership with other spinners could be a game-changer. Delhi Capitals' Rishabh Pant's dynamic leadership will be crucial for the Capitals. His aggressive style and fearless approach can inspire the team to push boundaries and take calculated risks. They have a formidable batting lineup, but need to find consistency in their bowling attack. The presence of players like Shikhar Dhawan and Prithvi Shaw adds depth to their batting, but their bowlers must deliver consistently to support their cause. Sunrisers Hyderabad Kane Williamson's calm leadership and their strong bowling unit make them a dangerous side. Williamson's ability to anchor the innings and guide the team through challenging phases is invaluable. Their batting lacks depth, which could be exposed against stronger teams. While their bowlers can restrict opponents, the batsmen need to step up and provide substantial support to ensure a balanced performance. Rajasthan Royals' Sanju Samson's team will rely on their young and talented Indian contingent. The Royals have always been known for giving opportunities to emerging players, and this season will be no different. Their success will depend on how quickly their young players adapt to the pressure of the IPL. The ability to handle high-stakes situations and perform consistently will be crucial for their campaign. Punjab Kings KL Rahul's team has consistently underperformed despite boasting star-studded lineups. The potential is there, but translating it into results has been their challenge. They need to find a winning formula to break their IPL trophy drought. Strategic changes and a cohesive team effort could be the key to turning their fortunes around. Ahmedabad. The new kids on the block have assembled a formidable squad with a blend of experience and youth. Their entry into the IPL adds a fresh dynamic to the competition, and they will be eager to make their mark. Their performance will depend on how quickly they can gel as a unit. Building team chemistry and understanding each player's role will be crucial for their success in their debut season. Lucknow, the other new entrant, Lucknow, has also built a strong team on paper. With a mix of seasoned campaigners and promising youngsters, they have the potential to surprise many. They will be looking to make an immediate impact in their debut season. The excitement and unpredictability surrounding their performance add an intriguing element to this year's IPL. The IPL schedule is packed with exciting clashes, but certain fixtures stand out as potential blockbusters. The opening match between Mumbai Indians and Chennai Super Kings is always a spectacle. These two cricketing behemoths will set the tone for the tournament. The first clash between the two new franchises, Ahmedabad and Lucknow, will be a battle for bragging rights. The atmosphere will be electric as these teams aim to make a statement in their debut season. And who can forget the rivalries? Virat Kohli facing off against Jasprit Bumrah, Rohit Sharma taking on Kagiso Rabada. These individual battles within the larger contest will be a treat for cricket fans worldwide. Mark your calendars. These are matches you do not want to miss.
Here's a powerful preview of how India can win the third test at Lord's, the historic battleground, and a breakdown of the best 11 and winning strategies that could see them take control of the series. India's roadmap to victory at Lord's. 1. Bring back. The X Factor returns. With Deep's breakout 10-wicket haul, imagine pairing that with the venom and experience off. If fit, must return possibly in place of, to form a dream attack with an and/or. Lord's has pace-friendly phases, especially early on. As ability to reverse swing the old Dukes will be vital. Shubman Gill's captaincy and batting ride the wave. Gill isn't just leading, he's inspiring. With scores of 269 and 161, he's showing that a genius with the bat can also be a composed, attacking skipper. India must continue to bat long and out-baseball the bowlers. England look flat under pressure. Gill's intent can demoralize them again. 3. Retain the core but adapt smartly. Best 11 for Lords. Shubman Gill, captain. KL, wicketkeeper. Washington, deep, if pitch is dry or if green. This is a balanced 11 that can dominate with the bat, field well, and take 20 wickets. 4. Pressure England's middle order. Root and Pope are out of rhythm. Brooke and Smith haven't yet cemented their places. India should attack the middle overs with suffocating lines, sharp short stuff, and use spin to frustrate. England have looked clueless once momentum turns, and India now know how to grab it. 5. Keep the intensity, roar like champions. India need to keep playing fearless yet clinical cricket, avoid defensive captaincy. Gill's bold declarations and attacking fields show a mindset shift. If joins the pace attack, India could bully England at Lord's, a place where they've both suffered and triumphed before. Bonus key strategies. Win the toss and bat first, set the tone with another mammoth first innings. Target early wickets, get Crawley and Duckett before they settle. Dominate day 3. The moving day will decide momentum. Play if dry. England struggles versus quality wrist spin. Ready to roll into the Lord's Colosseum, India looks like a beast awakened, with Gill commanding, roaring back, and the ballers full of bite. This team isn't just winning matches, they're rewriting history.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The Pakistan Super League, PS-Lat 10, a decade of pure passion, local pride and unfiltered fun. 10 years. A full decade since floodlights first lit up the vision of a nation that dared to dream again. The Pakistan Super League was never just about cricket. It was about reclaiming joy, rediscovering identity, and writing stories that only Pakistan could tell. Now, as the PSL turns 10, it stands not just as a tournament, but as a movement, one that's evolved from glitzy promises to grounded brilliance, from borrowed glamour to authentic connection. What began in 2016 as a hopeful leap from a cricket-starved nation has now become one of the purest and least problematic joys in Pakistan's sporting landscape. In a world where cricket leagues fight for global attention, the PSL chose something simpler but far more powerful: belonging. Highlights from a decade of drama, dreams, and dhamaka. Lahore Kalandars back-to-back Glory 2022 to 2023. From wooden spoon regulars to champions of the Gaddafi, Lahore's fairytale ride under Shine Adi electrified a city and silenced doubters. Dare Sami, the people's champion. He didn't just play in Pakistan, he embraced it. Sami's presence helped usher international cricket back to the country and gave fans a reason to believe. Babur versus Shaheen, Kings versus Kalandars. No rivalry brings more edge than the Kachahor Derby. Add national heroes squaring off, and you got PSL's most delicious showdown. Spirit Trophy and Swarovski crystals. Yes, really. From brilliance of the universe to grittier realism, PSL's transformation mirrors Pakistan's dreams polished into purpose. Heartbreaking finals for Multan Sultans. So close, yet so far. Whether it's Rizvan's stoicism or their unmatched consistency, Multan's pursuit of silverware has been one of the PSL's defining threads. Shadab Khan's Islamabad United, the most tactically astute side, United have shown what planning, youth investment, and faith in data can deliver: titles, flair, and stability. Anthems, emotions, and upnaeks. Love them or mem them. The PSL anthems, Ab Khel Jamai Jie, Tayar E, and now Upnaeks have soundtracked our summers and our screams. A league for Pakistan, by Pakistan. Where others chase IPL-like stardom, PSL has matured into something refreshingly its own. With a fiercely loyal fan base, deep-rooted regional pride, and a fierce commitment to Pakistan's cricketing future, the PSL isn't here to impress the world. It's here to ignite joy at home. This is a league that embraced austerity when opulence felt artificial. It traded glitter for grit, and in doing so, won hearts far more enduring than a broadcast metric ever could. In the chaos of Pakistani cricket, PSL is the calm that delivers. The next chapter begins. As Lahore Qalandars and Islamabad United, two of PSL's most storied franchises, kick off the anniversary edition, questions abound. Will Karachi Kings, led by David Warner, finally rewrite their legacy? Can Multan Sultans break their final curse? Will young stars like Shaib Masood, Abbas Ridi or Hunin Shah rise to own the next decade? We don't know. But that's the magic of PSL. Because for 10 unforgettable years, this league hasn't just entertained. It has healed, inspired, and united. In a nation that often finds joy hard to come by, PSL has been a happy constant. Here's to PSL 10, Apna X, Apna Cricket, Apna Junu. Let the next decade begin. Strengths of India's Champions Trophy 2025 squad. India's 15-man squad for the Champions Trophy 2025 reflects a strong, balanced unit with a mix of experienced stalwarts, versatile all-rounders, and emerging talent. Here's an assessment of the squad's key strengths. 1. World-class bowling attack. Jasprit Bumrah's return. Bumrah's inclusion, even with fitness concerns, is a significant boost. His ability to deliver in all phases of an innings makes him a match winner. His prowess in death overs and big match temperament are invaluable assets. Kuldeep Yadav's X-factor. Returning after a hernia surgery, Kuldeep offers wicket-taking ability in the middle overs, something that has proven crucial in ICC tournaments. His recent recovery and workload management at the NCA ensure he's ready to make an impact. Mohammad Shami, fresh off his status as the leading wicket-taker in the 2023 ODI World Cup, Shami provides a reliable new ball option. His ability to swing the ball up front and deliver breakthroughs consistently strengthens the attack. Arshdeep Singh's left-arm variety. Arshdeep adds a different angle to the bowling lineup. His success in domestic cricket and proven ability at the death make him a valuable addition, particularly in conditions that favor seam and swing. There's 2. Depth and versatility in all-rounders. Hardik Pandya's seam bowling all-rounder role. As the sole seam bowling all-rounder, Hardik brings balance to the side. His ability to bat in the middle order and bowl crucial overs offers India flexibility in team combinations. Spin bowling all-rounders. The inclusion of Ravindra Jadeja, Axar Patin, and Washington Sundar ensures depth in batting while providing spin options. Their versatility is vital for adapting to pitches in the UAE, where spin could play a key role. 3. Experience and balanced batting lineup. Top order stability. With Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, and Virat Kohli forming the top 3, India boasts a reliable and experienced core capable of laying solid foundations or chasing big targets. Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul. Both players have demonstrated their ability to anchor the middle order while accelerating when required. Rahul's dual role as a wicketkeeper adds further flexibility. Emerging talent in Yashasvi Jaiswal. Jaiswal's inclusion as a left-handed reserve opener offers a counterbalance to the predominantly right-handed batting lineup. His recent form and adaptability to pressure situations make him a strong backup. 4. Tactical leadership and transition planning. Rohit Sharma's captaincy. With a wealth of experience in ICC tournaments, Rohit provides calm leadership and tactical acumen to handle high-pressure games. Shubman Gill as vice-captain. Appointing Gill as vice-captain underlines a clear transition plan. His ODI form and leadership potential position him as a future leader while contributing heavily as an opener. 5. Adaptability to conditions in the UAE. Spin-friendly conditions. The squad is well-equipped to handle Dubai spin-friendly pitches with Kuldeep, Jadeja, Axar, and Sundar providing variety and control. Depth bowling resources. Bumrah and Arshdeep's abilities in the slog overs offer India an edge in defending or restricting totals in tight games. 6. Proven performers in ICC tournaments. Big match experience. Players like Rohit, Kohli, Shami, and Jadeja have consistently delivered in ICC tournaments, making them indispensable assets in high-pressure matches. Resilient core. The majority of this squad featured in the 2023 ODI World Cup, where India performed well. Familiarity and cohesion in the squad are key strengths. Conclusion. India's Champions Trophy squad boasts a well-rounded combination of experience, skill, and youthful energy. With a world-class bowling attack, versatile all-rounders, and a dependable batting lineup, the team has all bases covered to adapt to varying conditions in the UAE. While fitness and form will play a role closer to the tournament, the squad's depth and quality make India a formidable contender for the Champions Trophy title. If Team India plays to potential, this should be an easy trophy to win.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Ballers and Salt combine as RCB storm into IPL final after 9 years. Venue, new. Match, IPL 2025 Qualifier 1. Result, Royal Challengers RCB beat Kings PBKs by 8 wickets. RCB into final, PBKs gets another chance through the eliminators. A ruthless RCB display powered by ballers and blistering Salt. In a spectacular display of seam, spin, and Salt-powered savagery, Royal Challengers dismantled Kings to charge into their first IPL final since 2016, ending a 9-year wait. A disciplined, ferocious bowling attack backed up by an explosive knock from Phil Salt-ensured RC made light work of PBK's modest total of 101, sealing victory by 8 wickets with a whopping 60 balls to spare. RCB bowlers wreak havoc on a tricky pitch. The win was built on a relentless display of fast bowling precision and deceptive spin. Hazelwood, returning with quite authority, was simply unplayable. On a pitch with bounds and seam, he found perfect lengths to challenge the horizontal bat shots of PBKS's batters. Dismissing and wingless, Hazelwood extracted steep bounds and just enough deviation to keep edges flying and batters guessing. His control set the tone early. Who has grown in confidence this season, backed him up with well-erected base at the body, mixing short balls with skiddy length deliveries. His tight spells helped strangle the lower middle order, leaving no room for recovery. And then came the surprise package. With his whippy action and unreadable googlies, dismantled PBKS's illusions of fight back. Marcus Stoinis and debutant Mushir all misread his wrongins, committing to premeditated slog sweeps on a pitch that demanded reading of the pitch. His 3-wicket haul wasn't just statistical, it was surgical. Phil Salt, the calm within the storm. As the ball nipped and bounced under the lights, many expected a nervy chase, but Phil Salt took the game by the scruff of the neck and demolished that narrative. He began fluently, showing intent from the outset, and then launched a full assault in the power play. He smashed a 23-ball 50, his fastest in IPL, with stunning balance and impeccable timing. His ability to punish width and loft over extra cover at will made him nearly unplayable. What stood out wasn't just the strike rate, but the clarity of execution. Even as Kaya Jamieson and Sam Curran probed with decent movement, Salt latched onto the first poor delivery and dispatched it. One over from Jamieson went for 21, including a ferocious cut, a pull, and a regal cover drive. Salt's assault rendered the conditions irrelevant. It became a mere formality after he was done. Strategic depth and execution. RCB's bowling strategy, fast, short, into the body, mixed with sharp wrist spin, was perfect for the surface. The batters didn't need to be heroes, just sensible. Salt went above and beyond. It was also telling how RCB read the pitch better than PBKs, adapted quicker, and didn't allow scoreboard pressure to change their plans. PBKs, on the other hand, stuck blindly to their aggressive playbook, even when it was clearly leading them to a cliff. Verdict: a team reborn. This was not a one-man show. It was a cohesive, balanced, and composed team performance, exactly the kind RCB were missing in previous years. Hazelwood's control, said deception, aggression, and Salt's decisiveness have given this side a new character, one that's more method than madness. RCB now march into the final with confidence and cohesion. And for the first time in years, you get the feeling they're not just hoping to win the IPL, they're expecting to.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Slick Sudharsan and Crafty Krishna Power Titans passed MI in Ahmedabad Fortress. Date: 29th March 2025. Venue: Narendra Modi Stadium, Ahmedabad. Result: Gujarat Titans beat Mumbai Indians by 36 runs. If there's one thing Gujarat Titans GT have mastered in the IPL era, it's home dominance. Under the bright lights of the Narendra Modi Stadium, they once again showed how local knowledge, smart planning, and cool execution can outfox even the most glittering teams. On a black soil surface tailored to suit their game plan, GT notched up 196 for 8, a total that proved far too steep for Mumbai Indians, who stumbled to 160 for 6 in reply. While the margin of victory was 36 runs, the story goes much deeper, a picture painted with brushstrokes of Sai Sudharsan's classy stroke play, Prasidh Krishna's canny slower balls, and Siraj's long-awaited breakthrough. Sudharsan and Gill built the Loinchapath. When Shubman Gill had declared his desire to fix GT's power play woes this season, fans expected aggression. And aggression is exactly what they got. Gill and Sai Sudharsan took full advantage of the field restrictions, motoring to 66 without loss in the first 6 overs, GT's third-best power play performance ever. Both batters scored 32 of 18, setting the tone with elegant drives, lofts and cuts. It was their 5th consecutive 50-plus stand in T20s and underlined the growing stature of the Gill-Sudharsan duo. Calm, calculated, yet aggressive, their partnership is quickly becoming one of the IPL's most consistent opening acts. MI fight back, Hardik, Mujib provide a breather. Just as Titans threatened to spiral out of reach, Hardik Pandya delivered a telling blow, dismissing Gill for 38 of 24 with a clever short ball. He now has Gill's number in T20s, 4 dismissals for just 11 runs in 18 deliveries. Jos Buttler took charge thereafter, breaking the boundary drought with a crisp 6 and 4 off Santner. He kept the scoreboard ticking with elegant stroke play, but Mujib-ur-Rahman halted his progress at 39. Though Sudharsan reached his 2nd consecutive 50, GT's final flourish was muted. Bolt yoked Sudharsan, Tevashia was run out the next ball, and Rutherford fell trying to muscle one over the infield. GT could only add 26 in the last 3 overs. Still, 196 felt 15 to 20 runs above par on this pitch. Siraj breaks the Rohit curse. Few battles have seen as many near misses as the one between Mohammad Siraj and Rohit Sharma in T20s. Until this night, Rohit had never been dismissed by Siraj despite scoring 74 of 55 balls. But the 10th meeting finally flipped the script. Siraj bowled a scrambled seam delivery that cut Rohit in half and knocked over his off stump. A relieved roar from Siraj, echoed by Ahmedabad's crowd, told you this was no ordinary wicket. Siraj wasn't done. He returned to remove the struggling Ryan Rickalton, whose 12-ball 7 gummed up the chase. With MI at 48 for 2 at the end of the power play, the tone was set. Suryakumar shows flair, but can't finish. Tilak Verma, who began explosively with 4, 4, 6 of Rabada, slowed down as the innings wore on. It was Suryakumar Yadav who infused life back into Me's chase. On just his second delivery, he unleashed his signature Supla shot over fine leg for 6, a reminder of his audacious creativity. He took on Siraj again, then lofted a Sai Kishore over extra cover. But even as sky flowed, Tilak's strike rate dipped, and the pressure returned. Their 62-run partnership steadied the innings but didn't break open the game. And soon, Prasidh Krishna stepped in to blow it all away. Prasidha's masterclass in deception. Introduced in the 12th over, Prasidh Krishna didn't rely on raw pace alone. He pulled out the slower balls, a tactic MI themselves had used, and bamboozled Me's middle order. Tilak Verma miscued a slower short ball to wide long on. Sky, trying to replicate his earlier shot, gloved it to his helmet. Next, Sky attempted a slog over long off and perished to a 97.1 km/h off cutter. The silent assassin had tilted the match decisively. Prasidh finished with 2 for 18, one of the finest spells of the match. Hardik fails to inspire a comeback. With Sky gone, it was down to the returning Hardik Pandya, booed here last season but cheered tonight. The moment was ripe for redemption. Instead, it turned bitter. Unable to time the ball or pierce the field, Hardik laboured through his innings. When Rabada dismissed him in the 17th over, the equation read 73 needed off 18 balls. Game over. While Naman Dheer and Mitchell Santner struck a few late blows, they were cosmetic. The Titans had conquered, and Mumbai were left licking wounds. Tactical brilliance, Gujarat's smart surface call. What's most fascinating is that GT chose this surface. Assistant coach Parthiv Patel revealed during the game that the Titans had opted for a black soil pitch that would grip and take pace off the ball. It worked perfectly. Their batters scored fast while the ball was new. Their bowlers, Siraj, Prasidh, Rabada, balled cutters and off-pace deliveries on a sticky surface. Mumbai Indians never adjusted. Shubman Gill's Titans are not just a team with flair, they're tacticians with a killer instinct. Final word, Sudharsan's elegance, Prasidha's intelligence. Sai Sudharsan's 63 of 38 is further proof that he's ready for higher honours, be it for India or in global leagues. Prasidh Krishna, coming off injuries and early career struggles, is now showcasing the kind of variation and control that could make him a white ball asset. MI, meanwhile, have questions to answer. Can Rohit rediscover his spark? Will Hardik deliver under pressure? And what of their bowling combinations? Match summary. Gujarat Titans won 96 for 8 from 20 overs. Sudharsan 63 of 38, Butler 39, Gill 38. Hardik 2 for 29, Bolt 1 for 24. Mumbai Indians 160 for 620 overs. Suryakumar 48 of 29, Tilak 39 of 29. Prasidh Krishna 2 for 18, Siraj 2 for 34. Result, Gujarat Titans won by 36 runs. Player of the match, Sai Sudharsan.
Hari's heroics and spin masterclass power Pakistan 2, crushing win over Oman Pakistan as Asia Cup 2025 journey began with a bang as they dismantled Dymentionz Oman in Dubai, storming to a 93-run victory. Mohammad Haris lit up the innings with a career-reviving knock. While Pakistan's spinners turned the match into a one-sided spectacle, Haris turns the tide with a blazing fifth. Pakistan's start was far from ideal. Samayab fell, LBW to a low bouncing delivery, and Sahib Zada Farhan's struggles left the score at just 31 after 5 overs. But Haris, promoted up the order, changed everything. From 16 off 18 balls, Haris exploded, smashing 50 off his next 25 deliveries. He brought up just his second T20I50 with a towering 6, matching his entire run tally from his previous 11 innings in this one knock. His 66 off 43 anchored Pakistan's innings and set a platform for a defendable total. While Haris flourished, others couldn't quite get going. Amir, Kalim 3, Per 3, Pulu 1, and Faisal 3 30/4 pegged Pakistan back. But Mohammad Nuwas, Eskami in the final overs, pushed Pakistan to 164-7 a total. That felt slightly above par on a slow Dubai pitch. Oman's chase starts brightly but ends in ruins. Oman showed intent early, moving to 32-4-2 in 5 overs. Both wickets fell to Semi Ayoub, whose double strike kept Pakistan in control. But what followed was a spin bowling masterclass. Spinweb. Pakistan's trio decimate Oman. Pakistan unleashed their full arsenal of spin, and Oman couldn't cope. Safiya and Mukim 2/7 struck twice in quick succession, shattering Oman's middle order. Abrar Ahmed bamboozled batters with flight and drift, while Mohammad Nuwas 2/8 was clinical and economical. Oman's innings collapsed from 41-4-3 to 51-9. Eventually, bowled out for 67 in 15.4 overs. Hamid Mirza S27 was the only resistance in a batting card dominated by Pakistan S bowl. Match stars Mohammad Haris, 66-43. Explosive knock that revived Pakistan's innings. Sufyan Mukim and Mohammad Nuwas, 4 wickets, 415 runs combined, setting the tone. Amir Kalim, 3/31. Oman's standout bowler, Fahim Ashraf, Dua 6, cleaned up the tail with precision. The takeaway: Pakistan's victory was a statement of depth and dominance. Haris rediscovered his hitting form at the perfect time. While their spin attack showed world-class quality, Oman couldn't handle. For Oman, this was a valuable learning experience. Spirited bowling spells from Kalim and Faisal deserved more support, but their batting crumbled under Pakistan's relentless pressure. With India looming as their next opponent, Pakistan looked battle-ready.
Final frontiers. How India. As dawn breaks over South London and the Oval prepares to host the climactic finale of this pulsating test series, a battered but brave Indian team readies itself for one last battle. The ghosts of missed chances at Edgbaston and Leeds have been laid to rest by the iron-willed resistance of Manchester. Now, from the ruins of a crumbling 1-4, to start on day 4, a phoenix has risen and it soars toward the Oval, hungry not just for redemption but for triumph. No Pant, no Bumrah, no excuses. Yes, India will walk into this final test without their firebrand wicketkeeper and their bowling spearhead. But if the drawn 4th test taught us anything, it is this. India's resolve runs deeper than its injury list. The defiance of Shubman Gill, the elegance of KL Rahul, the relentless poise of Washington Sundar, and the lion-hearted grit of Ravindra Jadeja have shown the world that this side can bend, but it will not break. Enter Akash, deep. The storm whisperer. He's waited. He's watched. Now he's ready. The 27-year-old Bengal pacer is set to make his long-awaited debut at the highest stage, and what a canvas awaits. Swing-friendly conditions, an expectant crowd, and a chance to carve his name alongside legends. Like Mohammad Shami did in 2014, or Bumrah in 2018, debutants have often turned the Oval into a birthplace of belief. Forget England's shenanigans. Focus on the prize, the baseball bravado, the phantom handshakes, the viral antics. Let them be. India must not be drawn into the pettiness that clouded the spirit of the 4th Test's final hour. Let England wrestle with their own image in the mirror. India's focus must be on cricket, clarity, and conquest. Let their response not be tweets or talk, but scoreboard pressure and test dominance. India's winning blueprint: bat long, bat deep, with a resurgent top order and an engine room full of century makers. India's best chance is to bat once and bat England out of the game. The Oval has seen monster totals before. It's time for the Gill Rahul Jadeja Washington core to strike gold once again. A3 spinners. With the surface expected to wear on days 4 and 5, India's spin trio of Jadeja, Sundar, and Kuldeep could weave a web tighter than any baseball can break. England's middle order has been vulnerable to spin India, must make them dance. Back the debutant Akashdeep, mustn't be burdened, it must be unleashed. With Siraj's fire, Woke's lack of support, and overworked Stokes, Deep could prove the X-factor England never expected. Outthink, not just outplay Shubman Gill must channel Dhoni's patience and Ganguly's nerve. The field placements, DRS calls, and bowling rotations must be sharp. India needs cricket IQ more than emotion, and let the spirit of Manchester fuel the fire. 'Cause out there at Old Trafford, this team found itself. It rediscovered belief, unity, and the steel to hold out for 143 overs without blinking. That was no fluke. It was the soul of Indian Test cricket rising again, yielding and beautiful. This is not just the final test of the series, it is a chance for India to rewrite the narrative, to silence critics, to humble arrogance, to walk away with heads held high, in a drawn series that feels like victory. Let England worry about reputational damage. Let India write history. The Oval awaits, and so does glory.
Rajasthan Royals vs Punjab Kings. Jaiswal, Archer and Royals in sync as PBKS suffer first loss in Mullanpur. Result, Rajasthan Royals 2-0-5 for 4 Jaiswal 67, Parag 43 not out, Samson 38, Ferguson 2 for 37 beat Punjab Kings 155 for 9 Vadhera 62, Maxwell 30, Archer 3 for 25, Sandeep 2 for 21, Thikshana 2 for 26 by 50 runs. Venue, Maharaja Yadvindra Singh International Stadium, Mullanpur. Introduction, Royals tick every box in a commanding win. Rajasthan Royals executed a near-flawless performance on both sides of the innings to dismantle a spirited Punjab Kings outfit by 50 runs in Mullanpur. It was a match where everything on the Royals' wish list came true. Yashasvi Jaiswal returned to form, Riyan Parag exploded at the death, and Jofra Archer delivered a vintage spell of hostile pace bowling. Royals became the first team to breach the 200-run mark at Mullanpur, and then backed it up with a collective bowling performance that left Punjab Kings reeling and eventually deflated. For PBKS, it was their first loss at their new home and a timely wake-up call. Jaiswal and Samson lay the groundwork. Yashasvi Jaiswal had a nervous start against the swinging new ball from Arshdeep Singh and Marco Jansen. After mistimed pulls and streaky edges, he settled in with a ramp and slog off Jansen to get his innings going. Sanju Samson, leading the side on the field for the first time this season, looked far more assured early on. By the end of the power play, the Royals were 53 for 0, setting the tone for a strong batting display. Samson's innings ended trying to up the ante against Lockie Ferguson.